Oh, that's him too.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome to the 2024 budget hearings, administrative budget hearings, the 2024 budget. This hearing, my name is Michael Drillis, budget consultant for the city of Lambertville. I'll ask everyone on the dais to please introduce themselves, starting with our city clerk.
Yes, I'm Cindy Iggy. I'm the city clerk and registrar for the city of Lambert. I'm also the deputy coordinator for OEM, which is kind of funny.
We'll be hearing from you today
We will.
with all your departments. Yeah.
Ryan Berger, I'm working under Michael Jules.
Richard Carmesino, certified tax assessor, city of Lambertville.
Sue Baker, deputy treasurer, and several other items.
Thank you. So I'll say this once just for public record and for our viewers at home and in the audience. At these hearings, city officials with budgetary responsibilities will provide requests for the 2024 budget, including capital planning. Hearings will be recorded and posted on the city website for public view. Administrative hearings are relatively unique in that the governing body and public are invited to participate in the meeting by attending and listening, but there is no public hearing or government action. The purpose of the hearing is to invite the public to witness the requests made by those who are regularly responsible to the operations of the budget. The hearings will be the basis for the appropriations portion of the draft introduced budget. The public will be invited to participate in the process only once the budget is introduced by the council. Cindy Iggy and I preside over the meetings and ask that witnesses arrive 10 minutes early, and our first witness is here. And be prepared to respond on the following items based on budgetary worksheets. Salary and wages. The hearings will address salary and wages only in the aggregate. City officials will be asked if there are any known major changes in the current workforce, such as requirements of resignations, eliminations of any vacant positions, or requests for any new positions after full-time or part-time. No employee shall be referenced by their name or singled out in discussions. Item 2, other expenses. Other expenses will be examined by the budget sub-account. City officials will be asked to describe what is currently in the year-over-year expense line and what changes should be expected for 2024 with spending reductions and additions. 3 are capital expenses. The hearing officers will request a list of capital expenditures, their project costs, their lifespan and purpose, and only their relevant details. There will be no public portion or opportunity for the public to ask questions during the process. However, as all of us are here to serve the public when the hearings are over, I know myself will be available for any questions public may have, as well as any other city officials who may be here and able to. So thank you for that lengthy introduction, for your indulgence. Ask our city clerk if there's anything that we should add in terms of the discussion before we start.
Yes, just that this meeting's being held in person and recorded using the Zoom meeting platform, and members of the governing body may attend, but will not participate. And no action will be taken as it's not a city council meeting.
Thank you very much. All right, so seeing that it's 9 o'clock, and 9 o'clock we are scheduled with our tax assessor who is here. I'll welcome today. If you could please just one more time introduce yourself.
Yes,
and your time.
Richard J. Carmesino, tax assessor, city of Lambertville.
Thank you very much. And we're going to start, please, with your first salary and wages. Do you expect any significant changes, material changes in your salary wage lines?
Well, I'd like a more than the normal increase because my work volume has increased with the amount of new construction in the city of Lambertville. And the amount of commits that increased over the last couple of years. So I'm looking at maybe 39,000.
Okay. Can you help to characterize, quantify what is more work, so to speak? How many more permits, how many new construction, and give it a number for us?
I'd say I have probably about 20% more permits.
That equates about what number?
Maybe 200-300 a year, key point.
Mhm.
I mean, it's permits for roofs. Some of it's not really big deal, but there's a lot of additions been going on, a lot of renovations have been going on. And I think we've added about 10 more single family houses in the last year.
And how does
Subdivisions.
this create more work for you in
Because
2024?
I have to go out and inspect everything that is generated to assess it properly.
Mhm.
So I am doing field inspections quite a bit more now than I have in past years.
Okay. All right, thank you, noted. Anything else on salary and wages?
Not at this point, thank you.
Okay. All right, looking at your other expenses. Um. Last year in 2023. Your postage and delivery charges. You seem to come in just about right where you needed to be in your budget. Any changes there or thoughts?
Yes, we have we have switched computer companies from Vital and Communications in Trenton to a new company. It's called BRT. They no longer will send out my reassessment letters. I do an annual reassessment. So we were looking at an extra expense there, because I found a company in Maple Shade that will do it. But it's an additional cost over and above what was budgeted last year. It's gonna be about $800 more.
So last year, $1,750 was budgeted for that line.
Yes,
What do you anticipate the
I'm
total?
looking about 2,500.
That
25.
includes postage?
Or the 1,750, I think, was the postage.
Okay,
So I'm adding BRT onto that, which let's say 2,600.
Okay, so that's gonna be 26, an additional $800, so additional $800.
Yes,
Okay, and just for that $800, can you just one more time clearly state why we.
we are now responsible to find a private company to send out my reassessment letters, which I do annually.
And that was from the previous provider.
There's already engaged employer.
Okay, thank you,
Yeah,
please.
the Maple Shade Company, is that the same company that Edmonds has used?
I have to-
It's for a tax collector?
I don't know, it's SB, the small business.
Okay, because we have a service that we use for a tax collector that maybe the assessor could piggyback on,
Sure.
maybe, I don't
Let
know.
me know, because I need it quick.
Okay.
I think Maple Shade's the old Edmonds, and then the Edmonds had announced, it's a different company.
Well, people looking at that from was used. So I have tax book back in
So
the,
you need to increase in postage to moving forward for this year.
actually, for this year. It's vital. Yeah, tell me.
So let's just pull that apart so that we can prepare. There's less than 2 months to the year and we're ready at 1602. For your actual, that was as of beginning of October.
Right,
So how much more do you?
I
think?
need at least $735. That's the contract price,
Okay, and that'll be for 2023.
yes.
That doesn't include postage.
We already paid the postage.
And postage is
You
going up.
already ordered me, yeah.
So they'll use your envelope?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
they will get them all.
okay.
Excuse me.
Shall we go on? All right, printing and binding,
I'm just asking for $600. Everything's going up.
what usually do you purchase with that line?
I just. Maybe not.
I have.
What?
I have, your tax book notice came out of there,
Okay.
the labels. Your additional labels. Class 4A, 4B, and 4C labels and your farmland forms.
Okay. And I know it was previously $2,600. And this year I'm over budget already.
Yeah, you're about $56.
Yeah, yes. So I don't know what prices are gonna go up next year. I'd say at least $500 to $600.
5 cents for the same purchases
Yeah.
that you made the same year,
Yes,
that would double the budget line.
and just covered in.
The additional labels were the most expensive. I'm not really sure what they were, Rick, but it was $193. You're adding more labels to,
Yeah, because I'm gonna have, we go through this privately again. It won't be vital anymore.
okay, so Vital will not be providing the labels, so you gotta
No.
find somebody.
No, we no longer have like,
Okay.
county did away with it, state. Big mistake.
So the additional cost is because of additional labels?
Additional services,
Gonna be-
or it was rolled into the Vital cost,
Mm-hmm.
and, so now we have to subcontract it out,
Okay,
because we were only paying for the materials, if I understand correctly.
Yes.
We're only paying for the actual labels and the forms.
Right.
Not the services.
so the $250 first thing we spent this year was for the with the forms and then we paper services on top of that.
Correct.
That'll be 23 as well.
No, I think we're good for 23.
Okay. All right, so the services would be an additional, how much on top of the 200 we normally budget
I'm asking for another 400 on top.
for the services?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Again, when I'm dealing with things, I have no idea, because once Vital's done, I have to go to this other company, they're not doing anything for us,
right.
so everything's gotta be subcontracted, as Sue said.
So I understand the logic, so it makes sense why we're doing the increase and just we keep close notes because in a month and a half from now, we're gonna be like, what was that for?
Yeah. So
Thank you. All right, professional consult and special services. And this category was not used this year. But there was $3,300 appropriated for it. Stu, do you give us a look, maybe?
I have not.
So in 2020, in 2022, there was
You can go back.
$3,195 spent.
excuse me,
In 2022,
Yes.
all right, let me pull that up for 2022.
does that include like tax bills?
I'll let you know in one
Okay.
second.
So I may have some this year.
All right, I'm gonna move through these things too while you take your time there. Assessor legal, 0 from last year. Assessor books and publications, $50, it wasn't spent. Computer supplies, 0, nothing spent. Assessor association dues, 125, is that should be 125 a year?
That should be up to 225
Okay,
for this coming year, this is two associations.
what are the two?
Clarence County Board of Taxation and the state. I think they're 150 and 175 each,
Okay,
so it's 325.
okay. All right.
Nobody's picking up these fees anymore, the city has to pay this stuff now.
Who picked it up before?
Well, the county used to waive the assessor fees,
Oh,
the Assessors Association, and there's also a state assessment association,
okay,
and you're kind of almost forced to belong to it.
okay.
And throw.
Education and training, that line was 450, you spent 175. What do you normally use that line for?
My courses,
Okay,
my CEUs. And again, I'd ask for an increase in that, because again, we're getting away from the county boards picking up the costs.
so
They're
what
pushing
would be the new cost? in
about
20?
600,
That's 150 more.
yes, sir.
Now, this up in 2023. You spent $300.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you spent $175 in this year, so what would be different?
Well, as I said, the county and everybody are getting away from picking up the costs.
So what was the 175 for 2020? Who paid the one? Why did you?
Most of it was picked up, most of it was picked up by the county,
Okay,
but there's also courses that I have to go through that aren't sponsored by Hunter County.
right,
And they're outside the Mercer County Assessors Association, which I'm not a member of, because I don't work in Mercer.
Mhm.
I have to pay the fee for the course.
So this year you spent 175.
Yeah.
And that was for classes?
Some education, yes.
Okay, and you anticipate that next year you're going to
I
have,
think it's gonna be high, much higher, yes.
right, but what will you be doing additionally, or what will the
No,
city?
no, I have 30 CEUs to take in the next 3 years, that's it's just covering those costs,
Okay,
which I'm anticipating having to either put it out of pocket or the state pays for, as
okay,
a county stuff.
okay.
Changing world out there, I'm afraid.
Yes, everyone's squeezing, right? Travel.
That's fine.
Okay. And then computer and equipment,
Now, I'm gonna need a new printer, I view that's capital, but I'm gonna need a high-speed printer.
condition your current printer?
Yeah.
You currently have a printer?
I have a printer, but it's an antique.
Is it not functioning or is it?
So it's functioning, but it just won't do what I'm gonna have to do. I may have to wind up doing my own labels, I'm not sure yet. Excuse me.
All right, so
It's like 10 years old.
for the sake of ease, I'm gonna suggest that we keep a list of all the technology requests. And then, we'll keep that over here. And then we'll do a separate technology consideration after the whole budget process, so we'll put it to that list.
Easy to please.
Michael, I have, what the amounts from 2022 for that category.
Yes, thank you.
The bulk of it was the value letters that were mailed out, I guess. Printed, Rick, it was made out to Vital for $2,900.
Okay,
So that was the bulk of that
okay, so, okay.
expense in 2022.
2,200, all right, so
2,900,
I'd like to
29,
I'm way
thank you.
off yet, but,
that was the value letters.
okay.
So that was not spent in
And one appeal.
2023. You're looking at 22 numbers, Sue, right?
Correct.
Right, so in 23,
Yeah, I'm doing 2023 now, as we speak.
okay,
The value letters, right, they're getting ready to go out,
Right.
correct?
Yeah, as soon as we find somebody to come up. Check into that.
all right, so then the 3,300 should be enough then that's currently budgeted for 2024.
Okay,
All right, we gone through, do you have any other capital requests besides the printer?
not that I'm aware of. I have a new computer, so that's good.
Before I ask if anyone else has any questions, I'm trying to understand the changeover in the needs, and this has been a very helpful conversation, because even just Sue hearing about what her needs are. So what is the next step for 2024 in terms of outside contractors for what services? Just so I have a clear list.
I think it'll just be for mailing labels, like farmland assessment letters and the reassessment letters.
And we still aren't certain about the 200-foot list. We used to get that from Vital as well, and the new company is not providing that. They told us to do it manually, which would take about 4 or 5 hours for us to manually put together that list. SDL does have a component. And what we've been doing is, as long as Vital allows us in, we've been trying to compare the two to make sure they are the same. We don't have a comfort level with SDL.
And Vital was done the end of the year,
So
closing.
that might be another expense, and we don't know what that's going to be, because in our research, we haven't found a company that provides that.
So we're not the only ones in this boat, I'm sure eventually
Correct.
somebody.
We're all kind of, everybody, all the clerks in Hunterdon County were kind of scrambling. Most of it falls under the assessor's auspice, but in Lambertville, it falls under the clerk.
Okay,
And, so that's an issue that we have to try and resolve.
all right, so if we were to make a punch list now,
Mhm.
this goes in the category of additional services in the 24 budget. What are the additional services that we're gonna have to look for in the assessor's office?
Mailing,
Mhm.
so a mailing service, basically.
Mhm.
And I'm thinking it would be a software to do the 200-foot list.
Okay,
And legally, we can only charge $10 for that. That's code, that's set by statute. And so we are expending more money than we're actually receiving to do those lists. So no. And in many cases, Rick will tell you, when people come in, it's not just one property, it's like 3 that they're doing. So, it's very tedious. You have to use the tax map, which has not been updated in several years.
That's another expense.
So you go from the corner out 200 feet, each corner of the property, and then you draw circles, and everything within that big circle are the properties that you have to record. So it's not unusual for us to have 200 that we would have to pull off of the list.
so to the mailing services,
Mhm.
the city already has mailing services, vendors that we're using.
We're using Edmunds, correct, Sue?
Yes. Edmonds had, it was called Maple Direct. That, was contracted through Edmonds, but now Edmonds does it in-house. So they're able, for the tax collector at least, they're able to pull all that information. I don't know if Edmonds and this new program play well together.
Okay,
I would doubt it. This program doesn't play well with anything.
when does the mailing service need to be selected by? This is 2023 issue, correct? Did I hear you say?
Yeah, I need that boosted for 23 also, because I'm in 23 now.
What is your deadline to put out your next assessment letters?
So they're at the end of November.
Okay.
That's pushing it.
And then you also have to think about their lead time to get them out.
Right.
Yeah.
Cindy, I have no other questions. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you, Rick.
Sue? Ron?
If you want, stop by and see me. Okay. Then I'll give you the contact information. Okay.
Thank you very much. Was that
Thank you, folks.
Operation
Day.
two? All right, our next guest doesn't arrive till 9:30. So at this point, we'll take a little brief break.
Okay.
Start in a moment or two, and maybe then we can introduce yourself, Christine, for help.
Here's the microphone. Christy, since you've just arrived, maybe you just want to introduce yourself and just look towards it now.
Sure. Hi, my name is Christy Arrett. I'm the CFO here in Lambertville.
Thank you. It's 9:30, so get on with the tax collector.
All right, very well.
Thank you. The tax collector could not be here today. She is full-time in another municipality and today is their accelerated tax sale, so it was a conflict for her. But Sue and I are prepared to give her a budget. So Sue, maybe you want to start?
I'm sorry, before we begin, I just want to also recognize, we went through who was on the call before.
Mhm.
Council President Stegman's here with us today. We recognize him in the audience. Thanks for being with us.
Great.
Christy, if you can, just for the benefit of the folks at home, we did an introduction before about the purpose of these hearings are, but you have a very integral role. Can you just, for the public's sake, just talk a little bit about what your role with the city is?
Sure. So I am the finance officer. I here part-time, but I basically maintain the general ledger and all the budget accounts and the revenue accounts and make sure that, everything is, where it should be, number wise. So, yeah, yes,
Thank you.
yes.
All right, start with the tax collector. So the tax collector, there's how many employees in the tax collector's office?
Well, we have one full-time and then we share an accounts receivable clerk, which is mostly tax.
Okay, you say one full-time, what's that mean?
No, I'm sorry, we have two part-time employees. We have the tax collector who comes on Tuesdays, and then we have an accounts receivable clerk who works 12 hours a week.
And who are those people?
You want to give me? Jessica Cray.
Yes,
She's a certified tax collector, and then we also have Jill Titus,
okay,
who works between the tax office and the clerk's office, but I'm gonna say 90% of her job is taxes.
so the tax collector's name is Jessica.
Correct.
She would be here otherwise, so I'm giving her.
That is correct. She would be, yes.
Okay, all right, has she indicated to you that there's any major salary and wage changes coming up?
Not to me, but
What can I make it correct? The accounts receivable salary is charged solely to the clerk. So there's a portion of my salary that gets charged to tax collector.
Right, let's go through that slowly, please.
There's a portion of my salary that
Mhm.
gets charged to tax collector
Your salary in what position?
for tax assistant. I take care of all the delinquent notices and mail them out. And I was helping with tax sale notices, any mailings, big mailings that need to go out, I handle for her,
Okay.
which I had done prior to.
Just gonna make sure we can see here. So it helps out. Okay, and this was something implemented in, I know we've been discussing it in 22, was implemented in 23, the change? in
Yes.
structure?
But it's not a full year. I think she started in,
Just started in May. The previous tax collector was also part-time and I helped her as well.
Okay. All right, let's start with the first line, advertising, legal, printing.
Okay, she's actually reducing that to $125. Cause the ad, everything's electronic now, so it's not as much. It didn't cost, the only advertisement that she has is the tax sale advertisement. And this year it was less than $100.
So the 23 budget amount was 125.
Right, so she's gonna keep it at that.
Keep it at 25,
Yes.
okay. Postage and delivery charges.
Postage is going up. In January, I think it's going up to 68 cents. And she would like that increased to 3,200. That would include postage if we do estimated tax bills.
Okay, so we're gonna note for the, for our own internal records here that all postage, we have a worksheet for postage that we have to put in that number and project it out by the date of the increase. For all those who have independent postage lines. So in 2023, as of my records here, from the beginning of October, less than half of that $3,000 or so was expended. Is there a lot more left to do this year?
I don't believe so.
At 1,356 spent.
Yeah, I think that her thought was with the postage and not knowing whether we were going to do estimated bills.
Did we do estimated bills this year?
We did not. We avoided them.
I think we did the year before,
We did.
Mhm.
so that's why the postage was less. What we spent was less last year as compared to years in the past.
So looking at, let's look at 2020, what was it 2022 actual? I gotta expand my spreadsheet over here.
$3,090.
3,000, yeah, that's the difference. Okay. All right, we'll make a note of that. We'll, as we move through this process here, we'll determine if, in fact, we need to include that. So. Okay,
The only other change. Let's see, office supplies.
may I go line by line?
Oh,
If you mind?
sorry,
It's okay. Printing and binding, 2,500, only 1,000 spent. What was the request there?
the same, she didn't make any changes,
Okay.
but she also didn't order any new forms this year. She does need to order delinquent notices. Certificate sales, tax certificate sale notices. And she will need envelopes,
So the 2,500 should be enough.
yes.
Vital, she's become conversation a lot.
Is
We're gonna zero that out this year. Where will the new costs be for the replacement of vital?
I don't know, I don't think there is a fee, I think the BRT or whatever it's called. Does what Vital would charge us to do.
Okay, we'll put an open item here just to confirm that even though we're reducing this item down to zero, that there's no corresponding new charges that we have to account for. All right, books and publications, any changes?
No,
Computer supplies,
up to 500, which is only $50.
all right, any justification? Okay. Just making a couple notes here. Should probably find out why and spend more on computer supplies, even though it's $50. Make a note of that, we still talk to her offline. She's here. Education and training,
She's you missed conferences and
sorry,
meetings,
thank you, conference and meetings,
she reduced that to 100.
okay?
Because again, any conferences she attended would be charged her full time. employment, not to the city.
Okay. Education training,
That, would like to remain the same for me to continue my tax classes.
okay, so did you take any classes in 23?
I was awarded a scholarship,
Okay,
so I have yet to schedule it for the winter.
for 24.
Yeah, yes,
So I think in the beginning of the year,
I did.
we budgeted the amount for Sue to take tax collector classes, but then she was awarded, a scholarship through the, New Jersey League of Municipalities where they paid for her classes. So the city didn't have to pick up that cost.
That's why I wasn't spent out this year.
Yes.
How many classes are in tax collector curriculum?
3.
3, you've taken 1,
Mhm.
the scholarship was for 1. So then we expect that you'll be taking how many in 24? 2024.
We're gonna take 1 or 2. We're gonna take 1 in the spring and 1 in the fall.
That was the plan, yes.
Okay, and so the cost for the classes or class approximately?
I think they're like 1,300 around
Yeah,
there,
they're-
or if that, yeah, anywhere, usually they're around 1,000, 1,300, I think it depends on the class, I think they vary.
Okay, so this
For reference.
$2,300 budget line is for 2 classes that we expect will take in 2024. Okay. Does the league give out concurrent subsequent follow-up
I don't
scholarships?
know.
Who said
I'll
that?
check.
Yeah, it's good money, it's good money. Congratulations. Tax Professional Association dues,
No change there.
um. Tax, travel and food, 0,
Same.
okay, computer equipment,
That is the cost of the Edmonds and that, according to the new bill, stays the same.
right now, there is a 500, like a $350 delta. Between the budgeted amount was actually spent, is that a once a year fee? The $3,057.52,
Yes.
okay, so could we reduce this by $200 and give ourselves a little extra room just in case there's a small increase?
I don't see why that would be an issue. It should
Sure,
be.
we would have to look at the bill to see what the
Yeah,
actual bill is.
Yeah,
Alright, so let's make a note then, Ryan, please, we'll have to confirm what the 2024 bill is for Edmonds
We'll have
for
it
that
noted.
account, so we can make a note, we have it here.
it's, let's see, I don't have my calculator, but, tax billing maintenance is 2583.43.
Mhm,
And then the whip maintenance is $681.35.
mhm,
And then there is a maintenance for the validator
mhm.
for $306.61. So that would be the tax collector's portion of the annual admin's bill.
For 2024,
Yes,
357139. Right, so I'm gonna suggest that we just put in that amount. 357139. For a budget line,
3571.79.
357139.
39, okay, I'll write the longer sheet.
Everyone's welcome to double check my math. Yeah, 357139, okay. Tax liquidation, foreclosure, property, we've exceeded the budget this year in this area.
Yes,
Can you give us a little background, do you know it?
this is, I believe Cindy, do you have information on this? Because this is mostly handled by the attorney.
So yes, I do, thank you. We have 3 different properties in the community, one at 310 North Union Street, and Swan Street, the 150 Swan Street. And then I think it's 113 Swan that the city is looking at liquidating. We also have a couple other properties that we're looking into, but what we would do is liquidate the property and then go ahead and sell them to property owners that are contingent. We found out that 150 Swan Street is not sellable because it's got such a steep slope on it. So that's part of this fee. And the other two properties, we were clearing the deed. One was we were foreclosing on a lien, and the other one was a deed that we were clearing. Neither of the two have been finished yet. And I do think that we'll have additional funds next year that will be needed. It's hard to predict because you don't know until you get into research on the title, how much or who has to approve that sale. Right now, we're waiting for the Attorney General's office to sign on.
Oh,
Mhm.
so the activity that's in the expense, sorry. The activity that's in this expense for 23 was relate to those 3 properties only.
Correct.
So we would have to now think about what new properties may be in
Yes.
24.
Plus, we're not finished.
So we
with
would have
this.
the current, any plus any new. What would trigger us to look for new properties?
Properties that maybe are between two different properties. I mean, maybe you have a lot. And that lot is City of Lambertville unknown owner.
Mhm.
And so there are instances where that lot would be of value to a property owner that's contiguous to that, and that's. We can get it then back onto the tax rolls, and that's a benefit for everyone.
All right, so the budget amount was $750. Where we're currently as of October, about $1,656. So do you have a recommendation for what 20?
1,500.
Anyone have any thoughts on that at all?
Just has 18 written down, but I don't think
Okay.
300 here or there is gonna make a difference.
Never does up front, always does at the end.
Yeah.
All right, so she didn't give any notes as to why she said 1,800?
No, we were just based, like I said, they just show up. We're unaware of the invoices until they show up.
Okay. All right, well, I'm gonna suggest we go with the lower of the 2 numbers just because. Better, we have other space in here that is department that we need it and get it. So, all right, we'll go 1,500 then. All right, anything else? Are there any capital requests from the collector?
The only capital is a printer as well.
Okay, and we'll talk about being that the assessor and the tax collector share an office, we'll look in our technology units to come up with a joint solution. Okay, great. Madam CFO, anything else? Anyone else? Anyone have questions? All right, well, I think we're done with this for now, and then at 10 o'clock, we will go to the finance office, so. Yeah, that's the one. We'll be starting in approximately 3 minutes.
Two. 9:08, I have a book.
To your timing. Whatever you say it is. We're only doing finance. There's no other offices will do it at the same time here. Trying to think.
Just got finance down
That's it.
at 10, yeah.
Okay, so. We'll do audit services, no stuff in here, that there.
Maybe next year we can do 15 minutes for smaller departments.
You know, in the past we've done that, and then one runs over, one runs under, do little spaces in between.
So what I've been doing is pausing and recording so that if anybody's watching it from the public, they're not like sitting through dead silence.
That was Christine, that all the supply line is now down to 660. Expense, I mean, that's the opening balance. Okay. Just say 600. I still have to order calendars.
It's 10 o'clock, welcome back. Our next department is finance department. So Christy and Sue will be, get us information there. Starting with salary and wages, currently Can you just tell us how many employees there are in the department?
Sure, there is, one full-time employee, which would be Sue, and then there is a part-time employee, which is myself.
Great.
Just the two.
And we went over earlier what your roles were. Do you expect any changes, any substantial material changes, salary wages in this department?
No, I think so.
Okay. All right, so the OE,
Okay, so, first of all, I would like to say that overall, we're going to decrease our budget by, I would say about $1,000. So I just want to start off by saying that, so,
good,
but,
well, we're
so-
done here, thank you.
So, we'll go line by line, but for the, postage and delivery, if we could just do 600, last year we did 618.32 we'll do 600.
Okay.
Because we still have some bill lists that need to go out and, then we have like year-end stuff that needs to be mailed out, like tax forms, W-2s, things like that, so. You know, we're still gonna have, I know we haven't spent it all yet, but there still are mailings that need to go out for the remainder of the year. Printing and binding, we're gonna put that to 300. And that money there is used for our year-end form, so I know we haven't spent anything yet, but that money is spent for when we order W-2s and 1099s. Which is, we do that at the end of the year. So that money will be spent, but last year we had $100 in there and that's not gonna be enough, so the forms, you know, everything's going up, so we're gonna, 300 I think should be sufficient.
You spent $303 in 2022.
Right, right, so yeah, that number is just strictly for our year-end reports, so we're getting ready to order them soon. I don't think we placed the order yet, we were looking at it. Finance and, office equipment, 0. Finance miscellaneous, last year we put 1,000, I think we just weren't sure what was gonna be there. We haven't used that line item, I'm just gonna drop it to 100, just in case something comes up throughout the year that didn't budget for, we weren't expecting, it's just nice to have a little cushion there, so I'm just gonna save $900 in that line item. Books and publications, that will stay 0. Office equipment, we're gonna leave at 3,000. So I know if you're looking at your sheet, it said that we spent 1,500, but we just placed an order we were running low on ink. So we just placed the order at Staples for ink, so I think we've spent like $800 on ink, so that number has changed since your original sheet. So 3,000 should be where we should fall with what we're doing.
What is the driving cost in that line for you?
Toners.
Toner is most of it.
Okay.
So conferences and meetings, I'm going to leave at 0, because I work full-time someplace else and they pick up all the conferences and meetings, my full-time job pays for that, so there's no need to budget any money there. Education and training, we're gonna leave at $100, that's just for any kind of like classes or any pop-up classes like pension that Sue might need to just help with her, you know, knowledge of the department.
That's enough for one.
Yeah, so anything that would just be for Sue, because anything that I would
One
need,
class for one webinar is $100.
right, so we spent 50.
Yeah, last year I attended a accumulated absences webinar.
Okay.
Yeah, so. I think that should be sufficient. And really there's zeros for everything, the next couple ones.
So let's just.
Actually, I'm gonna put $100 in travel.
Well, let's just.
So, okay, so we'll do
Uniform maintenance,
uniform 0, professional associations
Zero.
0.
Go ahead and have travel.
Travel, I'm going to put 100. And the only reason why I'm saying that is because my full-time job picks up all my classes. If I go to the league, pays for my license, anything like that. So I am just asking, because I am a licensed professional here, that if I do travel to any of these conferences that my full-time job pays for, I would just like to know if it would be okay that I submit any travel expenses, mileage and tolls, that maybe the city could pick up that. So that would be my only request, that I was asking it to up it to $100 for that.
Just to round out that discussion, does the city reimburse other like statutory officers or professionals for travel?
Yes, I believe, right, Cindy, do you get reimbursed for
I have
that?
not been putting it for travel. When I go, but that's, that's me, so.
The tax
Okay.
assessor does give you.
The tax
But the
assessor
city
does-
has a policy in which it does reimburse. is
That
my
is
question.
correct.
And I'm sure with the pre-approval process for any reimbursement.
Right, right.
Okay,
So like if I go to the Tax Collectors and Treasurers Association League every year, that is like $350. My license renewal is 50. The League of Municipalities
think it's-
about 100, so
for a new item, just we want
Right.
to make sure that we can state that it's in to the policy that we do reimburse for those. And so
Right.
the budget item, 100, got it.
okay. And office equipment, 0, furniture, 0. And then this would be our biggest line item, which is our finance, computer and data equipment. So that is our finance office system, that is our admin system. That is basically what we use on a daily basis to run our department. So we did get the bill, we looked at the bill, so we're
Let's
gonna,
do this slowly because I
Sure.
think this go around, I'd like to keep better track. I'd like to set up a worksheet on our cloud-based services. And so we have the tax line. So what do we have here for finance? What's the software?
admins,
Okay.
software.
I'd like to set up a separate worksheet for all of this. Sure.
Oh, Christie, that's just for the modules, and then there's another bill
So we have on that one, tax.
for the hosting. But this gets charged to the admin line.
Okay. Okay, so are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so our finance software is $3,872.32. Our payroll software is $2,714.03. Our escrow system is $1,107.18. And that would be the charges that we would have to
All
pay.
right, so 3872.
Did you do the electronic requisition?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry, there is another one, another $1,107.18 for the requisition, so there should be 4. Finance, payroll, escrow, and electronic.
So 3872 is the finance module. 271403 is the payroll.
Payroll,
Mhm.
$1,107.18 for escrow, and another $1,107.18 for requisitions, it's the same number. So there should be 4.
All right, search this there. Do you have a total on that?
8,871.
8,870. So we're gonna bring that budget line up from 8,500 to 8,871.
I had 8,800, but yes, 71, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Just want to recognize that Mayor Norwood has joined us. Hello, Mayor.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, everybody. I'm sorry, I was hoping to be here earlier, but I'm here now. So I just sit and listen.
Okay. All right, so that moves through all our other expense lines. Unless there's anything else that you or Sue want to add for that.
No,
Okay. Are there any capital requests this year?
I don't think, do you have it like,
Larger screens.
Okay, with
That's-
technology. How many screens?
2,
Current screens you have are functioning,
yes,
so they could be put
just
back. and
2 holes that I,
repurposed, so other people could.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is how old is your computer?
I don't know.
Because the screens may not be something that's used with if you have to get a new computer. We're finding that they don't integrate.
Okay. Anything else for our finance office?
No, that's all we have.
Thank you very much. Our next is 10:30 in the clerk's office and. Clerk's office is here now,
I'm happy, I can go now.
and then. Who is going to speak for public works?
I did believe Lester's coming,
Okay,
he didn't say he wasn't.
so before we start the clerks, do we want to maybe see if Lester wants to come a little bit earlier, and then we can. What time? I'll call him.
Okay, so, it is 10:10. I would say 10:30.
Thank you.
See? Okay.
Okay. Would you like me to start?
All right, we're just gonna move to that. Hold on a second. Oh, I'm sorry, before. Audit services, we have $40,000 in.
Um. So. You know, I would maybe, for right now, we will have a good number on this. Maybe 42, RFPs haven't been received yet, so once we have the RFPs received. It will say in the RFP what the audit services are, so just for now, for preliminary, just with inflation, sorry. I would say maybe a $2,000 increase, but we will have a good number on that once we get RFPs back from the auditor.
All right, so we'll read this 42, right?
We can always revisit that.
Thank you. All right, the clerk.
Okay. So the clerk's budget is fluid, it's always changing, and it depends greatly on the action of the governing body. So for the salary and wage line, I'm asking for a 2% increase.
So before we do that, can you just quickly tell us the makeup of the salary and wage for your office?
Okay. So we have 2 full-time employees, and I guess the part-time employee that we share with the tax office is charged tomorrow.
Thank you.
Which I really feel like that should be split
Mhm.
for 2024. I also would like to have consideration.
To take a look at where the allocation is, split meaning
Um,
proportionally or
between-
just shifted completely out of your line, what are you suggesting?
Well, she does work for us, I would say, you know, a 10-90 split, 90% being mostly in tax collector because that's what she's doing most of the time. And also Lindsay gives backup to that, to the tax collector, so, you know, Lindsay does all of the blue books and, we only have a employee for 12 hours a week. So when you're in heavy tax time, Lindsay's giving the backup support to get the money in, so, you know, I think that that's probably a fair sense.
Okay.
So in my office, I'm a statutory appointment and I cannot get overtime. However, an awful lot of things goes to Lindsay. Whenever there's an emergency, both of us are tasked with, you know, getting on Facebook, and it could be that it's late at night, early in the morning, and it can even be in the middle of the night. So I would like to have a little bit of, money budgeted for her overtime. She also attends the rabies clinic, on weekends, and there have been other things, that Lindsay, is asked to do that are outside the scope of her job, which we all do, but it makes her work more than the normal schedule. The inflation rate, is 3.7, that's what they're predicting, for 2024. In 2022 is 8.2. Postage increases.
Are you done with salary wages?
Yeah, I'm just giving an overview and then I'll
okay.
go back into this, please. So we have postage increases in 2024, it's 5 cents per item. And a lot of that is like if we are working on an ordinance, we're doing a lot of mailings specific to, like, for instance, the short-term rentals. We did an awful lot of mailings this year, which it's difficult to budget for. So, and then with the increase, we also have to, you know, keep that in mind. So with the ordinances, we have to pay for advertising, and then we have to pay for codification. So, in 2023, so far, we've done 36 ordinances. In 2022, we did 38. So all of that costs money. And the deputy clerk is taking some classes, and she is a certified registrar, which means she has to go to the league to get her coursework. We do as much as we can online using free videos. But there are times when you just have to, to go to attend a meeting. And then in legal, this year I didn't use any legal, and we'll get to that eventually, but I just want to give a for instance. So 2 years ago, the African American Data Research Institute filed an open request with the clerk's office, and we get several requests, as do other departments, but they asked for information we didn't have. So I gave them the information we had. And they filed a complaint because we didn't know why police officers left. And Oprah is to, request a document that is made or maintained. It doesn't mean that I have to, go search and research for people. So they filed a complaint against me. And that takes attorney time. It was finally heard yesterday. The city won. They said that we provided them the correct information and denial of the other was appropriate. But I see that coming more and more. I'm getting more and more requests when we do our RFPs for the road projects. I'm getting a request for, they want us to do a bid tabulation and a comparison of all the bids received. Typically I deny it and I provide them with the bids if they want to do it. It's kind of like a middle road. But I'm getting pushback from other vendors. And so I see this as becoming more and more of an issue. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's light.
Oprah has the way people do business now.
It has, and people for like construction purposes, I really feel like for the most part, it's people purchasing property, so they're doing their research, and I think I would encourage that. However, when you get a request, and Sue knows, we get them biannually from one, the Oprah machine, they call themselves, and then there's another one, and they want all of our, they'll ask for a time period, and they want all the purchase orders that we've issued. Sometimes they'll ask for all of the police overtime. I mean, it's a myriad of stuff. And it's really, some of it is just for them to see how we spend our money.
But I think it's important that you characterize the volume
Mhm.
that Oprah can produce for the discussion. Whether or
Yes.
not it's warranted or not, we follow statutes, but it becomes voluminous and volume equals time.
Well, and also, in addition to that, people are filing complaints because they want us to do part of their research for them, which isn't what Oprah's for.
Okay, a
So,
couple questions for you, with basing opening statements, if you don't mind.
yep, I'm finished.
All right, currently there's a overtime, line in your budget, I believe. And so looking at what is the salary wage worksheet, there's $1,000 in there for 2023. Is that adequate?
Is that adequate? I would say, I would ask for 2,000.
Did you pay any overtime out in 2023?
No, we did not. I didn't know I had overtime in that budget. My worksheet doesn't break it out that way.
Mhm. All right, so give me a sense of what it was the overtime. This would be a new expenditure for your office.
It would be
All right, so what would you be targeting the overtime usage for? I heard rabies clinic.
rabies clinic.
So we know we have some scheduled occurrences when it would be, so what would this be approximately?
So that would be one time a year.
Mhm.
It's 3 hours.
Rabies clinic,
Yeah.
what other times do you think we should be starting to plan around?
So whenever there's a road project in town, sometimes that changes and you'll be home and at 10 o'clock you get a notice that the road changes. So it requires somebody to go into Facebook and post those changes. And we have a lot of road work. So I'm gonna say she's doing that probably twice a month. And so that's going to be a half hour.
Okay, of our communications.
Yeah.
Any other times that we can think of, and we can come back to this more later, when you have time to
Yes.
think on it, that would be events that we wanna.
Yeah, I mean, there are times when, like, we do a Lambertville Matters in the in the past, we did a hard copy of the newsletter. We're not doing that anymore. But I'd like to still have a little bit of a cushion for additional advertising of events or advertising, you know, a special thing that the board's doing.
Okay. Thank you for that information. All right, so let's dive right in line by line then.
Okay, so advertising, you know, last year I think I spent 5,200. I'm asking for 5 for this year.
So 5,200 is current as of when?
As of October 16th.
I'm showing them because I have 28, 25
Okay, maybe my printer is like
for current.
it's over like it, so I may not be reading that correctly.
Right, so in 2022, you spent 5193. In 2023, currently at 2825, your budget is 4,500. You're thinking you're gonna have more next year?
I don't know. Again, this is something that's all driven by the actions of the governing body.
Mhm.
This is all the advertising for all of the, you know, the ordinances, all of the boards and commissions whenever they change their meeting schedule. So I think we should go up to 5,000 because advertising rates are going up as well.
Noted, thank you.
For postage and delivery charges, I think through October 16th, I spent $972.
Okay,
And because of that, and because of landlord registration and mailings that for a while, we were doing email, but it's not really working, so we're going to have to start mailing out postcards and things like that. So for postage, I would like that to go up to 1,500.
okay,
For printing and binding, right now we're at 377.50. We budgeted 750, that's for our letterhead and for envelopes, and anything else that we might send to the printer to print, like the handbook, things like that, anything that's a high volume printer. So I'm asking for $800.
historically, I've never spent that much.
Yes, but binding and everything's going up. The cost of everything is going up.
Okay.
I don't know what the clerk cleaning and maintenance of buildings is, but
There's a charge there for 188.78. So can you look at that for 2023?
There was a vacuum purchased for City Hall. And the plastic that was purchased for cleanup. Is what was split in there.
okay. Okay,
Is there a line would there have been another line we would have used in years past because it's generally a zero line budget?
buildings and grounds.
We could have gone to buildings and grounds, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is over. But
Everybody quiet for
So if it's first of all, it's possible to move it there in 2023, so we keep the slide down for us.
you want me to do budget match? Was that how I would do it?
Sit over here.
All right,
Okay, I don't have motor vehicles. Maintenance of other equipment, I'm assuming, well, it says that I've spent $736, I'm assuming that's for the postage machine.
we'll take a look.
Which, by the way, has been invaluable,
I'm glad that's working out.
but
So
I'm not the
looking
only one
for
that uses it.
The cost of, there's 736.15 in 2023 and maintenance of other equipment.
That was for the fax line repair.
But my office isn't the only office that uses that fax line. Quite honestly, in this past year, I've scanned everything and email it. I think it's used primarily by the public assistance director. So I don't think that all should be charged to me.
Is that who is the vendor on that, Sue,
Volt Communications,
for the repair?
yes.
Who provides the service? That's fine. Is it Verizon or?
No,
It's just get, yeah, it's
It's our
Comcast or Xfinity.
All right, so
It
it's
just
built
gets
in.
charged to the telephone line.
Yes,
Would
sir.
it be better placed than to put this in the administration budget where we charge the cost for telephone facts anyway? I'm asking for Sue and Christie's opinion on that. Cause this is a zero line, no sense of starting introducing expenses if it's shared universally.
We can move it there,
All right,
Where am I moving it?
administration.
administration, where we pay the phone bills at? General connectivity and internet.
Okay, so we're down to legal services. You'll see that there's
23
money.
was a good year.
It was, well, but you haven't received,
Oh,
we haven't
first half of
received,
23 was a good year.
we haven't received the attorney's bill for yesterday. I don't think it'll be that high though. So, just with that in mind, and also, keep in mind that my office receives tort claims. 90% of the tort claims are handled by the insurance company, but there is a small percentage that are not, so. I do think we should leave, I'm okay with $1,000 in that budget line.
Reduce it from Gen 1. Thank you.
Professional consultant fees, we budgeted 500, and you'll see in the past, like 2019, it was 12,000. So what is, I'm not really sure what's being charged in that right now.
It's all the incidentals for McManaman in Scotland.
Okay, so we should.
And there was, hold on a second, there was a bill received from Malamute. For something you had asked Tom Hastings about.
Okay, so that would be the bond ordinance, that's, he's the bond attorney. So should that be charged against the bond ordinance?
Why would, we've done bond ordinances for many years, why would, is that a change, is that we're always?
The description was a conversation with Cindy, it didn't tell me what it was about. It
I
just
see.
said,
There's probably in preparation of the bond.
it's like, part of that bill was charged to finance. Because it was a form he had to fill out.
So the question is that if it was for an order, for a spending ordinance, the conversation, so you're asking if you should charge that ordinance rather than to the budget, I mean, that would make sense. Doing what research to make that determination.
Does it get charged to a specific bond? Where does it get charged if it's an ordinance?
It usually gets charged back to that
To that
ordinance.
ordinance, we should probably clarify because I'm thinking I may have a different memory of this request, this conversation. Thinking it may have been a conversation about something that we wanted to charge to a bond ordinance. So, for example, the trees at Holcomb Park, we had a couple of conversations with Tom.
Yes, we
Hastings.
did, but they should go back to the bond ordinance, and he should, in his bills, be citing what ordinance we discussed, so we charge it appropriately.
Well, is it appropriate to write him back and ask him to clarify what bond ordinance this was in reference to?
So we'll tag this as a follow-up, and then we'll get written notification back from the attorney as to its purpose to charge the ordinance, and then. When that happens, we'll make the change within 2023.
And so I would then just leave it, we appropriated 500, I think we can leave it at 500.
Should the incidentals be going somewhere else in the budget?
Incidentals like miscellaneous, what do you need?
So that's when we get a bill from our attorney.
Mhm.
They're contracted for $5,000 a month.
Mhm.
And then there's always incidentals, whether it's postage or research.
Which attorney?
McManaman.
The city attorney.
The city attorney.
Mhm.
So that should be charged to the city's attorney department rather than to the clerk.
We had this issue last year, because there are incidentals that show up, and I don't remember if we said, would it be, it's not a separate line, it's just.
You had indicated you wanted it kept separate, so
It's
it wouldn't cut away at the
right,
annual
Right.
contract.
right. So is that where?
Okay with that there, and this is like, we talked about when he's sending mailings out that reference the properties that we're selling. It's his copying anything that he has to file with the county clerk's office, so it's fine to leave the.
But should it go to the legal services line or leave it in the professional consultant for future?
It's not really. It's a little different. In that it's not his physical working on a project, it's not his hourly rate. It's the incidentals.
I think it should be tagged close to legal services, because these are costs incurred by somebody in that department, which is a contracted attorney. if we leave it in the clerk's office, it almost looks like the clerk is incurring this
Yeah.
cost, when in fact the clerk is not. So
So then we're gonna need to add a line.
we had to add a line
Okay,
for legal service, and then we transfer it in 2023. I know, it's a good thing it's early in November still, right? So I would suggest we do, but I want Sue and Chrissy to agree. We transfer 23.
So you wanna transfer to, administration?
No, create a new line in the law in a legal department for these incidentals, and then any 23 incidentals that come in as relate to the. City attorney's work charged to that department, so it doesn't look like the clerk is. Creating this.
Cause I think the legal is charged to administration, correct?
No, it has, the legal has its own section in the
Because
budget,
Okay, okay,
we have to add a budget in here.
but we don't have a line for incidentals.
okay.
Alright, alright, everyone's on their head.
so other contractuals, Sue, what is in that line?
That's the copier lease. The copier overages. Postage machine lease. Basically, that's what all that is.
All right, so these are all things that are used by every department, even the court sends their mailings up to us and we run them through the postage machine for her. So, is that something we want to move to another line? The admin?
What percentage of this expense do you think is solely the clerks?
25?
Really?
Mhm.
All the postage is charged to each individual department per use.
We do push that back out, that's right. So this includes the purchase or just the machine?
That's just the rent.
Machine.
Just the machine, and we do that allocation. The machine costs other departments as well?
Yeah.
Okay, we keep it here. So excluding the postage machine for a moment. The rest of the items, those are all still 25% the clerk?
But we scan a lot. The only time we really copy is for meetings. And we've cut that way back. Mailings, but it's used, Sue sometimes prints to it, the tax collector prints big things to that. Bambi uses it, so it's used by all departments. So by
Okay.
charging it all solely to me, it's not a fair representation of that particular bill.
So let's break it out for, if you could. So there's overages, there's a cost for overages, Sue said.
There are.
Let's take that aside for a moment.
Uh-huh.
So you stack up all your leasing costs
Mhm.
in there. And the clerk's office using about 25% of those total leasing costs.
Mhm.
Okay,
We're probably
So-
using more if you include the scanner, because they do charge you per item for scanning. And
they charge
Whatever
per
you-
item per scan.
yeah. And then they also charge, it's a monthly fee if you go over, I think it's 10,000 black and white. I wanna say 3,000 for color. I mean, you know, if you go over those, then they start charging. Same thing with scanning. My usage could be more. Because if I take into consideration all the scanning, for instance, we spent all summer long, we had a volunteer who scanned all of our landlord registration applications, which were 4-page documents, double-sided. They scanned all of that in.
So I'm gonna recommend then that it's for everyone to consider. For 2024,
Mhm.
we do a little bit of an analysis of where the cost centers are, moving up to administration's budget. And then make sure that we have a handle on who's the cost driver in those relationships and put that into our thinking. And then maybe. So you would have, what other contractuals would you have in 2024 then if the mail machine and the copy removed?
That's really it.
So it would be 0.
Yeah, or if you put a little bit in there, it would be for the overages, we've been printing out reports, we've been doing the stormwater
The
pollution plan.
overages are not to the clerk's office, they're overages just use of the machine.
Yes, but
They all go
also,
to that line.
Right.
but the color copies, things like that, and I think we could potentially, code the machine like we do the postage.
And I
machine.
think at a minimum that we come out of analysis, we should make sure we code it.
And then
handle.
we would know better for 2025, better health plan.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we leave it as is for 23, and then in 2024, we'll have a better breakout administration and a plan for 2024's usage. So looking for 2025, maybe we can put some allocations in.
Sounds good.
Thank you. So we'll put that as 0 for now.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Now, clerks, books and publications. The New Jersey League of Municipalities puts out various different publications. One is a S&W comparison. The other is a desk book. And NJSA, Title 40, they're what we need, we would like to order. I'm okay not ordering them in 2023, but I do want to order them in 2024.
$600 is enough.
Yeah, I think that'll be plenty.
I believe that is.
So I have, the next line is clerk janitorial and household supplies.
Mhm.
I don't know what was,
Nothing's been spent there except in 22. There was small, so it's 0. Let's give it a 0.
clerk office and computer supplies. You know, I've spent $2,500 this year. I think if we leave that at 3, I'll be okay.
Thank you. We'll be getting 4,500 down to 3 for 2024.
Clerk electrical supplies, I don't know what this is, but I'm not changing anything out for you, I'll send that. So clerk conferences and meetings, we budgeted 200, we've only spent 120. But here's what's happening, like the Hunter County Municipal Clerks Association, because of COVID for years didn't charge, they're beginning to charge again. And it's not just me, it's Lindsay that goes too. So I'd like to have $400 in that line item.
For 2 people to participate in meetings throughout the year.
Various, yes. Sometimes it's registrar, you know, and they charge a minimal fee. You usually pay $25. So it's a very good thing for us to do and very inexpensive.
Okay.
Clerk education and training, again, I've got, I'd like to leave that the same. You'll have the deputy clerk who's going through the municipal clerk classes. And also, I didn't need very many credits this year, but I will next year.
All right, let's, how many classes are there in municipal clerk?
There are 7 classes and she has completed 2, so she'd like to do 2 a year.
And what's the approximate cost per class?
750 to 950, and that's based on last year.
Okay,
So, because they haven't put the new schedule in.
so then let's say, for her, that would be maybe $2,000 around numbers.
Mhm.
And then for you,
Then I'm going to need to go to the league next year and spend a couple of days. And also throughout the year, there'll be other classes.
$1,000.
Yeah, I think that's plenty. I have, and we're really big on cyber security, and that's really what is costing the most right now.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll keep it at 3,000 budget line. Association, Principal Association.
So again, you know, you have the Hunter County Municipal Clerks Association, we have the registrar, and it's not just for me, it's, you have to double it because it's me and the deputy now because she's attending. So we have spent, $777. And, I think that if we can raise that to 950 will be more than, that should be more than sufficient.
What's the difference between the 777 this year and the 950?
It is because next year we're going to have to spend more to go to the, like some of the classes, the first half of the year, we didn't have to pay anything for. But the second half for the clerks, we had to pay. So when we go to those trainings, you're going to have to, you know, pay attendance fees.
So-
And also the registrar, which the mid-state registrar has not been active, but they're beginning to, which will be very valuable to us because what happens with the Registrar Association is the state of New Jersey provides so many credits that you can do online.
Mhm.
But once you've done that, you can't do them again and get credit. So Lindsay and I have done everything for free that we can do.
So we have the conference and meetings line, which we already talked about, and then we have dues. I would think the dues is just a multiplier of people times dues, and then we would want to raise the other budget line.
No,
Is
I
additional?
think that's fine because the Hunter County Municipal Clerks this year charged, but the registrar, the mid-state yet registrar didn't. So when you add all that into play too, does this also include the League of Municipalities? And that is,
It was the league
you know,
at 500 $27. Dues for Hunterdon County Clerk Association was $200, and then Registrar Association was $25 per person.
So if you wanna lower that and move the League of Municipalities, because that shouldn't just be charged to money.
I'm just still uncertain, I just wanna get some more clarity.
Mhm.
What are, with the dues, and we don't have to do this now.
Yeah.
But there's a certain amount of dues paid per person that should be in that line.
Mhm.
And then the projections for the costs of the conference training should be in that.
So you don't have dues from the mid-state registrar in here? There were no dues, because they were not active, they've not been active since prior to COVID,
In
so
your,
that's
in
coming.
your description, you were talking about going to more classes, that's where I'm confused, so it's. So we just gotta sharpen it up, whatever it is, we'll put it in, but
Okay.
making those just sharpen it up, but
That's fine, but also I'm questioning whether the League of Municipalities should all be charged to me.
I've seen it typically done that way simply because it's the point of contact for the league and that's, so. Thank you for your good tenure and care of the league municipality, and it's been noted.
Okay, I just want to note that I'm the secretary to the governing body and the city of Lambertville, but not,
Okay.
okay. Clerk travel, I have not submitted for a refund. I usually eat that cost. And I'm okay with, if we should leave that at 150 because I don't know where Lindsay will be going next year, if they'll be online. Election expenses is the big one because next year is presidential.
Yeah, it seems that you've always tried to keep it pretty tight, but it is what it is, so. This year we already exceeded the budget.
We have because they changed the whole election system. The county bought out new machines. And one of the things that I actually think last year I asked for 5,000 in this line, and I think it was cut to 4. But the one thing that's really important in this line is we're really working through using this equipment. So for instance, it's a backup. They had paper ballot backups, and now they had to purchase another piece that would be a backup to that backup. And these are all laws that are changing, requiring new things. And so that's why I went over budget last year. And I would like to, in preparation for the presidential, have 6,000 in that line.
Okay, raising from 4 to 6.
If I may, there was a $2,400 charge in this line for the ballot box camera.
Mhm.
So, I mean, that's a good chunk of it, and we have not received the bill for this last election.
So if we're purchasing new equipment. Should we be?
We should be getting a refund for that from the county.
So what is election expense operationally? And what is election expense equipment purchase? Does equipment purchase, could we not purchase through our technology ordinance?
We could, but the county has a grant.
Well, right, so anything that's election related I believe how it works is that the city pays for it, then we submit it to the county and the county will reimburse us, so. We will charge it to the clerk's line item, but then when we get the reimbursement back from the county, it will reimburse that line item. But Cindy's right, we'll get another bill from the county for the election that we just had. So if you have the primary and the irregular election, you should get 2 bills from the county.
Is that simply, if we took the equipment out of the discussion for a moment, is this line only the invoices you get from the county?
Yeah,
No,
it should be, right?
no, we also purchased vote here signs. It's minimal. The bulk of it is for the use of the machines.
The primary bill, the bill from the primary was $2,200 from the county. So you would think it'd almost be the same amount coming for this past election.
Could potentially be more because they had to buy the backup ballot machine. box.
Hey, boy.
They
They're gonna pass
buy
that
it
on
and
to
then they
us.
pass it on to the
Form
municipality.
of that invoice, that's right.
Mhm.
The camera we purchased
But we did,
to be reimbursed
correct, they said that they would reimburse us for the camera.
in 2023.
Yes,
Did we submit all that to the county?
it did.
Okay,
How much was the camera sit to?
$2,450.
Okay, so that's why this number
Right.
is
before the-
high.
Yes,
That's gonna come back out, and then we're gonna put the general back in.
Yeah, so it's going to be about the same.
Okay.
And then next year with the presidential, it'll be more.
Okay.
Cindy, can I ask you a question about the possibility of a referendum? What are the associated
That's
costs with
right.
that?
Well, it depends. If we time it right and it's done with the general election, the cost is going to be about $1,500. But if it's a special election, it's gonna be about 24, 25.
So,
Could be more potentially.
right, a special election is, can you talk just a little bit more about
I
that?
can.
mean,
So-
I'll just say before you start with that, we are moving forward with something that will, I mean, more than likely be a referendum in a general election. That said, you know, working with the stormwater utility group and I need to understand flexibility, you know, what flexibility there may be if we couldn't do it during the general election.
So, the county clerk has told us that she has to have our referendum, and that's done by ordinance, and an ordinance takes 2 readings, so it takes 2 months plus 20 days. After the advertisement of the adoption. So with all that said, we'd have to do an ordinance and have the public hearing in July in order to have that to her by, the beginning of August to be able to put on the ballot for the general election. If we miss that timeline, then we're doing all of that on our own, which means for advertisement to the newspaper, her setup of all of the equipment that we'll need, which would be 4 voting machines. And then she has to mail out ballots. She has to prepare and mail out ballots. Just for that election. And all of that is going to cost.
So we don't, so you don't have we don't know what that would cost.
I do not know.
That would be something that I think is important for us to have, as part of the budget cycle. I'd like to know what that number is.
Okay, I can request it.
Yeah, roughly, I mean, obviously, and for now, we would just plug in.
It seems that it's either 1,700 or 2,200.
Yes.
So,
Because you're still paying for her to, what happens is she's now gotta fit our ordinance or our referendum onto the ballot. So you're paying for that, she's gonna charge us back a portion to actually mail that ballot.
so we're going to have, what I'm hearing is, it's very likely we should plan for some type of referendum. And the timing will make a difference of about $500 in the budget line. But it's still going to be 2,200 plus 2,200 plus 1,700 for a minimum for next year,
I think Sue said 2,300.
23.
I'm sorry,
How much is the primary for 23?
it's 2216.
So, and it's a presidential. So then what would you say that it was like 3,000 for the primary for a presidential year and 3,000 for a general, getting to that 6,000?
No, I'd say 25 and 25 is what I said.
Why did I
think
say
that's fine.
6? Why 6?
Because I budgeted for 6, because I budgeted another 1,000 for a referendum.
Oh,
If you read my notes,
I have it right.
we plan a referendum in 2024, and we'll need to fund it. So that's my notes right next to the 6,000, which is why I asked for more.
Okay, so then 6,000 seemed tight, but it addresses.
It doesn't, it's not a figure that allows for the possibility of a special election.
No, but I think we have some wiggle room other places in my budget.
I don't want a special election. I'd like to, you know, my time, I'm still at the very beginning of this process. I don't want to do a special election. But, you know, I've already been told that the time frame for this project is already pretty tight. So I just want to be clear that it may be something that doesn't.
So if you think about it though logically, and I was trying to think out the timeline. The general election is in November. And if we miss that time frame, would we do another election around Thanksgiving and the other holidays?
Well, yeah, I don't know, but I wouldn't want to wait till the following spring.
No, but we could do it in 2024 in January, February timeframe.
In 2025.
25, yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
okay. All right.
Okay, other expenses outside cap, I believe that's ABC
I'm
license.
sorry, so what is the number?
6.
Oh, it's 6, thank you. And we'll just have to make note
And I will try and
Two
firm up,
elections and a referendum.
I will try and firm up more with Mary. I just,
Okay.
I knew she would need this and I didn't want to.
If it's less, it's fine. If it's more, we'll have to take adjustment.
So ABC licenses, I think that's what this 4368 is, so can you confirm?
Where are you?
There was no, here, there was nothing, but
Oh, for other expenses outside cap?
Yes,
there's nothing specific for
All zeros.
charge, yeah.
Okay, so codification of ordinances. I know that did we just receive a bill from them, Sue? That, is that in this?
Yes,
It is.
well, wait, no. Cause you got, that's dated October 16th.
Yes,
There was an additional $1,195 for the E-code 360 annual maintenance.
right. And then, I've only sent the first half of the year to them. I sent it to them in batches of 6 months. So I'll have to send the other half, which I'll do as soon as, the ordinances are adopted in December. So you're going to have, so far we've spent,
You have $212 left in that one.
yeah. And so, we only budgeted 8,900
Mhm.
and I know I'm going over that this year. So I think we should increase that to 10,000. And again, this is all driven by the number of ordinances. It's really not something I can control.
Mhm.
But, and we're about, in 2022, we spent $11,269.
Yeah.
And we only budgeted 8,900. Again, it's something you don't know. You don't know at the beginning of the year.
so what's your recommendation?
10,000.
10,000. Okay, thank you.
And I think that's it for me.
Great. Any capital requests?
Yes. And I actually filled out the
Thank you.
forms.
You did the 5-year form.
I did all the 5-year forms, but they're not at my fingertips. I know that we'll need a new computer. I know that the server will last 3 to 5 years. We just had it this year, so I did put that in, not for next year, but for, a couple years out. Records, we are continuing to try and digitize, but as we get into this, we're finding we still need to keep records.
Sure.
So, I'd like to budget for some storage shelves. They're not that expensive, but I think and I'll add this again to the, your online thing.
That's for
But-
2024 storage.
Yeah.
shelves? Okay.
Yeah, I think if I could have $2,000,
Mhm.
because I have to replace some that are broken and then get new. And then we're going to have road projects. You know, and, also, and I don't know the amounts yet. I don't know where we're to that point, but that would be the other big expense.
Road projects, but those aren't specific to Clark, those are just
Correct.
general. Great. All right. Thank you very much. It's one of our larger departments. Thanks for being so prepared.
No.
All right, with us next is Public Works. So we want to join us up here. Sir. Take a moment, get yourself comfortable, and then if you could, just know we're on a broadcast or recording. So if you could just introduce yourself, we'd appreciate it.
Hello, Lester Myers, Director of Public Works,
Stormwater management coordinator,
or Management Coordinator, Right to Know Coordinator,
recycling coordinator.
Recycling Coordinator. Want some more? I don't know.
All right. So thank you. So let's, if you could, just, let's start with the departments that you oversee. We have Public Works and Solid Waste, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can, is it easier to just go one department than the other, or when we talk about salary and wages? I know you have employees who are doing work both, or, so can we start with just, let me get the one that's top for my list here, hold on a second, please. We start with Public Works. Sure. Okay. Okay. So I'll go over what I have here and maybe Susan, you tell me if I've got it right. So currently in Public Works, 5 employees in Public Works. Does that seem right to you? And then and just helping, there are 3 in solid waste, so we'll start with 5 in Public Works, so. So of the 5 in Public Works, do you have any expectation there will be any material changes, whether additions, retirements, change in responsibilities?
That's next year,
Okay,
2025.
okay, we'll do 2024 for today.
Maybe. It depends on if the mayor's good to me or not. Hey, I'm honest.
That's okay, all right, that's what we like,
I think for the record, it should be noted that the mayor is very good to the DPW.
Yes, he is.
see?
Yes,
I second that.
All those in favor, please say.
All right, so no material changes there, let's go to your budget for Public Works. All right, looking at overtime. Starting there. So in 2023, $1,900 was budgeted. That number actually spent year to date is 3608. What gets charged, and please, anyone else that they jump into discussion, what gets charged to Public Works overtime versus solid waste overtime?
Public Works is more like snow removal, pretty much.
So storm, what about, there's storm issues at Public Works as well?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay,
yeah, we've had several cleanup days on weekends after storms this year we've had the whole crew out. One day in July and Saturday for 7-8 hours, so yes.
This ain't Shad Fest, is it? So,
Now Shad Fest goes in and out, so it doesn't affect it.
okay, so this has been, 2023 was a little bit of one of the larger years in terms of actual $1,900. Was budgeted, spent 36. Is it realistic to think that the overtime is gonna go down, or was this a typical year? Or a new typical year, so to speak, based on storms and,
storms are getting bigger, they're not getting smaller.
you're doing a lot more preventative work around storms as well, or comes out of this budget?
Well, yeah.
And before, after, even sometimes during, depending on the storms.
And we have creek cleanups and you guys pick that stuff up.
And trees coming down. We've done a lot of tree removals this year, unexpected, coming down with storms. But I don't anticipate that number should be going down.
Sue, do you have a current number for 2023 available to you for the overtime?
Just
Public
for
Works.
Public Works. Um. $3,800 has been spent year to date.
Okay. So if we have 3,800 year to date, is $4,000 a round number as an adequate number for 2024?
I think so.
I don't think we have any more cleanup scheduled, right? They're usually in the spring. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if there were to be a storm, if there were action toward the storm utility, we would probably be able to start to charge back some of this to that utility.
Well, the utility, yes, with the referendum, I mean, if it goes to the referendum, the establishment of the utility is probably still 2 years away. In terms of implementation. So for the time being, I think that we should be mindful of, one of the important things I think, maybe that we start tracking specifically our stormwater activity maintenance, so that we can show that to the public, because to date, it's all just been folded into the DPW's general budget, but that's not one terms of knowing not only what we've done historically, but what we need going forward, right? Whether or not stormwater utility happens in Lambertville, we still need to be making projections about capital maintenance, and we're not really tracking. I mean, is it fair to say that the city doesn't really track those expenses separately?
Not expenses, I don't think, but we track tonnage. Like for instance, when we have to do that for the stormwater pollution plan. So but I don't think we're putting dollars to that in that report.
So what I'm hearing from the mayor is, snow removal is cheap compared to what we're dealing with storms now. And this is generally snow removal over time number, but maybe we should in our reporting for 2024 start to do a breakout of where. The storm costs are, maybe we can look at our admin system and see how to tag it.
I would like to mention though that the trash can pickups that the guys do on the weekends that's part of the overtime number that's here.
Thank you for saying that.
That's right.
So, we have to empty the trash cans in the central business district on Sunday mornings for the 10 months a year. There's just too much trash, so we have two crew that come in every Sunday morning at 6 o'clock and spend an hour or two. Together emptying all the trash cans. We'll suspend that, probably January, February, maybe into March, but
This
that's recurring. I'm sorry. That's okay.
snow removal overtime does have its own line item in the budget. That has not been touched. Well, a little bit from earlier in this year,
Yes.
January, February.
Yeah,
So this
Not
is totally.
haven't had.
Yeah, so this is not snow removal at all. It's just totally 100% cleanup from storms and the central business district.
so would we charge, what do we charge if a garbage truck goes out late, and there's an overtime? For that truck,
Solid waste.
the solid waste. So why would we charge a central business district pickup in this line item, in solid waste for other?
Because the employees, home base is DPW.
Thank you. Okay. So I think it'd be helpful for us to build out a worksheet on these categories. And then that way we can tie it back to this number for future years.
And may I make one other note while we're talking about maybe possibly new categories? So something that has not been done in the last few years that we're starting to do is to remove all leaf and brush from the city. And to date, let's just use money from the clean communities for that. Is that right? Recycling. So that doesn't have a separate line item.
Recycling, yeah.
Well, no, I mean to remove the solid, the brush and the leaves. So we've not really tracked, that's something that we haven't tracked in the last few years in terms of cost.
As far as employee costs
Well,
or
employee costs for having dumpsters and having the stuff hauled away.
all that is charged directly to the grant.
Sure.
That's easy to be tracked.
Okay. All right, I would just note that, what's the grant amount on that? This is the
This is
clean.
the recycling,
Yeah,
recycling tonnage.
that's the one I've been using.
So do you want, what number are you looking for?
What did we get awarded this year?
In July, we were given $6,276.
So. I want to create a category next year, this is part of our new requirement for the tier 4, the tier A. I want to be tracking how much it costs us to remove all leaf and brush from the city in compliance with the tier A one, and the tier requirements. I think this should be a separate classification or separate category, so that we can keep track of that, because going forward, we are going to have dumpsters that are going to be emptied on a regular basis. Currently, we still have a couple of years worth of debris at the yard that's getting cleaned out little by little. But this is going to be an ongoing maintenance expense that I think should be tracked discreetly.
So Sue, how much can you put into a line item when you're doing that? I'm just trying to think of the easiest way, because we have to track the tonnage in the stormwater pollution plan and also for our tier A. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to put that information into Edmunds so we can print a report that we can use for several purposes.
You mean the tonnage itself?
Yeah.
You'd only be able to put that in as a note, correct? Christie?
Yeah,
I think the first question is, are we charging this exclusively through the grant?
Right now, there were 2 brush dumpsters for the yard that were charged there. And it cost $4,050
Yeah, so
for the dumpsters and removal.
So if it's charged exclusively to the grant being a budget line item in the budget, we would probably want to track it within the grant.
If the grant's only $6,000 a year, we're gonna blow through that
Then exceed the
immediately.
grant.
This should be, this is what I'm saying, this should be a separate line item budget. You know, the grant can be used for a variety of things, right? It's not just about this, right? This is an ongoing maintenance.
So then flip the question around then. What should we expect the cost of this to be in 2024? And then we would use the grant to reimburse that cost as opposed to this what's in the grant. And then we'll see it. So what is our projected cost for this for 2024?
So our projected costs, and I'm gonna let Lester answer this as soon as I make this note. Projected costs are gonna be high in 2024 because we haven't done this in years.
Exactly.
We have, I don't know how many dumpsters we have to carry, you know. So, you know, there's a couple of questions here. Can we use some of our MS4 tier A grant money? We expect to have $75,000, almost $75,000. By the end of the year, we're just going to put the additional $50,000. Could that be a one-time, you know, to remove the bulk of what we've got there? Or you know, how would we fund this? I mean, I don't think there's any question going forward on a regular basis. It should be funded as part of your annual budget. But you've only had, you said 2 dumpsters for
No, that was
That was
eight,
2
that was
bills.
eight dumpsters.
8 dumpsters. Okay, so I mean, you would project. I gotta think that there's at least another 16 or 20 dumpsters.
At least another 8.
And that's to clean it up.
That, are you sure that you feel confident that that's a realistic,
Well, how much is left in the recycling?
But we want to think about what the 2024 total cost is and how we charge it out will determine that. So this is a single project or this is citywide?
this is a single project that will then be an ongoing maintenance.
So where is the single project specifically?
The single project is removing the last 3 years worth of leaves and brush from the DPW yard.
Okay. Is this not an improvement to the DPW yard?
No,
Christie? I mean, this is debris.
So are you asking if this could be a capital?
I like the way you're thinking.
And my answer to that would be no, because it doesn't have like 5 years.
So what,
So, yeah, I don't think that removal of debris would be a capital expenditure.
what's currently in that space? What's there? Just the debris, right?
Debris.
What would be there if not had the debris?
more
No,
open
no,
space.
Space.
Would that
Maybe
be something that
dumpsters.
we'd be able to do with that grant that we got from this?
I mean,
That's
what
what
we're
I-
planning on doing is, for me, if I have to have a pile there, then I gotta get another permit.
So you need that pile there going forward?
No,
It's gotta be in a container.
it's gotta be put in a dumpster and we're.
So are we gonna have
That's
containers there
gonna be a
going forward?
cost,
Yes.
it's gonna be an extra cost.
We're gonna have containers there going forward. Do not need to build a concrete platform for which these containers should reside on and have proper access for trucks.
Yes, but I think all of that will be done through a grant.
Yes.
Okay, but again, we're talking funding versus action. So if we were to improve the condition of that space by putting in proper receptacles and platforms, we would, as a condition of that, we would have to remove whatever debris is there, would we not?
Correct.
All right, so I would suggest that we need to improve that space because it's an ongoing issue. We'd have to put aside we'd have to probably do some kind of ordinance to build a platform so that trucks can easily access these containers. And as part of that construction, we'd have to remove the debris. If we start putting stuff in here in our general operating budget for a one-time large project, it's gonna create a spike in a tax rate unnecessarily.
I don't think that we should do that. I think what I would like to do is have Christie verify that we could use the MS4 tier A grant. Which is, I don't know what the current balance is in that, Sue, it's probably around $20,000. We'll probably have close to $70,000 in that grant. But we haven't allocated anything for it. It's not allocated anywhere, right? So it's just free money from the state to bring ourselves in compliance with the MS4 tier A program. So if it could be used for that, that's what I would like to use it for. Then we're not charging it back to the general operating budget. We're not using capital, we're not doing.
Yeah, and my recollection of that grant was
Pretty open.
improvements to the DPW site. It wasn't very specific, and I would think that that would be an acceptable
Are you talking about the stormwater grant or are you talking about the appropriation from the state?
this is the one from the state.
Still,
So we're talking,
you're talking about two different pockets of.
I'm talking, so the state, the appropriation from the state for $450,000, it's not part, it's not what I'm talking about.
well, okay, okay,
Yeah. That's been was pretty specifically outlined in the appropriation, and we're sticking to that. So that's expansion of the existing garage, and that's putting in a pole barn for the equipment. The money I'm talking about is a DEP grant for Tier B municipalities that have been reassigned to Tier A. It's $75,000 in total. We've just completed the requirements to get the remaining $50,000 of that. It's my understanding that that grant was, that money was to be used for municipalities to bring them into compliance, whether they needed new equipment or whether they needed to like label all their inlets. Seems like there's a lot of latitude in how we can use that money.
That's right, there were no specific rules to that. So it was but we have two hurdles to overcome. First, they wanted us to adopt a tree maintenance ordinance, which we've already done. So our ordinance is under review. And so that's one holdup. And then they wanted us to update the stormwater pollution plan to the new plan that they just put out November 6th. So we'll probably have that finished in the next couple of weeks. It all depends on how long it takes them to review it. And then they cut checks once a month.
So I'm gonna just say for the sake of moving on, that we should move on, and we will look into, I'll ask someone to verify that we can use that fund, we can use those funds basically for any purpose to bring us into compliance with the TRA program, which I think this does, it would meet the standard.
is that grant that they awarded to everyone called the Stormwater Assistance Grant?
Yes.
Yes, that is.
Is that, okay,
So the first, we got the first $25,000 in the spring, and any municipality that completed its stormwater pollution prevention plan, which we have eligible to receive an additional $50,000. So Cindy has sent that
stormwater,
stormwater, yes.
yeah, Stu can't find it, it should be in there, because we received the money already.
And we've already drawn down on the account
That's where we charged,
the $2,200
yeah,
for the
GIS mapping,
and
right?
some, and
Yeah.
also some engineering work that was done.
So, very fruitful discussion, just the only one I've left from that discussion is, do we in 2024 need to plan for a maintenance line for this, or are we gonna do that in 2025 after we've undergone these major projects?
We need to have a meeting with Brian, and this is where we need to get back to Lester in terms of what you anticipate your needs would be in terms of having this stuff hauled away on a regular basis. Having, how many dumpsters do you think we will have in a year of leaves and brush?
Due to regular maintenance.
Due to regular maintenance, we pick up an incredible amount of leaves and brush in the city, incredible, every year.
Well, and our residents drop them off.
And the residents drop them off.
So is that a number that we'll tag to come back with, give like some time, or? All right, so we'll put together a little bit of analysis on that and include a worksheet on a new line item for brush removal on an annual basis. We'll put that in public works. Good. Thank you. All right, snow removal. So I have actual 529 for this year. And I'm guessing all the winter 23 expenses are in here. So did we really just not have that much snow removal this year?
We didn't have any.
Yeah, that's like from February,
That's it.
March.
That's for salt, right?
No, for overtime.
That's your overtime.
That's
Which,
just-
yeah, so,
Payroll till March 10th,
Okay.
but we have 2 more months to go.
well, but no, Lester,
There's no
I think
snow
Lester's
before
right,
January.
Lester's right, we did put in that salt. Remember, we had some salt that we were dealing with,
Yes.
But
Yeah.
not in the
Not,
overtime.
not the overtime budget.
but that's where, why we put $16,368.22 in that line.
Don't know, I was actually wondering the same
I
thing, I
think
don't know why that
was
was.
the salt.
There could have been a Michael Fat error. So we put it in the wrong line, salt.
I like that explanation.
Yeah, well, if you see my thumbs, Chanel's very calming on me, do this work, that thumb.
I think it's a salt was like 11,000,
So has that been charged out this year, right?
10,000 something. Yeah,
Where's your salt at?
and I was behind on the county.
It
too.
goes under, I'm sorry, the public works equipment and snow plowing.
Oh, okay, yeah, 290, 250.
Alright, so
290 -250.
has that, so we haven't paid it yet this year? Well, I'm not seeing that amount of money,
Correct.
okay,
There's no salt charges for this.
alright, so you're
Shut
gonna
up.
likely have to do a budget transfer for the overtime down to to that account. To pay it for this year,
Yes, we can.
okay,
Yeah, I don't, yeah, do you need salt or is your shed full?
Okay for now.
Okay,
If I get a big storm, I'm.
right,
Hold on.
right.
talking about two different things though. We have the current bills that were put, that need, we have
No.
bills that need to be paid,
No, we don't have any bills.
where do we pay them? I'm not seeing it.
Right here, if you go down on your line, it's under, 4-01-26-290-250. This,
Last week.
snow plowing equipment. That's where the salt would have been paid for,
But I don't even see it.
But it's not, I'm not,
$645. Yeah, 654, I'm sorry.
okay, I don't wanna belabor the point, but the amount that we talked about was well over $8,000 or $9,000. In last year, so that, I'm not seeing that here anywhere, that kind of money.
Except for here.
Well, I don't see this paid out at all.
No,
That's why-
I agree with Michael, I'm not seeing it either.
It should have
What was,
been paid-
what was the expenditure?
should have been paid out around April.
Yes,
So did it come out of solid waste?
we've been after we adopted the budget, so we've been going into summer.
And what was that for? Town?
We had a the county was late billing us, so we had a 2022 bill and a 2023 bill that we were dealing with. So whatever salt we need for 2023, 2024, we have to talk about next, one,
We paid that directly to the county? Or did we pay
The
more?
more.
I'm not seeing it as an expenditure in this year's budget.
it was an odd thing, so we probably need to take a second look and maybe we still need to pay it. Well, we're gonna have to do a budget transfer out of the overtime. So like you say it again, that got thumbed in, remember?
We paid it in April and we paid it out of storm related expenses, not snow.
I thought it was
It
April.
was $9,938.
What's that account?
260.
There it is.
290, 260.
Very good. Okay, that's good news. So that's where you're gonna have to. That account is overextended by $9,930. Thank you, Sue. That's helpful. So now we can let's look back at our snow overtime. And if we reduce that by that amount. Then our snow overtime could go back to $5,000, Lester. Snow overtime, it was budgeted at 16,368.22. 5,000 is the number you've been using year out.
Yeah. That might go to 5,000.
Okay, so we'll move back to 5,000. And we'll request a budget transfer in the last portion of this year for $9,939 to solve the storm related expenses overage. Good. Okay. All right. Maintenance of motor vehicle. Last year, 3,000, up, the current year, we spent 3,641, we appropriated double that amount. I know you've been getting new vehicles, do we still, what's the budget number for that?
Guess I could knock that down to 5,
Okay,
cause I got 2 old trucks. Well.
You only have $661 left.
Yeah,
We're talking about maintenance, right?
Yeah,
225. Means that we're good.
Yeah.
yeah, there's only There's only, what,
Out of this 707,700 that was budgeted, you only have 661 left.
Okay, so maybe on these accounts with some more fluid, so you'll give me an updated number as we talk about them. So do you,
I'd like to keep it right where it's at.
7,700, thank you. Maintenance of other equipment, where we budget 5,300. See what's the actual,
We have 1416 left,
okay,
1,416 now.
Right, go down to 5 for that.
okay, drop that down to 5,000. Other contractuals, 229, we budgeted 11,400.
We haven't used a lot there, we've only spent $700.
Yeah, so why did we spend so much? Why did we budget so much there?
I have no idea.
Let's check our notes.
Because I thought at one point we were gonna take the landscaping, the grass cutting guy.
Yes, that project was completed, now it's a maintenance cost over there. So that's the charging of,
Because we charged it there originally and then we deleted it.
is that partially Clausen and other properties?
Landscape city parks properties, that's what I have as a description. That's why we budgeted so much there, because originally we were gonna take that out of there.
Yes,
And we ended up just using the $700, which was really nothing. One was for the pumping of the septic, and then just miscellaneous nuts and bolts for signage.
so if you look at 2022 actual in this category, there's $11,070 of expenditures there. Let's take a look at who those vendors are, see what we spent with Clay for.
Somebody want to use those in?
Lieutenant Brown, we're 20 minutes over on you. Are you okay on time?
Oh, I'm not till like 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock, he report at 11:30.
Oh, sorry about that.
You got all day.
Yeah, good. You know, we have all day.
Can we just take a second to estimate the time here, because I want to order lunch and make sure that we have lunch for everybody. So Lester, are we almost done with us?
We are probably a third of the way done with it.
So, okay.
8 more minutes with Lester and then Court comes in.
I think we'll be done. Court should be, well, she's first time here.
It's like, oh, I'm sorry, what was the line number? 229?
Yes,
All right, I'm gonna order lunch for 12:15.
winner. That's why he's a mayor. So,
Make a decision. What's that?
Take a prime rib.
we're to the winner.
So we have the yard.
Big try.
Maintenance of other equipment, so we're looking now.
No, this is other contractual.
Property contractual. Because last year we did charge the lawn mowing services to that line
In 2022.
in 2020.
So where did we charge it in 23?
I believe it went to open space.
It's not all of it,
And
Not all of it.
just a percentage.
may I have a moment?
Sorry.
I skipped over this, but I didn't know what it was there for anyway.
Okay, so reserved for open space and it went to buildings and grounds.
Okay. Which line of buildings and grounds?
Cleaning and maintenance of buildings,
Is that line over expended now?
yes.
5 and how much is?
I don't know if it's on the page, but I know it's over. It's on my transfer list.
So here's building-
1,800 about,
Yeah, maintenance and cleaning of buildings. Yeah, it's actually. By the beginning of October is over by about 5,000. So. All right, so 11,400 is still likely the right number to maintain all the green spaces throughout the city. So. Should we leave it as is and make the adjustment in terms of?
well, if we're going to continue to charge and hire the lawn service, I would say yes, unless we're gonna move it to buildings and grounds. Take it out of DPW and just add that money to buildings and grounds instead of giving,
Who supervises those vendors?
it's a combo.
I didn't get a chance to look to my right when I asked the question.
Mostly the mayor.
Yeah, okay, there you go. So if it's not gonna be a DPW, then yes, I suggest it does go to buildings and ground. All right. So then we should decrease this other contractual item to $1,000. It seems that, or $750 is the previous year's amounts and what was spent. I'm asking, so we decrease that to $750. And then we raise the buildings and grounds 224, which is cleaning and maintenance of buildings, by that corresponding $11,400. Well, I guess we could just do $11,000 because. All right, so this one clear. We're going to take 229 from Public Works and bring it down to $750. And then we're gonna increase cleaning and maintenance of buildings, account ending in 224, by $11,000.
And so also just to add to that, the landscaping, we're waiting for him to submit what his price is for 2024, so we'll know.
So they have to adjust based on
Yeah.
responses to the, is he in the RFP process?
Well, we're getting a quote from him because we only did the RFP 2 years ago, so we're
Okay.
just getting a quote.
Quote, okay,
Cleaning is what we're going out to bid for,
okay,
just a different.
all right. Let's keep going. Clothing and uniforms. Nothing was spent in 2023.
Well.
Mike,
It was all charged with solid waste.
Solid waste.
okay. All right, we have an overage there?
Yeah.
Okay, so can we leave the number as is and just charge it correctly next year, or do we have enough of those two accounts to do that?
Not quite.
Solid waste, let's see, uniforms was over,
Yeah,
right?
it was over.
We have more employee count in solid waste.
And we're
Alright.
also requiring a uniform now, which makes a difference.
So 2,600. So 2,603 is spent year to date. Have we done all uniform purchases for the year?
Yes.
All right, so 2,603 is in solid waste.
Lester, will you need boots next year?
Yes. They're already asking me. I said, I can't spend money right now, so you got to wait till next year.
So first question then is, are we gonna charge both categories in 2024 or only charge one category in 2024? We're gonna charge solid waste and DPW, solid waste and public works, or just
We-
charge one line for that?
Over the years, we've taken it out of both.
But in 2024, what's your preference gonna be, given your current makeup of your personnel?
I'd say both.
Okay,
You're gonna just split it down the middle?
Yeah.
all right, so year to date, you spent $2,603 amongst both categories. You're gonna need boots next year. And are we, in the same cost gonna be, same cost next year, 2,603 for everybody, or is it a big uniform year?
Probably 1,000 in each. 1,000 in solid waste, 1,000 for public works. Clothing,
Cause you have more people.
yeah,
All right. All right, so we're gonna take,
we can adjust that from each year, because one year, what I do is I do shirts one year and I do boots the other year.
okay. So public works clothing uniforms, ending in count ending in 232, we'll put up to $1,000. And then solid waste. Clothing uniforms ending in 229. No, I'm sorry, ending in 232, will go up to $1,000. Okay. All right, public works, vehicle parts and accessories. We've already overexpended the budget line.
Yeah, this is over by $813 as of today.
So $3,100 was the budget line. Do you expend it because of a special circumstance, or is the cost rising in that category?
It's just rising in that
Okay, that's just the actual purchase of parts,
parts.
right? Okay.
Fuses, tires,
Mhm.
light bulbs.
You expect to have the same fleet in 24 as you have in 23 on the older vehicles? Okay. So what's the current number, Sue, that's expended?
We're at a negative 813.54.
What's the total expended for the year?
36.
I think our number is short of you,
39.
39. This is where you, your snow plow repairs you do here too? Or parts and accessories? No, okay. So is $4,000 the right number for 2024? We're at 4,000 now? Okay, so we'll take 3,100, raise it to 4,000. Janitorial supplies. Over expended. By at least $300 as of now.
Yeah, $341.
What's charged for that? Line item?
Shop rags, stuff, Clorox, oil dry, cleaning supplies, disinfectant.
Is there anything special in that number or is it $530 not enough?
I'm gonna say about
1,000.
I'd say at least 900.
900 it is, so counting the 235 will put up to $900. I'm getting a sense there's a lot more activity down at the PPW yard.
Well, yeah,
That's creating a little more cost.
I got extra employees.
Yeah. For extra.
Increase in.
Increase in employees. Increase.
We've been doing a lot of,
do.
a lot of
places.
cleanup, right? Last year, we sold a lot of equipment and that gave them a lot more space and. I know that the staff has been working hard to, clean the, area up, which has all been. Because of our lovely mayor.
Also, I think it's just important to note as we work on this, that there's an increased activity to benefit the public and these things incrementally charge, great incremental increases in other lines. Electrical supplies seem to be a little bit over there.
So what's it?
It's all the sidewalk, light bulb repairs,
Yeah.
replacements.
Bring it up to 200. From 160.14.
Yeah.
It's
That's
only
safe.
over $10 right now.
Okay, so 200. All right, hardware and minor tools. We're in that by at least $200. Those are purchases that. What's that?
245.
Okay,
What do you purchase? What do you have in that line item?
Tarps, paint rollers, vice grips, chains, paint rollers,
Whatever we need. Forever.
manure, the chain. It's just a whole
Myriad of different things.
damaged mailbox.
seems that things should have short life.
They didn't even know that.
I'm sorry.
All right, so the total spent this year is what?
445.34.
Supposed to be 200. So Lester, what's the number? I mean, do we have more stuff going out the door in terms of purchases in 23, or should we expect that's gonna be the new norm?
I'd do about 4. Just stay there.
400?
Yeah, just to be safe.
All right, 400 it is. General machinery parts. How is that different from other parts? What's in general machinery that's on the?
General machine, this is usually the machines like the backhoe, skid steer,
Okay.
Super.
sweeper, sometimes.
All right, are those? So let this, my document here at 8/12/25. We budgeted 500. Do you expect that to go up down to the same?
Probably go up, but since the machines are getting older,
Okay,
The biggest expense in that category was the radiator for the Kubota.
we're gonna come on there.
so 850.
Yeah.
All right, 850 it is. Conferences and meetings, 0 last year, 0 this year.
Yeah,
Education and training. This was, we did a lot of education and training in 2023. Is that an expectation as an ongoing, or is that for one time?
now this is ongoing. Cause I'm trying to get one of the employees through CPWM,
Okay,
cause I'm looking to retire.
okay.
And did you
We didn't
read?
talk about that salary and wages, but they made
He
change.
hinted at it.
And, that's what that was. I didn't.
That's why he's keeping it quiet.
Yeah,
So we have some new requirements for the stormwater management. That employees take training for that, and a lot is available for free on the state's website. But is there anything else, and would that be charged to Public Works, or is that going to go under the stormwater management.
Again, this is a conversation I think that we need to be having, probably not necessarily in the budget hearing, but as we sort of move further into the budgeting process, you know. I do think that we need, regardless of again what happens, we need to be tracking our stormwater management practices, program, separate from, we need to be pulling that stuff out. So the training is gonna be a big part of that. So how much was the training? Because you both, you and Brittany did trainings this year for the stormwater management stuff?
We only had one class and that was a free class, so.
Was a free class.
This was mainly her first two classes.
I have some feeling that these classes were, that some of these classes were gonna be expensive. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong.
Well, they were offering an awful lot for free, and a lot of that really was just posted November 6th on their website. So whether that's going to address the training that we have to do in relation to the stormwater pollution plan, I'm not sure. There was a whole host of classes and courses. Maybe the best thing to do is, you know, talk about it, put together a budget, and maybe put stormwater pollution line item under Public Works.
Yeah.
The bulk of this cost, was related to the CDL training.
That's what I thought.
Oh,
A part of this was CDL, and then the other half of the CDL training was charged to the grant.
So the CDL who are trained, do we have new hires that expect to have more CDL training in this year?
No.
Okay, so can we reduce this by the CDL training and leave the rest for the certified public works director training?
Yes. Right.
Okay,
It looks like those classes are,
well, let's-
anywhere from 500 to 1,000.
okay, so
Continue on the
how
course
many
to
employees
be
do
a,
we have in that course right now? Just one.
just one.
How many classes a year do they intend to take?
one of the two, three, for this year.
Yeah.
but
How
She
many are you
did 3 so
comfortable
far this year.
with? How many is reasonable to take?
Right, 2 or 3,
Well, which one, 2 or 3?
probably 3.
Right, what's the average cost for those classes?
Like she said.
Anywhere between 5 to 9
500
to 1,000
All right, so.
per class.
So we should recommend that we reduce this from 42,790 to 3,000 for this upcoming year. Okay, so that's account number 242 down to $3,000. All right, professional association dues, any changes there?
Might as well just keep it at 90, because it's 90 every year.
No
Okay.
one else needs that.
Reduce it by $10. Food is a zero line for us. All right, equipment, snowplow, $1,400. We spent $654. What's the condition of your snowplows going into the winter?
Right now, not big, but I haven't gotten them out yet.
Right. But what's been spent this year, Sue?
$654.
Okay, we raised that line. Well, it's kind of in the middle, so 1,400 is middle of the road. Keep it there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just in case something breaks.
Yes. Safety equipment and supplies. This is over expended. Sue, what makes up that 1389.64?
The bulk of it is the new barricades that were purchased.
Okay. That's a purchase that you expect to have any more of those in 2024 purchases?
Well, I'd like to do another purchase of them.
Can we just take the ones the state leaves on 29, just to
I
repaint them?
tried that.
Okay.
I tried it.
There's a bunch out there today. You could get them on your way back to lunch.
So you'll be making another purchase about the same size next year?
Yes,
Okay,
that'll be in pretty good shape.
Sorry, that purchase was $1,200.
okay. So then is the number then what the previous year was, $1,300 appropriated? For this year, 1,300? All right, so
Yeah,
we
we
raised,
originally budgeted
Yeah, yeah.
250.
previous year we budgeted
Yeah.
1,300.
I was in the wrong line.
All right, so for the count ending in 256, we'll raise that to 1,300. All right, 258. For overexpended by $204 currently, other equipment and supplies. What does that make up, Sue, primarily?
Let me see, what's here? Flag clips, letters, traffic paint. Oil absorbent pans. had, just a bunch of miscellaneous stuff, basically like toner, because there is no office supply line, so the toner goes there. Batteries that are needed, tarps again. Signage,
Can we leave this number at 2,500 or do you expect? Okay,
it's
Alright.
over by 20.
I have it over by 200 unless you move things around. I got 2,704 is the actual in that count.
I'm showing a negative $25, so.
Road repairs. Only 343 was spent, 1,250 was budgeted. I'm guessing that some expenses got down. 1,000. All right, bring it down to 1,000 from 1,250. Storm related expenses, we're leaving that at, we're gonna remove that previous year's expenditure, so it'll be a zero line this year. Okay,
Wait, where are we going to put salt? If he,
where have we put it otherwise? Because it's not showing up in that line the previous year, so
wouldn't it be storm related expense?
it could be. I just wouldn't want to move it there unless we knew we were.
Or do we put it under the snow? There's a line.
You probably put it under snow, but, right,
I can't find it.
Snow is 103. Payroll, it's a
Well,
percent.
that's, yeah, that was just for the overtime,
Oh, you're talking about putting under this,
so following.
250, 250.
yes. Is that where we, I can look and-
Without looking back at the history, I'm going to say that's probably where we charged it, because in 19 it was 9,000, 20 it was 14, 21 was 10. So I would say that's probably where this salt is charged.
Right, so we haven't had,
A big storm in a couple of years, so the shed's probably
Well,
full.
we have to build actually.
right,
Yeah.
start that 9,000. This year,
The shed's full, so unless we have big storm in 24,
And then the
yeah, knock on wood,
concerns-
nobody likes.
Oh, okay, so we don't, just to be clear, we don't store it here, and I'm only saying that because of our stormwater permit, we answered that we don't store it. It's stored at the county for us.
All right, so what is what is a typical year of salt do you think that costs? I know it's a volatile number.
Right now, the. It's 7284 a ton, and I'm usually 150 tons a year.
So what did we say that
So good.
we want to capture that?
Probably about 11 grand.
But what was the math again?
7284 a ton for salt. 50 tons.
Thank you.
And usually 150 ton.
All right, so
we're gonna put that into, line 250,
we're gonna raise line 250 by,
equipment, snow plowing.
so yeah, we're gonna raise that by another $11,000. So that's gonna be what, 20? What's that total number? Let's be added for line 250. Yeah. The 12,400. Okay. All right. Do we go to solid waste?
Sure.
And we're leaving storm related at 0, or we wanna put 250 in there?
Tickets. Zero.
Okay.
That way.
Yes, what would we use that line for? Storm related, like. I would think that would be anything, any other storm other than snow.
And yeah, I mean, that might be where we end up putting, all of the debris that you collect from storms. I mean,
That's a
maybe
good
that's,
suggestion, Cindy.
Should be it.
So we need to make a note then to have a number in there. The analysis we do on dumpsters, we'll put to there. Good.
Just so you know, Lester, the dumpsters that were charged the grant, that was a total of 9. At
Nine.
$450 per dumpster.
450.
Yeah.
Placeholder numbers.
the 9 dumpsters total.
Yes.
What time frame, Sue? Is that there or you don't know?
I don't,
Okay,
because I don't have the grant up anymore.
all right, that's fine.
So we got the multiplier, we got the amount and then we just need the multiplier dumpsters.
Yes,
Did you happen to have that number now off the top of your head, or is that something you need more time on?
Try at least another 8 or 9.
For 2024?
So you need to double it essentially.
No, no, I'm saying to get cleaned up.
No, this is just for me, general maintenance.
for next year. Probably 4 or 5 dumpsters,
So every 2 months you dump them?
probably.
And does that four
Let's do
fifty,
6. Let's
is
do
that just the container?
one
But
every 2 months.
Yeah. 6
is,
months.
is that just the container, or does that include what is in the container, the 450?
That's
The whole thing.
The whole thing.
450 all.
There's no fee to store that on site, right? It's just whenever you need them to pick it up, they can pick it up. There's no fee.
2,700, so we have.
Yeah.
So we're gonna raise the budget to line 260, which is storm related expenses. To account for general maintenance of the brush and such. How much?
Oh, you said
Just confirm the
27.
number with Christie.
For the number, and I've already forgotten what's the number. was.
700.
2,007 for that.
All right, it's pretty number line right now.
So, line account ending with 260, which is public works storm related expenses. Is now, what's that one? Is now, 2024 budget is $2,700.
So 26 dumpsters at $450 a dumpster.
Right.
That's perfect.
Did you get that? Yeah, okay.
The line that reads outside cap snowstorm.
That was something years ago.
So it's not something.
Yes, there was, you were allowed to put stuff outside cap. The laws changed. There's
So
barely
that's-
anything allowed outside cap anymore.
Okay.
Okay.
Just curious.
Solid waste. All right,
Yeah.
now let's go back to salary wages on solid waste. I show there's 3 employees in solid waste. Do you anticipate any major changes in the workforce? How about other CDL certifications that may drive up salaries?
Is that 3 full-time employees?
Uh.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Sue, yeah,
That's Rob, Dave, and
trying to avoid using
4.
names if possible. You count 4?
No, there's 3.
Right.
He's trying to count who they are.
The part-time employee?
He's charged with, DPW.
Okay,
they're public works.
All right, so we're good on salary and wages for there. Let's go on to overtime. 2,500 was budgeted, you've not exceeded that yet this year, is that still a good number?
Yeah.
Okay,
From the DC last year, I rated that.
saw that, yeah.
Got $400 left. In overtime.
Maintenance of vehicles. Seems like you're coming in just at that 20,000 number for this year, unless,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Other contractuals, this is exceeded now by more than $25,000, at 205,427. Sue, what makes up the big chunk?
Okay, a meeting ago, we increased the amount to encumber for both Colgate and Waste Management. So that's a lot of it, but I'm going to go back, which I haven't done so yet. I talked to Lester yesterday about reducing the amount encumbered for those 2 contracts in our system by, what do you say, 20,000?
Do 10,000 out of the one and at least 20
even,
at the other one.
yeah, so,
That'll put us right to our budget.
Right.
number.
right, I just have not got there. We just had a conversation yesterday.
All right, so this is an estimated number. So why don't we round this out to 178,777.
I was gonna go 180. Just to be.
So is that for the recycling collection also? Okay, so that's that's happening statewide. So that's kind of an important thing. So with the recycling, you used to get reimbursed for it. Now the cost of the recycling has been going up and I'm not sure, my full-time job's in Camden County, so I'm not sure how it is here in this county, but I can say that the recycling is more than trash disposal at this point in time right now. And those costs keep rising and rising and rising. So we need to keep into account, because if it continues that way, I mean, I think the last time I looked at it, trash is probably disposal about 60, right? Maybe $70.
They're 80.
Oh, you're 80 out here?
81.
Oh, you guys are high.
Dollars.
We're 61 in Camden County for trash disposal.
That's just numbers.
So like the last time I got the recycling bill, it's over like
Oh, no, we're not that high.
No,
So like, yeah, in Camden
Seven.
County, we're like at 120 a ton, so it's almost double. So this is, I mean, and granted, every county's a little different, but this is a problem statewide. So where we've never had to pay for recycling, we're now paying at least as much as it costs to dispose of recycling as we are as it costs to dispose of trash. So if it continues this way, these numbers could double in what they are, so.
last month we were paying 69 a ton, this month it's went up to 79 a ton.
Yeah, I think in Camden
I-
County, we're
I
like at
keep-
120 a ton of
keep, like,
recycled or trash.
I get you, yeah.
Yeah, I keep.
So-
Here's my
Just to give
recommendation,
you an idea of where we are countywide, you know, and different and throughout the state.
here's my recommendation, first of all, no one does it better than Hunter County. Number two, we have been making incremental increases on this
Mhm.
budget line every year, trying to keep pace with that. And to your point, I think you're right, we need to do the same analysis, so why don't we, Brian, why don't we develop a worksheet that trends 2023 costs? And then we can make some projections and bring back this group. I'd like to put in 180,000 for now as a
Okay.
placeholder, because I think if it's more, it won't be a heck of a lot more. But we don't want it to be less if our trend shows something different.
Right.
On the agreement? Okay.
And that's
Yeah,
one
I
of the
did-
services that you pay market rate. You can't look
I
at
did
it.
the averages for each month and did an average to
Can you send that to
come up
me?
with that.
That would be a help, thank you. All right, so we'll go to 180 and hope and pray that that'll work. We'll talk about clothing and uniform already. Brian, not put you on the spot, but what's the new numbers? You get $1,000, right, for account 232. All right, vehicle parts and maintenance, 14.4 was the number, we're still below that, that's still the number? 14.440,
It's still that or is there more?
account ending in 234.6.
There's an unspent balance of 3,391.
I'd keep it at 13.
You wanna raise it up from 14.44 to 15 even?
Yeah,
What are you anticipating?
well, I got 2 old trucks and
Just those two old trucks keep showing up on other lines, so.
if any one of them break, we're screwed.
All right,
I'm telling you that right now.
$15,000 and then less has peace of mind. That's what's peace of mind. We're here for $600.
The new truck doesn't get in here until May or June.
Next, waste janitorial supplies, 500.
Yeah, it's just a quick headbang.
We knock some wood differently.
I cross my fingers every day and those trucks start.
Okay, let's go on. Hardware, supplier tools, you see me spending out of both accounts. Is this sort of like the uniform one where you spend out,
You skipped over janitorial.
sorry, janitorial?
I think
Janitorials, we're, stay at 500?
you can probably do 350.
Good, dropped it down 350. All right, hardware and minor tools.
Looks like we dropped it down to 0 last year, but it,
Didn't really matter.
yeah.
Let's spend that of it anyway. So I just want to understand the distinction between hardware and minor tools for solid waste versus public works. Because you're in the same shop, right? So
I don't know what's taken out of that.
is that too?
You have sanding sponges, epoxy, a hole saw, arbor. Epoxy,
Do some-
something to do with L8, L8, it's all L8 related.
Oh,
What's L8? Garbage truck.
Garbage truck.
oh, so let's put 250 in there. If we're gonna spend money on specifically for garbage trucks. 250. Account ending at 238. All right, general machine parts. This is another expended category. So was it 0, now we're at 26.24 as of October. What's in this category, please?
Same, L8 repairs and an L10 repair. C-switch. The spare cylinder for L8 and a slide cylinder.
Just keeping the conversation going. Is 258 the same where repairs to trucks, with other equipment and supplies? Go over there as well.
They could probably be combined,
Probably could.
right?
But it's the same expense, essentially.
Yes.
Truck.
Yeah, it's all truck related, especially in the, more so for solid waste than for public works.
Okay. So our total spend in the between, for the trucks, based on my worksheet here, is about $55,250. To keep the truck on the road, $5,250. Is that a typical year?
Oh, same time before.
$5,500. All right, so if we were to put that one amount in one category and only spend out of that one category, is that appropriate?
Yeah.
All right, and which one would we want to put that in so that it's easy to remember when we do it?
Right, other equipment and supplies, right?
Other equipment and supplies?
We haven't even, gotten there yet, though.
Yeah, but I counted for that, like.
Oh, you did, okay.
All right, so why don't we take account ending in 258 and raise it up to $5,500 from 500. Account 258 raised to 5,500. Keep account 239, 238 at 0, and then 0 out, what was the other, it was another account. No. That's it,
And we're gonna keep the janitorial,
yes.
Okay.
Keep that.
but we'll get rid of, hardware, minor tools, right, and general machinery part.
Correct. I agree.
So we'll put everything under other equipment and supplies.
And then 258, yeah. All right, miscellaneous and other admin cost, that's over expended by approximately $3,000. What's in there?
The random drug testing that is required, that's one thing that goes there. And
How
it-
much is that about?
Mhm. See, we just have one. The beginning of the year, it was only 270, depends on the testing that's done. At the end of the year, in September, they did actual physicals for a couple of the guys, and it was 640
Per or?
or total.
Is that required annually, Lester?
Anything
So,
else?
but then next year we're gonna have 4 people with CDLs, right? 5.
That was the one they just did. For 600 was for everybody.
For all the CDLs.
That's for all the CDLs.
Okay,
That was even the girls.
okay, so it'll be repeated then.
So our $600 budget number was right then.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other expense, I'm sorry, Michael, for interrupting, but it was all related to the CDL training. We put some-
Trading.
We put the classes that the CDL drivers had to attend in this category.
Okay, so $600 an adequate number next year, if we don't have any training to do?
Well, they did 5 people this year, no, 645.
All right, so raise it to 700,
650.
650, and then we won't have the other $3,000 in expense because that was a one-time thing.
That was a one-time thing.
Pretty good, 650.
So we're gonna raise account ending at 299 to $650 from $600. I think we end up in the right direction.
I think we took.
Department.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. All right, let's talk about capital. Lester, anything else on your general operating budget before we go to capital?
I think we're good.
Okay, let's go to capital. Did you have an opportunity to complete your capital request?
Yes, I
survey?
did some capital requests.
And let's talk about just 2024.
2024, I'm looking for sweeper.
Are you gonna retire the current one or have two?
We'll have road tire. It's getting old, getting tired.
Okay,
And pickup truck,
what type of truck? Heavy truck, light truck, 150, 250,
350
350, yeah, or 350 equivalent. That's to replace or to add to the fleet.
to replace what the Mason dump was.
Is Mason dump one of those 2 trucks that you keep referencing that we pray every day starts?
No,
Okay,
that's the garbage trucks up there.
okay.
So will this also include a plow and a
Well, we
lift
have-
gate?
It won't have the lift gate, I'll have a dump body on it.
Okay, you include the pricing on that in your,
Yes.
great. All right, anything else on the capital request?
Not that I know.
All right. Anything else from the good of the cause? Lester, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right,
Sorry I was late.
So, and there's no additional cost, for the construction, right? All that's going to be in that $500,000?
The estimate came in at like $508,000, so.
And that includes, the architect's time,
Yes,
right?
yeah, we could talk about, I don't know if we need to talk about that now, but.
that would go in this budget then.
What's that?
We would, the architecture cost?
No,
Well,
well, there's going to be,
in the bonding,
right,
right?
Why would that go into this current operating budget?
it wouldn't, it would be capital.
Yeah.
For capital?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And-
Yeah. But, so then we're good. We'll make sure it's included. Cindy, I have to keep up with you. I'm 30 seconds behind here.
No,
Thank
that was like 5 minutes behind.
Well, that, I mean,
Remember, your watch is 1 minute faster, we determined earlier, so it's actually 4. You say,
I'll give you that.
Okay.
Your fat fingers.
get it home, get it here. Right. No, it's.
I'm gonna go get Kathy.
Thank you.
And then I'll see you by the hour of the top.
Okay, so we're a little bit behind with the report.
By what time do you have? Court?
I have 12 o'clock.
I'm behind it earlier, it's my time.
You bet.
I promise I'll be much quicker.
First time it's a lot longer.
Don't say that.
Put that a little closer so everybody thinks.
All right, welcome. So for the benefit of those who are online in this recorded session, if you could just introduce yourself, please, and what you do for the city.
Hi, Catherine McLaren. I am the court administrator for Lambertville City.
Great. All right, let's go to your budget. Oh, you want to go up?
Four dash 1 dash 43. You're in 27.
So it was after everything, so there we go. Okay. So we'll start with salary and wages. And Venus is your first time with us. We try not to talk about specific employees, just speak in the area in general. So for municipal court, how many employees currently are in your budget?
The judge, myself, and a part-time.
Great. Do you expect any changes, material in terms of people leaving, retirements, and need for vacant new hires, vacancies?
No,
Okay,
I hope she doesn't. either. Just cost of living, I think, I don't know what the cost of living here is, but I know it's more than 2%.
okay. All right, so you're requesting that we'll receive the cost of living increase, good. All right, anything else on salary and wages we need to talk about, or we'll go to other expenses next?
We'll go next.
Great. Okay, we're gonna go line by line.
Mhm.
So in my numbers here, as of the beginning of October, there's been some small changes, Sue will let me know. But postage and delivery, budgeted $1,800, spent 1132. Do you expect that you're gonna need the full 1,800
I
next
would-
year?
I would expect we will. First of all, stamps are going up again in January.
Okay,
Postage is going up. And the state is going to lift their stop on delinquent T-Pay. So that we could start doing more notices for people who are delinquent with their payments.
now last year,
Mhm.
we accounted for that, and the state I'm gathering hasn't.
They
hasn't done it.
lifted, last year they lifted,
I say last year, I mean for 2023.
no, that was failure to appears. That's different. So they did lift that and we are running them every week.
Great,
So that probably increased it from the year before,
yes,
because I do a lot of this. Mhm.
okay.
But next year, they are planning on lifting the delinquent time payment. So that's people, not failure to appear, but people have already appeared,
Mhm.
they're on a payment plan and they're not paying.
Okay,
So that is gonna be lifted. So I would keep that at 1,800.
great, thank you.
Just so you know, they're already had expended up to 1,400. There was 2 other postages that have been added since.
So should we increase that?
Well, if you guys get
14
1400
in
through
November.
November, how much you have left to do this year?
Just our typical, what do I spend average a month?
In October, it was 131, in September, it was 164.
And she has
So-
400 left.
Yes, yeah.
Just
say 200 a month.
Yeah, so figure about,
And so the bills, everything,
200 a month is kind of high, but
has everything come in? What date has everything come in and been paid for? Through October
Yeah,
or?
through October.
So you only
2
get 2 months, so you should be okay with that, I would think.
Okay.
All right, well, we cut the close, but
Postage is-
I would say
But next year postage will be
postage is
higher.
going up.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's first start by, what do we think we're gonna spend by the end of the total, we're gonna round number spend by the end of the
You're looking at me.
So I spent how much to date?
1,400, but that included $600 worth of rolled stamps.
Right. So
So
that
you still need that. Or are you just gonna?
No, they
rely
should last
solely-
me a long time.
Okay.
So this is mostly just the, like I
The
said.
postage meter for the.
Right.
How much was the roll stamps?
$630 with rolled stamps.
1,400 minus
That was
600.
my stamp rolled
Get you
stamp.
1,200, so you spent 1,200 on your postage meter year to date. So you got 2 more months left, so that'll bring in 1,400
Mhm.
year to date. So that gives you 400 additional for this time payment. Plus a change of postage,
I would say 2,100 is plenty.
so you're gonna need an additional $300.
I think that's reasonable.
Okay. All right, we'll increase that to $2,100 then, account ending in 222. Going the wrong way, in the first budget.
We'll go to the next one, I'll work with you.
Now she's thinking, all right. 223, printing and binding, we're at 4,500, what have we spent year to date?
4884.
Well, I'll explain all that. So. In parking tickets, last year, they did 5,300 parking tickets. This year, this is from January, I compared last year, this year from January to October 31st.
22 to 23.
So this year they have 6,400, it's an increase of 1,132, that's a 21% increase.
Mhm.
But they're going into the PAT system, I thought the PAT system was going to already be in place. So I was going by ordering the traffic tickets by what the moving violations were. So last year, the moving violations were 1,119, this year they're 734. So they're 34% under, so 385 tickets less. So when I ordered the tickets, I was thinking the PAT system was going to be in place. And we were only going to be using the tickets for moving violations.
Mhm.
That didn't happen. So we're still waiting for the PAT system to come in, so I had to order more tickets. So now that I ordered those tickets, there's enough tickets, if we go to the PAT system, to last us probably 10 years. Because they don't write the tickets. The parking authority does about 500 tickets a month. So that's 1,000 every 2 months. The police department don't even write that in moving violations for a year. So,
So what do you project your number to be for 2024?
2,250,
Well, back to your 2022 number,
yes, because
all right, so.
what I would need is just the court notices, which I would probably order twice a year, and they're $490, so that would be $980 for the year. I don't know if the PATS thermal paper is going to come out of the judicial budget or the police budget. I spoke to a couple other towns to see what they do. Most of it comes from the police department, but one, it does come from the court. If it does come from the court, they are about $155 a box. One box lasts for 2,000 tickets. So if we spend $775 a year on that thermal paper, that's enough. So I
Well,
think.
fortunately, we have a member, we have tenant with us.
I think I can figure it out.
Okay.
What thermal paper? Okay. So then we can decrease that to 1,250,
1,000,
250. Because then it would just be the court notices.
all right, so we are gonna reduce printing and binding to, ending in 223 to 1,250. That's great, all right, thank you.
I told
Thank
you.
you. Yeah, you want all of printing and binding, all right, so we'll reduce that to 0 with the police.
Perfect.
All right, for guy costing me to sit here and be here early. Good point, good point. Cleaning and maintenance of buildings, ending in 224. I show about 670 spent to date.
I don't really touch that.
That's
Quite
the,
progress.
Polycom security,
For maintenance.
Thank you. Is 950
which I
still the
mean,
right
it
number?
could really go to buildings and grounds if we wanted to move it moving forward to buildings and grounds. maintenance of
The way the
buildings.
revenues are coming from the court. The
Well, you know,
the greatest costs,
it's your choice.
I'd say leave it here, because we know it's this building.
Mhm.
You don't really
50
get a
good
true
number?
sense then of your building and grounds cost if you're dispersing them though, and if we have a building and grounds line, I think it makes sense that it goes
Where
there,
all the other alarms go,
so
are they dispersed or are they centralized?
I gotta look.
I think they're
I can't remember.
centralized.
I can't remember.
Because we have an alarm in the elevator at City Hall, that's the only alarm we have there.
We have their line, I think, comes out of my other contract from line, I have the one for all ones.
Right, I'll make a note to look at it again, but for now, we'll leave it here.
Okay.
So what is the equipment, safety equipment?
It's 100.
It's a building maintenance item.
Okay.
All right, professional services, contracted services, budget of 2,500, spent 873.
Okay, so here is the thing. Apparently, we got a new sound recording system this year. And in looking at the agreement, it looks like they're charging $500 rather, a year for remote assistance. And $425 for an update of the latest version of software for a licensing. Do we need that 420, that licensing? I don't know.
The licensing, I would think you need,
So then that's $925 a year for
but the online support,
with the online support.
are they a package?
Yes,
Can they be separated out?
that's what the contract states, $925.
It's on the contract,
Yeah,
so I don't think we have an option, right?
this is our technical support agreement and it's the $925, that includes the $425 licensing fee,
So what's the total amount for the year for that contract?
$925.
925. Are there anything else that would have in this budget?
Yes, I would have my interpreter. So, we're doing a lot more in person now that the COVID lifting is up. So I found a different interpreter for in-person Spanish, which is 170. It was 200, the other service they had. She's really good. We really like her. So if I use her 8 times a year, that would be $1,650. And if we need language line, so I would say we can keep that line at 2,500 or 2,600.
Hold on, we got 1650 for interpreters, plus we have the licensing and tech support for 950,
Mhm.
round number. And then we have the language line for how much?
If I use that, the other 4, if I have the in-person 8 times a year, language line I may use for, if we have an interpreter every court session, which sometimes we need it, sometimes we don't really know.
That's why we're projecting, so.
Right.
So what would you project would be for the language line? Well, I'll help you out. How many times did you feel you're budgeting for your interpreter to get you 1650? I mean, there, how much of it?
That would be the in-person Spanish interpreter,
That's right. How many
8
sessions?
times a year.
8 times a year. So how many other sessions would you have without the interpreter that you would use the language line?
4.
And how much does it cost every time you use the language line?
Say, I don't know,
4 times what gets us to a number?
maybe 60 a month?
Right. Yeah, language line, like 6136.
Per use,
Yeah,
Just say 62.
so 62. All right,
and would this replace
250.
Gerda? Is exactly.
Exacto would replace Gerda, only because she's $30
Right.
per session.
so the 3 numbers that I have that we would put in the board would be 1,650 for in-person interpreters. Plus 950 for technology.
925.
925, thank you. Plus 250 for language line access.
Mhm.
And that gets us a total number of,
$2,825.
all right, so we're gonna take $2,500 budget number and move it up to 2825.
Okay.
We got that 2825. All right. Books and publications,
I have no idea why that's $500.
there was a need to replace books, but we no longer have that need and when it's spent, so we'll zero.
Yep.
Zero it out, thank you. All right, courts, I'm sorry, office and computer supplies seem to be coming in on budget, 750,
Might want to increase that by $100,
okay?
only because The pad system, we don't have a hard copy ticket, so all those parking tickets that are in dispute, we have to print out.
Okay. All right, so we'll do it a year, we'll see how it goes for 2020, we'll do 2024, see how it goes in 2025. All right, conferences and meetings,
That wasn't used this year only because I came mid-year and I had already completed all my CECs to the end of 2023. I have to start new ones come 2024. So I would leave that. Between that line and the professional association dues and the court travel, that comes to 610. That would get me to go to the League of Municipalities and to get my MCAA membership, which is $35 now. I heard it's going up to 40.
all right, let's go online and calculate. So conferences and meetings, it's budgeted for 350, what do you think that number should be? Or leave it as is,
I would leave it as is.
okay, professional services, the professional association dues,
You said 40?
That's for the MCAA fee. I already got myself recertified with that $25 for
Is that, how long is that research? Is it,
that's like 3 years.
okay,
But is that, you just said there's dues with the dues, the
The
$40 with, or,
That would come in January.
so should that number be 40 for the association dues, 40 instead of 60?
That, well, if I only do the one, there's two, there's the state and then there's the
just
county.
project what your total would be for 2024.
If they go up to 40, that would be $80.
All right, so there's two different,
Right.
all right, up to 80. Travel,
Travel, that's only if I go down to Atlantic City
Mhm.
for the conference.
now, we're not talking, where would your hotel go? If you were to stay overnight, would that go under conferences and
And
meetings?
meetings, correct.
computer processing equipment, we have an overspend here by about $3,600.
We skipped one.
Oh, I'm sorry,
So are we, for travel, are we doing 200 or 100?
200,
200,
leaving as is, yeah.
okay.
Safety equipment supplies, thank you.
That was 100. I'm in the building 80% of the time by myself. I would like to be hooked up to the camera so that I can see who's coming in and out of the building. My back is to the door. I don't see who's coming in and out. I don't know if that would be an added fee or if I could just have access to the cameras that are there currently.
Who's in charge of the cameras currently?
Never got a request yet for that, but it's a free service, so she can have my log on, but I haven't received a request yet, but you're more than welcome to. There, so you both have, yeah, like you to, and look at it, so we can provide that to the court administrator to make a no call.
Perfect.
So do we zero out that line then?
Sure.
All right, zero, account ending in 259. Data processing equipment,
Yeah,
That's the sound recorder. That.
we purchased it last year. So
This year, part of the funds came from the POAA. The previous administrator had gotten permission to use POA funds that were available, and the bulk of it, she was instructed to take out of this year's budget.
So this.
That's why
would be a zero, this could be a $300 for 2024.
no,
The other thing that's in here is printer notices. I don't know why
Why don't you
that's.
tell us about which you want to do in 2024?
2024, I would like to buy a new printer. I looked in leasing and buying.
Yeah, we talked about this, right?
Right, we did. So I looked in leasing and that would be $659 a year with a $55 a month maintenance. If you buy it out, it's $1,900 and it's a monthly maintenance of $7.70 a month. So that's $92.40 a year. I looked to see how long it would, we do about 700 copies a month. So I asked what the replacement toner would be and how often you, like how many copies one toner supplies. One toner supplies 51,000 copies. The toner costs about $233. That would last us 6 years. I think it would be cheaper to buy it out and then you would have,
You want to buy a copier?
yeah, for 1908. I'm going to see, and I really think that I could get it, but I'd like to put it in the budget in case I can't. But because I do a lot of copying,
Okay, well, So. So has the city traditionally purchased copiers?
This is not really a copier. It's a tabletop printer with scanner and copying capabilities. It's much smaller than what we. To purchase what we have at City Hall is like $15,000. This is a tabletop that would give her the capability to fax, to scan, as well as make copies. And she quite honestly doesn't even have room for a big, so I think that we probably could add that to a capital purchase,
Pay attention to that.
right? I mean, this is something that has a value, a life value of 5 years or more.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Is there a monthly cost related to it?
$7.
$7.70.
So we would be
For a monthly
billed
maintenance fee.
on a monthly, like we do for the Rico and the, what is it, yes, Fraser.
All right, so let's add that to the equipment purchase it would not go in this line, we put it on our capital line.
Okay, and with that said, I would like to ask the state, because I have DUI money. And if part of those copies are for DUI cases, I think that they should pay for half.
I think you should pay for all of it, though, right?
Oh, they won't do that. We work together.
All right, so pay for half purchase, you're saying,
Yeah,
so we'll list that,
but let's list it and then I'll go see.
others. All right, so in this case, we have an $8 a month processing, we have an $8 a month fee that you're gonna need to maintain that machine,
Mhm.
right? And then, so it's 8
And-
times 12.
Perhaps potentially, you'll need toner. I
I
know,
won't need to yet.
no, I know, but they always say that they give
Send you
you.
half a ton, they would send you half a ton. Yeah.
So,
Is that right?
How much is a refill of all toners? One refill.
He said this toner would last 51,000 copies, $233 for a replacement toner.
so just make sure you have that budget.
Wouldn't that go into office supplies, not printer?
All right, so we're gonna,
So those two numbers that she just said is very close to $300 that we had budgeted before, so.
I get it, but we got something else happening here, so. The cost for the maintenance of that unit is $8 times 12, so it's 9, so computer processing should be 100, and then we gotta raise the office supply budget for the toner.
For the toner.
So, and the toner is how much?
233.
233, so $100 for, let's reduce the county 259 computer data processing to $100.
The first toner does come
Oh,
for.
no, hold on,
Right.
let's stay focused for a minute, I'm sorry. And then we're gonna increase the computer supplies and the 236 by, let's just say $250, so that goes to a round number of $1,000. $750 to $1,000, so 236 goes to 1,000. And other equipment goes down to 100. Are we all in agreement?
Oops.
Okay, phone communication charges,
Nothing, yeah, there's nothing to charge in the last couple of years.
can we zero that out?
Yep.
All right. 2760 zeros out, very good. All right, any of the capital requests that you have?
The printer.
Printer, we've added there, yeah. Well, thank you very much, congratulations, first time.
Oops, I never had to do it before.
We do everything better, already have. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We are scheduled for a lunch break that ends, we reconvene at 1 o'clock in public business. Clerk, are we able to do a little pause and close?
Yes, we will. We'll go ahead and we'll pause the meeting, and we'll go offline.
All right,
Okay?
thank
Thanks.
you.
Everybody, you'll have to log back in. Or put yourself on.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Took a short lunch break. We are restarting our administrative budget hearings. For those who are just joining us, these are the administrative budget hearings for the city of Lambertville for the 2024 budget. These are just a reminder, we have the next guest here, public assistance. So please introduce yourself and tell us what you do for city.
I'm Bambi Cool. I do social services and general assistance for the city.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll start with salary and wages. And looking at your department.
So Bambi, how many employees do you have?
One.
And you're part-time? Yes. And you're a salaried employee. Bambi doesn't have her, list with her, so maybe we could just go line by line.
That's what I was gonna do, but
Cool.
great, keep going.
No, you've got it in front of you.
Oh, okay, all right, hold on one second. That's what I'm trying to pull up.
401 dash.
So you don't have a
dash
question.
27.
What's that? Okay. Fantastic. So we'll start with printing and binding. It was a zero line item, zero budget item in 2023. Do you have any expectations to use that catalog? Right. Right. Same with office and computer supplies. There was 200, did I skip one?
No,
No, I'm sorry, there was $200 budgeted in 2023, we were able to overexpended it by about $175. Do you know what's in that line, or you want to ask Sue to fill us in a little bit?
Sure. It was the shredding, document shredding,
Okay.
Oh, that's right. Because we
there's,
had some from,
right, this line mostly makes up of postage for mailing, obviously, which is very minimal, but the bulk of it was, shredding that was done of, documents.
I think we probably had about 10 years of shredding. It was a food and just cobwebbing.
Do you expect to have
No,
shredding this
no,
year?
no, we hadn't done shredding for a long time. And so it was upstairs, I believe. It was either upstairs or downstairs, someplace, but it was a lot. It was,
Okay, so $200 for this year?
I think it's fine.
Okay,
And that'll do with postage, because postage is going up in January,
Okay.
5 cents a mailing.
I think that should.
Okay,
yeah, and the previous year,
Yeah, I mean, she's
we
the-
utilize a category.
okay.
The most she spent in a month's time is $12, so she's a bit.
Looking on to conference and meetings, $50 budgeted, nothing spent, anything expected? in
Probably next year, I would leave the 50 there, yeah.
Okay, what conferences do you generally? attend?
It's the Municipal Welfare Directors Association.
Okay,
So,
and then professional fees, $100.
yeah, it's $100 for that, yeah.
And the same for next year.
Yeah.
And then assistance communication charges. So this is there's zero spent last year. But the year before that, it was spent out every previous year. So what was, do you know what that number is? $178.20 cell phone?
That's fine, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has that's not been charged this year.
Yeah,
No, so I'm waiting on the invoices.
Once a year? Oh, okay.
yeah.
So 180, a good number, so,
Yeah, now I wanna see what, hold on a second, please. I think we paid that directly back to you, correct, Bambi?
Yes, yeah, I give you the bills and,
To reimburse it.
yeah. And it's a percentage,
Yeah, it's,
it's like $17 a month, or less than that, higher than that.
how are you?
It's $178.20, $178.20 last year.
Yeah, so it's the same percentage unless
Nothing's changed.
So that's $14.85 a month.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll expect.
it's not a lot.
All right, so 180 is the budgeted number. Great. Any capital requests for 2024?
I put that down, not for 2024, it's in the 5-year plan.
Yes,
I said there might be a need for another computer.
okay,
And I got an estimate from the city clerk. I don't know what the state would be requiring, I can't imagine it would be a whole lot different. And so,
okay.
so maybe sometime in the next 5 years, because the one I'm using now is fine, so.
Good.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's all I have. Anything else for us?
Like a new fire team. Okay, all right,
Well, thank you very much.
thank you. Take care, the sun's out.
It is.
Oh, it's not.
I texted Ken Rogers, and asked him to come down, really, great, if you hear me. Also, if we think that he's gonna not use his, I can let Lieutenant Brown know as well, so,
That'd be good.
A lot, she has a lot of asks. Is this a regular year for her?
I have no idea. Sue probably knows better than I have no idea.
alright, I'll keep an eye on the time, and you can.
Okay. So just a note for the public that we're waiting on, the construction officer to come, and he's on his way. He's coming a little early.
Do we wanna mute and stop the recording when he gets here?
That's what we'll do. We'll mute and stop it.
All right, we are back in session. We are moving a little bit ahead of time. We'll start our 1:30 construction office. And our guest is here, so if you please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you do for the city.
I am Kenneth Rogers. I run the construction office, zoning office, floodplain administration, CRS coordination. So a couple things for the city.
All right, and we'll get into a greater detail. But what about any shared service agreements that you?
Oh, we have a shared service arrangement with the rural of Frenchtown. We take care of their zoning and their construction activities in the borough.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so we have 3 parts to go through. We're gonna start with salary and wages. So can you tell us a little bit of how many employees you have that make up your department?
There are 4 employees that make up the department, myself, Crystal, our electric subcode official, Keith Steele, and then our electric inspector that we use in Frenchtown, Bob Vandenberg.
Okay. And Bob is paid for by the city of London?
Yes. Everything through Frenchtown is city of Lineville, paid city of Liverville budget. Frenchtown has no jurisdiction over our budgeting and employees.
Okay. And of the 4 employees, how many are full-time, how many part?
2 full-time, 2 part-time. I'm full-time, Crystal's full-time, and then Keith and Bob are both part-time.
Thank you. All right, do you expect any material changes in your salary and wages, changes in positions, titles, vacancies, retirements?
There is a change that I want to see that is carried out in a couple of actually changes that I'd like to see carried out through our salary and wage. The first one is 2 separate raises that were promised back in 2020 and then just have been postponed because of budget issues and COVID and those things. And I want to make sure those get carried out. We've got the revenues, we've had the revenues to do them. Want to make sure they're done. That's one with Keith Steele.
I'd rather we not speak about individual employees. Let's keep it in generic terms for the purpose of
Okay.
this discussion.
All right.
But I will, as a follow-up, ask that whatever details are that you like included, if you could draft a memo to the mayor, putting these requests in writing for consideration in 2024 budget, and please be specific so that he has all the facts there.
Okay, I can do that. I can
Thank you.
do that directly in writing. The other item for salary and wage is we need to add a line item for substitute inspectors. Currently, there's no place to pay a substitute inspector out of, and there's 2 reasons for that. One is to make sure we pay him out of an appropriate line, and we've got a large project coming up, so we will likely be needing to hire on an extra inspector or 2 to cover items, depending on how that project gets scheduled and planned, and this would be at least a starting point for getting them paid as well. And I'm proposing that we open that as a $10,000 line item for substitute inspectors in the salary wage.
All right, so 10,000 total. Break that out for me. How many, first of all, would they be an hourly employee?
Hourly employee,
Okay,
and we've been paying $50 an hour for substitute inspectors.
what's the minimum requirement that they would have to meet to be a minimum official?
They would have to be licensed through the state.
Okay.
Just like I am, there is one person we use that has essentially the same license as I have. He doesn't have the same level I have, but he has it. And he wasn't available the last time, so we hired 2 other people to cover my position while I was away on vacation. And you know, I think I get 2 weeks vacation. I'm not sure exactly what that is, but you know, we've got to be able to pay to
Do you know if
get
it's
it things
specifically-
covered if I decided to take the 2 weeks all at one
You
time.
know, if it's specifically building, electrical, do you know?
Building, plumbing, fire, and mechanical,
Okay.
and then the construction official gets to choose.
Building, plumbing, fire. I'm sorry, building, plumbing, fire.
Mechanical
Mhm.
and construction official.
You say electric?
No, no electric. Well, that would need to be covered when Keith is gone, but right now if Bob is gone, Keith covers Frenchtown. If Keith is gone, Bob covers us here in Lambertville. And I should probably have the ability to bring in an electric inspector. Just in case either of one didn't have the availability to make that coverage.
And the $50 an hour rate is equal for all.
Yes.
Where are we currently paying that out of, Sue?
The regular SW line.
Okay.
We only have only paid, one substitute inspector and it came out of SW.
Yeah. Yeah, the other substitute inspector from last month, he wanted to do a trade with me. If he goes on vacation over in Delaware, he wants me to cover for him. I said we could do that. It's nice for budgets to do that, but that's his preference, not mine. And I said I'd be willing to work that out with him.
Okay.
But we're not gonna always have that. That was the first time it's come up in many, many years.
And historically, we have not let this as a separate line item to cover vacations and sick days and that kind of thing. So it's just come out of the general salary and wage line.
Correct.
So-
And in the past, we had our other subcode official, Tim Dieterman, when he was here, he and I had the same licenses and we just cover for each other as a courtesy. So there was really no extra that got paid back in the past. We don't have that convenience or privilege now.
So my question is, has there been historical level of preparation for that, for this event, when people are going out, have we figured something into the annual budget for the absences to cover?
It's never been formally in the budget.
Okay.
Yeah. Like Sue said, it just got paid out of salary and wage. Yeah, it really should have its own line item, so it's tracked appropriately. And it could be for, it could be just substitute inspectors, or it could be for substitute inspectors, and or additional part-time help for any large project that we might need it for.
So it's a large project, we would have the revenues to match the additional
Yes.
expenditure.
Yes, we would definitely would.
For the coverage of vacations. Provided that would be. If no one takes a vacation longer than 1 week at a time per se, is it reasonable that we could put inspections off until the person comes back? Why would you use it?
The state law requires inspections to be done within 3 business days of the request.
Mhm.
So if we just put them off for a week, 10 days, whatever, we'd be out. We would not be in compliance with state law. There is a new law that was just signed this past year that could have a drastic effect on the bottom line of the budget if an inspector was unavailable or an inspection could not be obtained within that time frame. That a contractor has the legal right to hire their own third-party agency to do the inspections. Then the city has to fund that cost to the contractor, so monies would be funded back to the contractor or paid to the third-party inspection. So we've never had an issue where we didn't meet the deadlines with people. We've never had that. Want to see that ever happen.
Yeah, so I think one town upset one legislator, and now we all get the benefit of it.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, as a separate line, we have Frenchtown salary and wages. Just for the benefit of the group, how do we treat those 2 lines differently, Sue?
There's a set salary for the for two individuals that get that salary. So that portion is charged to that budget center. Where the bulk of it would be charged to their normal SMW.
Thank you.
It-
Yeah, there
it
are three
was-
of us that get paid out of it.
Oh, Bob.
Right.
Okay, so the current inspector that is assigned to Frenchtown, his salary comes out of Frenchtown as a whole. Previously, in years past, up to this year, Frenchtown salaries were paid quarterly. Now they are rolled into a whole salary. So the Lambertville portion and the Frenchtown portion are rolled together, but dispersed in the right buckets in it.
Thank
Mhm.
you. Okay, anything else with salary and wages?
No,
Thank you.
unless you wanna do 4% raises this year.
Anything else
I'm
with salary and
hoping
wages?
for a smile, that's all.
It's not that, it's that we've heard that joke
Yeah.
6 times before.
I didn't get to hear that, otherwise I wouldn't have deleted that from you.
All right, let's go on. There is no change fund, that's a holdover account, correct? Still, there's still no change fund, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Going to printing and binding, account ending in 223. So is this a code book year? Wrong account, I'm
That
sorry.
would be books and publications,
Yes,
however,
apologies.
but, and yes, it will be a code book year likely. But I was just proposing keeping that at the exact same amount. Dividing. The last time we purchased, forms, we purchased in a large volume.
Mhm.
So that we could get a better rate, and that lasted us through this last year. We haven't had to purchase any forms this past year, so. Keep it the same.
Expect that next year you will have to make a large purchase.
I did not assess where we're at on forms, inspection stickers, no, we will not have to purchase, we've got plenty of them, but I did not assess our form stock to know if we're gonna have to purchase any forms. And we're slowly moving more and more into electronic, and people are providing their own copies. So at some point in the future, I'm sure we'll be able to drop that number down.
So 800 is, the amount of 800 for 2023 is relatively high compared to previous years. Do we need to be at 800 in 2024?
I'm just proposing keeping it the same. Do we need to be there? Probably not, but like I said.
Do you want to let us know?
I can do that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sue, did you have a question?
I just wanted, there was a charge. She has my computer. There was a charge that is not has not been normally charged to construction, and that was for the insert into the tax bills for the CSR or CRS. I didn't touch anything.
And I'll mention that, I was gonna mention that later.
Yeah, without having it in my, without having the computer in front of me, I wasn't sure what line that was actually charged to.
So do you want to hold in your question while you look, and I'll go on? or you want me to-
Yes, that's fine.
Okay.
It logged out by itself. I didn't.
All right, maintenance and other equipment, that's a 0 item. Books and publications.
Yes, I'm proposing that go back up to the 3,000 since we possibly have a new code cycle this coming year. We're in the 2021 codes right now, 2024 codes are starting to come out, and if the state adopts them quick enough, we'll need them this coming year,
You're proposing what number? I'm
the
sorry.
3,000.
Okay, so for account ending in 22233, we're gonna increase from 1,000 to 3,000. Computer supplies. Look, you're overexpended for 2023, 1,000 budgeted, but we're expended by about $342. What's in that budget line, you think?
We do a lot of purchase of ink and materials that we use in the office. I believe anytime if we purchase a desktop printer or scanner or something like that, monitor, that gets paid out of that line. I was actually gonna propose that it be increased to 2,500. In the many years ago, we had it at a much higher rate. In 2019, it was 2,100.
What's in the 1342 that we would need more of for 2024?
There was also, sorry, There was also a shredding charged to that line item also that had not been accounted for,
How much was the shredding?
$350.
Okay, so what, I have 1342 as the actual for the year. Okay, so if 300 of that, let's say it's one time, 1,000 has been spent this year, do you anticipate spending more than that more than $1,000 next year?
We were looking at the possibility of purchasing a different printer for the office, something that will handle the volume of printing that we do.
Okay, we have a list of technology to keep them separate, so let's talk about that over here. So what kind of printer are you thinking? Just a,
Yeah, just a more, more commercial quality printer. Right now, we're just using typical desktop printers and they last us a year or so, and we're constantly buying the little cartridges of ink for them.
okay, so you got a printer.
We'd like to just get something into the office that actually functions for the volume that we do there. And I forget what the pricing on them. I didn't bring that kind of information with me. But they're $2,000-3,000. They could be $2,000 or $3,000 just for that printer.
Okay, and outside our printer, anything else?
I think some of it goes to the capital that's going to end up on that other 5-year
Yes.
capital thing, but there's office desk furniture, things that are pretty antiquated in what we use.
Okay,
in our
we'll
office.
talk about that in capital, you're right.
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, so computer supplies. Keep it, we have it at, we spent about 1,000 this year. You budgeted for 1,000. You said before you wanted to raise it. But is there still, after we talked about moving things to capital, is there still justification to go above the 1,000?
2021, we spent a little over 1,400. 2022, we spent a little over 1,900.
What was in those numbers that you would see having to spend in
I'd have
2024?
to get the list of what was from Sue of what was spent, what was purchased with those numbers.
So if you were able to operate at $1,000 this year, and you don't have a desire or need for anything new without looking at what was spent in the past,
Could we do it? Sure.
well, I'm sure you could.
Yeah, because we have a limit as to how much we can spend, but, yeah. Come look at what we work with and you might have a.
I'm just asking for the justification, that's all.
Mhm.
In the absence of having that justification, I wouldn't just want to put a number on the page. So why don't we leave it at 1,000, and if you have a justification, we'll, send us what you got and we'll look at what we can do.
Okay.
All right, the conferences and meetings. Budget's $2,000, year to date 1,475. What do you expect 2024?
There's a couple items to look at with conferences and meetings. I'll give you the bottom line of the number to start. I'm proposing that it goes 4,000. There are 3 conferences in the year: building safety for International Code Council, the Flood Conference, and then legal municipalities. There are benefits for me to be at all of those events. They cost in the neighborhood of $1,000 or $500 for registration for those events. And then hotel accommodations in the $400 to $500 range for that conference as well. Crystal is also, she's a certified technical assistant for the state or through the state. In the past, her license did not need CEUs. As of this year, it does. So she's going to need to attend some of those or be able to get to sources of CEUs to maintain her certification of the technical. So between just those 3 conferences, we're looking at $3,000 if I went to all 3, and that's just me. Typically, I don't go to the legal municipalities, but and we've never sent any other inspector to go to them. So if we ended up with Crystal going to 1 and I went to all 3, you're looking at $4,000 in general numbers to accomplish that.
So looking at education and training, I think the next line, 242. That's probably more appropriate for Crystal's education costs.
It could be paid there, typically those.
Is she going to
we use
classes
that.
or going to conferences?
Um, she could go to a class, or she could go to the conference where you get the class at the conference plus the extra.
But what's your plan? What would you say the best use of her time would be for the work that needs to be done? Because it just, in terms of disorganizing expense, when I see education and training, she's doing an online seminar, she's going to a one-day seminar. You know, that's very different than going to the league for multiple credits. So how would you characterize her need?
I would say her need would be to attend the building safety conference.
Okay,
That is you get the most bang for the buck. You can be able to converse and talk to people of the same position and be able to get ideas and on how to handle your job, how to handle different situations. The value is there to improve the quality of the work for the city. An online class is great because it's convenient, but you don't get the benefit of interaction with your peers.
and then you in the past have attended these events,
Yes,
but that was not on this budget. You didn't pay for the city, didn't pay for you just, did
the
it?
city paid for me for building safety and the flood conference,
Okay,
only those two events.
and then if you went to the league,
I'm probably gonna go to the league this year, but I did not get overnight accommodations or register for it. There is an event there for building officials. And I'm probably just gonna go down for the day. On the league.
but 2024. You would do the same.
I'd probably do the same in 2024. I'd just like to have the flexibility to be able to send a subcode official and inspector myself to the building safety to Crystal down there. So that she can benefit from it.
Okay, it's just a little bit of a departure from what's done in the past. Government always does better when there's no change. So it can, not to give you a lot of extra work, but could you just give us a little bit of a 2024 plan on conferences and planning? It seems like you're expanding the breadth of the training of your staff, and it's a very noble thing. But when a number goes up that big, we have to stand before the public and explain why. It'd be helpful to have a education plan. So I'm gonna say we'll put a pin in this one pending your plan. I understand you want flexibility, but the detail and the plan is better stated with who's going where and why.
Yeah, I laid out the information. I can get that to you
Thank you.
as to what it would involve.
And as always, make sure to CC the mayor with that. And I'll record that information into our notes. Okay, professional association dues.
I'm proposing to increase that to $750. The reason NJBOA, the Building Officials Association is $100, MUNCO, Construction Officials Association is $100. The New Jersey Floodplain Administrator Association is $50, and the ASFPN I'm required to be part of that association to keep my CFM license. That's $180. CFM license renewal is $120. UCC license renewal is coming up, I believe this year is around $150. All totals up just a little bit under the $750 number.
Thank you. So we're increasing the number from $450 to $750 for account ending 244. Inspection code enforcement, OE.
That is not my line. That is control place where like you said, county health is paid out of that. Health inspection.
Sue, can you talk a little bit about, I see you shaking your head. If you get some
It's
information
for
on that.
the county health bills kind, the
Mhm.
health inspection bills. That's, they come and inspect the facilities in town,
Restaurants and.
restaurants and packaged goods stores and that type, and then they bill us.
So this number has changed as a result of COVID. I believe that, when during COVID, there was less activity and I don't know that we've actually. Had 1 year we have one good year of 2023 on record here, 6,900. Is that, what is the time periods that cover? Do you know?
That is the fourth quarter of 2022 for retail food and prepackaged. And then only first quarter of 2023. So it looks like the county is behind in billing us, so we still owe them second, third quarter and fourth to come.
Okay. So is the 11,000 number just seems high looking at historic numbers.
Well, we've only paid 2 quarters and we've spent $6,000. And we have 2 more quarters that we could possibly pay out of 2023.
Okay. Should we leave it at 11,000?
Yes. Only because there's new restaurants that are opening and so that's gonna fluctuate too. The type of businesses that are coming into town, which would need an inspection from the county on.
Actually, that's, the Board of Health works with my office through the food licensing. And
So we'll wait, Cindy.
we do have a couple new buildings that are being turned into restaurants, so it probably will increase. But the one good thing, about the county is they honor everybody who is a nonprofit. I just have to submit to them a copy of their nonprofit status and they don't charge.
So is 11,000 enough?
I would think that would be enough, yes, because we also at the same time have heard of a couple restaurants that may either be relocating or closing.
Okay. Thank you. All right, looking at UCC Frenchtown, actual 6298. Budget amount is 5,500. Who has responsibility for that line?
And that's the 10% that we pay to Frenchtown for having, or for us taking care of their needs for the Uniform Construction Code. We pay 10% of all permit fees back to Frenchtown.
So I guess we underestimated last year. That's based on activity though.
Based on activity. So
How is the activity looking going to 2024?
it's looking to be about the same as what we've been doing.
Okay.
There's a couple big projects that are continuing and another 1 or 2 that are potential starting up. Might be a new housing development that is just finishing up with the planning board that may be starting in Frenchtown. So I would thoroughly expect it to stay at the same level.
So if we're currently at 6298 and the year is not out yet, 2022 is $7,000. Would you have a recommendation?
I would recommend increasing it. 2020 was 13,800. So I wouldn't recommend going that high at all, but I initially wrote 6,300 for that line, but that's only because that's how much we've already spent this year. It might be advisable to put that at $7,000.
Michael, we're currently at 8,000 spent because I added 3rd quarter since the budget reports were free.
Okay. So
The 3rd quarter payout to Frenchtown Borough will be on next week's bills approval list, and that's $1,700.
so it's like almost 3,000 a quarter. About that.
About 2. Yeah.
2. That was at 6, now 0 to 8. All right.
1st quarter was kind of heavy,
Mm-hmm.
but 2nd was 1,600, and 3rd is 17.
What do you think? Give them that information.
I would say at that at 8,000 minimum.
8,000. Okay. 8,000, so we'll put UCC up to 8,000 for count 301.
And 4th quarter, when will we pay that out?
I won't pay until January.
And will that get charged against 2023 or will that get charged against 2024?
I've already paid 4 quarters. The 4th quarter of 2022 was just paid out in 23. So we would charge I would imagine 4th quarter of 23 to the 24 budget, because we can only pay 4 quarters per budget year, correct?
I think Cindy's point is all 4 quarters were paid now, right?
Yes, I know.
Right.
Right, so the 4th quarter of 23 will be paid 24's budget,
Right, so the number you're paying out now will be the end of it for this year.
which is $8,000.
Right. Okay, 8,000, we'll go with that number, then 8,000 is. Okay, Frenchtown office supplies.
I would like to put that at 500. We have spent that in the past, that amount. like I said, we haven't purchased any forms for Frenchtown for quite a while. I think they're pretty low on what they have, because they do provide forms to residents of Frenchtown when they come into the borough office up there,
Okay,
so.
so 302 will raise to 500. Okay. We do have to touch on zoning while we're here as well. Let's finish out capital on UCC. Capital requests,
We're doing that today?
just for 2024. And,
Oh, okay, cause we got that 5-year.
thank you. That we're
I
gonna look at.
I didn't complete it, but I had my notes on it, cause I didn't know when you wanted it.
Do you have 2024 complete?
We don't have any capital requests currently for 2024,
Okay,
unless we wanna put that I-plan table. It needs to be put in the office soon, that's at a $20,000 price tag. For that electronic plan review
okay.
table.
That may have been funded through one of our bond ordinances.
I think you're right, yeah, I see what you said the same.
Yeah, I don't, I think of 2023, I think we have 20,000 in that.
I think that's right.
For an I-plan table,
Mhm.
yeah, I didn't know that, so that's great to hear. You're welcome. Thank you very much. So when can we buy it?
Well, you have to get a quote on it and then
that I-
submit that to Sue and go through the process.
Okay,
Great, all right. And then when you can, please complete the 5-year survey, we'll have it on there.
Okay.
All right, so zoning board of adjustment.
I do not do the board.
You don't do the board.
I do the zoning, and I don't believe we have. A finance line item for purchases for the zoning officer.
Nothing in the
And
budget.
we don't have anything for the floodplain administrator or CRS coordinator.
Okay,
So I would suggest that we think about. Putting a line item in for them. You were thinking about retirements in the future, mine is coming in 2025. And when I get replaced. You're gonna be hard pressed to find somebody with all the certifications I have, there's very few of us there. So you're likely gonna be splitting that job up. And you're gonna wanna see line items for those salaries separated, have their own salary line items and at least some sort of an. OE expense related to them. There are a couple little things that the CRS coordinator can do that would require the city to fund a little bit. It'd be nice to have that. That line item there. And we could take all the revenues from the flood hazard area development permits and make sure that that funds that line item that way. That is something we probably should think about.
all right, so I'm gonna make a note for 2025 planning. That the time will be to break out. Expenses. In our thinking as we get close to that point. Thank you.
For flood zoning and then construction. And you're gonna be looking at construction official, building subcode official, plumbing subcode official, fire subcode official,
Mhm.
mechanical inspector. You're gonna get some guys with some of those, you might find somebody with all three, but. Like I said, few and far between.
Okay. Anything else?
I'm sure I didn't miss something here. No, that's it.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else have anything? Excuse me, anyone else have anything else, Ken, for you? All right. All right, thank you for your help. All right. Shall we? Stay a little ahead schedule?
Very good.
All right, Senator Brown.
I'm going to excuse myself for just a second. Be right back.
Does anyone else need to take a little break before we start?
Should get sworn in, Chris.
Your host, sworn officer.
Or should we swear you in?
Too late,
What is it?
too late, hearing's already underway, we have to start over again, nobody wants that. Allowed. All right, so for the benefit of the record and folks at home, can you please give us your name, title, what you do for the city line?
Sure, Lieutenant Robert Brown, you're also in charge of Lancaster City Police Department. Wait, that'll be on the next thing. I didn't see that in the list, but we'll do that fast, maybe.
All right, so you're here for the police budget
That's correct.
and the OEM budget,
Yes.
any other ones?
That's it.
Okay. All right, so we will start with the salary and wages.
All right, if you don't mind, if I just do a little introduction.
Would you like to do an opening?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'll save you some time. I'll make sure we go quick, right? So, Lindenville Police Department, we're a 24-hour police department agency, with a total of, planning on 11 full police officers, certified police officers, with 5 civilian staff, which includes park officers as well as office staff. So with that being said, the wage and salary reflects that, and so there's the shift coverage. And with that being said, with that type of staff, number of staff members, remember, it takes a lot to be able to operate staff at that level. That comes with equipment wise, vehicles, which includes that, and training for these officers. So with that being said, there's a lot behind the scenes that's done that the public doesn't see. And to be able to pull that all together and be able to answer calls 24 hours a day. And when the public reaches out, it does take funding to operate like that. And so just moving forward, take that into consideration when we go through the salary and wage and the operating budget for the police department. Okay, so we'll move forward. So for salary and wage for the so what we're looking at for next year is we're looking at for 11 officers, and that would be include an additional officer that we've been speaking about to bring in some services that are lacking right now that the community has been requesting and would like to see. So moving forward, that extra position, if you give me a minute that we can talk about.
Can I pause you for a second before we start? In 20, as of now, how many officers do you have, including vacancies?
So right now, we are at 10, that includes myself.
10, and any vacancies?
We just filled the vacancy, so that'd be the answer, no.
So you have a full complement at 10.
That's correct.
Thank you. And civilians the same?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So anyway, so going back to the additional officer that's needed, so I proposed right now we have a lacking of follow-ups in the detective investigation wise. So right now we operate with with 2 part-time detectives, which are also police officers that are covering the room, meaning answering calls. And so the investigations, as we know, are getting more and more complicated. With that, with subpoenas, with warrants. So back to the day when you can just again take somebody's bank statements and go through them to find out where the identity that took place, just doesn't happen anymore. Now we have to apply for a warrant to be able to obtain that information. And it's a time that we're taking officers off the road. So anyway, so what we're not looking to put more officers on the road. What we're looking to do is for the investigations to really follow up and come to a completion. Hopefully a good way where we have enough evidence to be able to charge the defendant. And you see the uptick in identity thefts and other investigations. And right now I don't have the manpower to be able to fully investigate what needs to be investigated. Doesn't mean if it's going from canvassing door to door for thefts, from if it's automobile thefts, from break-ins or whatever it might be, that takes time and it takes the officers off the road. with that being said, let's back up a little bit, when you were asking about the complement of officers. So we were, so when we talk about different line items that we have here, like the overtime budget, right? So what I always said when we were coming into these budget hearings, why we have such a high overtime rate. And then if we don't use those funds, why are we putting them in there, right? So it seems like as a whole, as your finance team likes to bring the budgets down to what you actually need and what you actually use. Well, it doesn't operate that way for emergency services. And why I can say that is because, and I've been saying that for the last 3 or 4 years. And what we ran into, here's a good example, probably for this year. I got 2 officers out on extended leaves. One's out for at least 6 months. The officer's been out, the other one's been 2 months, I expect it for another month. So we don't have any built-in shift coverage. So right now, as soon as somebody is out, that's filled with overtime. So right now, for our overtime budget, we're close to what our max is for the year. Luckily, we had an officer leave throughout the middle of the year in April. So I have money from a regular base salary to cover any additional overtime that's being spent for. So when we were talking about when I had the extra, say, take a number of 20,000 at the end of the year and saying giving back that to the general funds at the transfer time of the year. Why are we doing that? This is why we do that. Services. And so I just want to make that one at that point. And moving forward, again, having that additional officer will also bring the staffing levels a little bit higher. When I say that, right now we're going down to 1 officer on a shift, on a day shift. That the industry standard, that should never happen anymore. 10 years ago, that was fine. So we go back to staffing levels here in Lambertville. We've had 3 different groups that's come in and have done studies for the police department. Each study, each time the city put that out, thought that it was going to change, but guess what? It didn't change. We were still below the normal staffing levels or what they suggest to have. So we go back to 10 years ago, or 12 years ago, when we laid a police officer off, we never replaced that officer. The officer eventually left, and then the officer that we had to lay off was able to come back because somebody left, right? So we're down a position, so we reduce the staffing levels. Then we reduced the staffing levels when the police director left, because I had to fill that position, and that left my patrol slot. So this is going for 15 years. We've decreased the police department by 2 officers. Now, my counterpart, just doing a little survey through the Police Chief Association, not one police department in Hunter County has reduced their police departments. Guess what? 3/4 have increased, and we've decreased. We're the only police department in Hunter County that decreased our police department. And going back to a week ago, we had over 4,000 individuals that attended the Halloween event that we had. So when you personally, when we as a whole, as a community, expect to invite 4,000 additional individuals in the town in a 2-hour period, what kind of services are we able to provide? Are we able to shut down the streets? Are we able to bring in vehicle barricades, right? Or set up barricades so vehicles aren't driving into the crowds? What kind of protection are we giving it at 8 o'clock at night when it's dark out, when we get missing persons? What are we doing for that? Right now, we're not doing anything for the last 15 years. At some point, this is good. We have to change our mentality here, because when something happens, we're always knee-jerk to, well, how can we fix it? One example was 6 years ago, we had graffiti that seems minor, but we just had the park done at Calvel Park. We had graffiti all over the brand new equipment. We had the equipment for maybe a week or so. Same that happened at Ely Field. At the same night. So we were rushed to say, let's hire another police officer. But as an example of a reaction, we're not being proactive ahead of time. So, and that's a mentality that I'm trying to bring into when I come into these budget hearings, to bring in a proactive approach instead of a reactive approach. So I'm all for that. So I'll move on. Sorry to type so much time there, but I think that's important to get out to the public that this is some of the stuff that we have to fill. Positions are, think about it, the schedule that we work, which almost 3/4 departments or more in the state works with 3 days off, 3 days on, 3 days off, 12-hour schedule. That being said, the officer works more than 2,080 hours. So we owe the officers, because they're putting more hours, we owe each officer 100 hours a year. Excuse me, 100 hours a year. And so you have 10 officers, add that up, that's 1,000 hours. So we have to allow that time off for that 1,000 hours, that's without vacation or personal time. So what happens, that there's no police officer working that shift there.
That's how you've been accounting for that 2023.
We've been accounting for the last 5 years, like,
That's what happens.
we're down to one officer during the day.
Right.
Or, so yeah, so I try to set the prime time, if I'm gonna be, for officer safety wise, we won't go into scheduling too much. For officer safety wise, we try to have the officers utilize that time on a
The question
day.
I'm trying to get to is that time is reconciled within the calendar year, there's no carry forward.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
How you do it, God bless you, because it's like moving pieces around.
And that's what we try to do. I think when the mayor walks in and sees my big calendar board, every day there's an officer off trying to fill those spots. And and it's very hard when you see that, to be able to accomplish that. But again, moving that detective into, adding that detective day shift, that will also give another officer be able to fill in when they're off from that chart time, vacation time, or personal time.
So I have a couple of questions based on your presentation. I hold them.
Okay.
Okay. So you definitely have done an effective job presenting the case of the need for the additional officer and, so can you continue that with how the addition of the one officer would be plugged into this scenario and how it would alleviate some of these problems? What position would they be hired for? How would that create other top level discussion changes within your department that would alleviate the concerns in this problem?
So we're looking at not over policing, right? Putting extra, I'm not looking to put extra patrol cars on the
So there
street.
seems to be a deficit that you're trying to fill.
That's right, so what we're filling is, I'm taking one of the senior officers, which again, this is all, it's all posted, you know how the process goes, because of the contracts. The position would be a senior position, to be a detective's position, with a senior officer filling that position, that's trained to be able to do investigations.
Possible promotion to a detective?
No, in the way the contract's set up, it's not a promotion.
Okay.
Right now, we're already giving stipends to the 2 part-time detectives.
Okay.
So that's not an increase. The increase is just the base.
What's the position that would be posted for this one person?
So it'd be a full-time detective slot.
Okay.
And then per the contract, that doesn't, I don't need to do anything more than except to do that. That's not a cost, there's no increase in salary because I already have 2 detectives that are getting part-time detectives that are getting a stipend per the contract.
So the position, this new head count would be a detective you would seek to hire?
I'll be hiring a regular basic patrolman to fill the senior patrolman spot,
And the senior patrolman would then,
move to the detective slot.
okay, so, I'm sorry, so what is, you just said about it, what is the title that you would be seeking to fill for number 11?
Then it'd be a basic patrolman, will be the initial hire,
Mhm.
and then you take a senior patrolman, you put him in the detective slot that's already trained to do.
And what's the contracted salary for a patrolman?
43, right now, 43.5, something like that.
Okay, and
That
then,
would be for next year. Right.
right, so if in fact that was the case, it'd be 1 full year of 43.5.
Correct.
And then.
It's already, and that's included in my budget for.
So, again, just keeping the discussion high level. So in your scenario, the patrolman's hired. And then a senior officer would then apply for a full detective's position. Okay, so then the math of that would be that senior officer would receive how much additional compensation? Detective?
Nothing, because I'm taking one of the part-time detectives, it's all works out in the math, taking their plate and giving them to the full-time detective. So that's already in the budget,
Okay, so
that's been in the budget for the last 5, 6, whatever is at the PDA's contract.
so that senior officer would now be a detective, detective,
Right,
and maybe a full-time detective.
right, and it could be it might even be one of the corporals and sergeants are eligible, because I had to post that under their contract, it said, I post the, what the requirement's gonna be.
So in this action, the city would benefit by 1 additional patrol officer and now a full-time detective.
Correct.
And then the other 2 officers, they would no longer have detective duties.
Correct, I have to keep one part-time one because you gotta fill in for off hours, and when that person's off. So I can have one, just like it is now, if one's working, that's great, if not, then I call somebody else in.
So the two stipends currently are equal,
Right, correct,
and one of those stipends would go to the new
yes.
position.
So there's nothing to worry about with being on, at least budgetary wise, for the budget, for the committee here. Who's getting what stipend, because that's set by myself, it's gonna pick the detective under the posting. And it's already preset in the contract, so really for the budget committee, the detective flight stipend is not gonna affect the budget at all.
But you're getting more patrolling hours.
Correct.
basically.
Okay, so the net benefit is one patrol, one full-time detective. Now, are there any,
So you're going from 2 part-time to 1.5, right?
well, no, you're,
Detectives.
you could put it that way, but there is a now full-time detective, which the city does not have,
Correct.
So 90%, 95% will be, investigation will be covered by the full-time detective.
Right, and that's a whole different, that's no longer job sharing, that's someone who shows up every morning with a stack of work and can pursue simply that all day.
Yes.
And of course, you'll shift them if need be. Okay,
Because right, and then
How
it's a
will-
little more complicated, meaning for the patrols, covering patrol state for that detective, when I was saying that we're also getting a little bit more, we're also getting road coverage. Say right now, because I hate getting into the scheduling in a public meeting because it jeopardizes officer safety.
yeah, rather,
So, but at the end of the day is that there's times when I'm leaving, when I leave like at 4 o'clock, 4:30, when I leave, right? That there might be an officer working alone. When we have that full-time detective Monday through Friday, that will not be her.
so can we talk about you talked about the elasticity of overtime and how it grows as you have deficits on manpower. So can you, in this scenario now where we have one full-time detective, one full-time newly hired patrol, what do you expect the impact on overtime to be?
I think I kind of addressed with our administration already, but with the overtime, I'm gonna say be conservative, saying maybe 0.
Okay, well, in there then.
Okay, and I very quickly.
Well, this, I want to understand mechanically and I'm.
The overtime is for, so the overtime is for, the overtime, the breakdown for the overtime is for patrol coverage, majority, 3/4 of it, right? So that in this case isn't being affected at all, we're gaining extra patrol. But I'm not creating overtime, right now we got officers working alone, and that's where this is gonna also take care of, especially on the day shift.
Okay, so I'm gonna note here that we would have more depth of coverage.
Correct.
Okay, but I want to be clear on this overtime matter.
Right, I'm conservatively saying that 0. So I'm
Zero what?
meaning, no, I'm not gonna save any overtime.
Oh, okay, that's so that.
Oh, I thought you were saying you wanted 0.
No.
That's my question, because it helps me get there.
Well, I'll break it down a little bit.
No, please don't. You already did a good job with this.
No. I wanna break down the.
That's what I heard, you wanted 0 for your budget.
Zero change. That's what I'm loving. So when I talk about changing, so we're looking at, for right now, for like, say a shift coverage overtime, right? We're looking at, for shift cover total overtime, we're looking at 174 hours, right? That's just for shift coverage. I'm talking about for up to October, that's what we're looking at for shift coverage, that we're doing 174 hours. And we look at 32 court hours for overtime, and then 42 hours for training overtime. So that's just a breakdown of where our hours are going.
That's what you've spent so far this year.
Yes,
In your overtime.
overtime, yes, so I'm trying to do a breakdown where the overtime hours are. To my point, I'm trying to make the point to you is that the overtime is going to shift coverage, which is 174 hours. That's the majority where the overtime goes to.
Okay, so I'm trying to follow, so just bear with me on the questions. We talked about how the overtime is driven because we don't have depth officers. Now, I'm not trying to peg you to the overtime. I'm just trying to talk about factors that put pressure on the overtime budget line. So one would think,
Give me 2 officers then.
well.
I'll take
Not
care-
negotiating,
I'll take-
we're still working on number 1.
I'll take care of your stress.
Size,
I'll take
they
care
give
of your
cash sizes, I can give you 2. So if the overtime, if the size of the force current dictates what the overtime is, depending outside events. why would not the hiring of one more patrol officer at least bring down the overtime barring any major catastrophes, hurricanes? So you're going to apply that officer differently than the current officer.
Correct, and my issues right now is not the overtime to you is an issue, but every police department has an overtime. Building. So what I'm saying is that
Control.
right, and where we're coming from, I think this is very under control. If we weren't cut 2 officers already. If I was down, I'm already down 2 officers. If we weren't cut 2 officers, then there wouldn't be as much overtime.
So
So at the end of the day, this is
overtime, if being down 2 officers equals the current overtime,
right.
then being down 1 officer should equal less.
No,
Okay, but that's the policeman.
right, but where I'm going from is that we had a detective that was during the first layoff.
Okay,
So that detective was not filling any overtime as it is. I'm not talking about you're talking about overtime. When I'm adding officer, it's because I need investigations to be covered and investigated. That's why, at the end of the day, that's where we're lacking. So the residents aren't getting their share. When I'm sending officers out for motor vehicle theft, right? The officer's going out, taking the report, knocking on some doors, and that's about where it stands. Okay, I'll give you an example. I got a car down in Trenton we recovered a month ago. Do you think I had somebody to send down there to do prints, maybe to get a print? Because there's a good chance that somebody that has a criminal history stole that car. Right? I didn't have any officers, I don't have a detective to send down there. I only have 1 officer working. So now that stolen car, do you think I'm ever going to recover whoever stole that car? I couldn't get any fingerprints off of it. So that's why we're adding a detective.
Okay,
That's
so-
one of the examples right there.
well, that's helpful. So so nothing's really going to change in terms of general patrol operations. The hiring of this person will expand your detective bureau for
Correct.
additional services.
Right, and the officer working alone on day shift. When somebody's off.
Okay. So this is an expansion of the detective bureau at the cost of only 1 patrolman.
Correct.
If you add a full-time detective, and then you're still gonna have 1 part-time, are you going to replace someone else as a part-time?
No.
So you'll be, okay, so, because right now we have 2 part.
Correct.
Okay.
And again, this is the conversation I know was upfront with the council and with the mayor, that this wasn't gonna be an overtime, this isn't an overtime issue, meaning for me. The issue is the policing and how do we conduct investigations.
You know, within a big part of budgets are numbers. The other part of it is all us able to articulate what it is that the budget's gonna do. And be able to have these conversations and
Correct.
crunch on it, makes it also all conversant.
I just want to be crystal clear, and I made it crystal clear to even the council president that when I asked right to T, is it gonna see the overtime? My answer was that, just like it was to you, no.
The answer was 0, first pass.
Right. You're okay. I mean, you got change, certain things, it's not burned. But again, if you look at the overtime, we also had 32 hours of investigative overtime. So in our investigation, we had 32 hours of investigative overtime. You're never gonna delete that because it might be a middle night when we had we have an unattended death. Or a serious motor vehicle accident, which involved death, then we're gonna have to call in a detective to do that. And that's what, so there's a lot of times you're not gonna get away from that.
All right, so I understand your points. I make notes of them. Thank you. Then there's the multiplying effect of having an additional sworn officer. So there is, that officer will generate more overtime, right? They're on a case and they're doing more services. They're not gonna punch the clock and leave when their shift's over. They are gonna see it through. So I think we all have to be very aware of that. More bodies sometimes can mean multiplier, more overtime.
Or and I'll put the spin on the other side of it,
How to get less overtime,
and it might be less overtime,
okay?
because I'm not calling somebody in that detective's already working, so I'm not calling. Here's another example, just this week, unattended death, 51-year-old male. Had to call somebody, I had 1 officer working, had to call somebody in to be able, a detective to be able to handle the unattended death. And it actually wasn't unattended until we determined it was unattended death, meaning that it wasn't, criminal related, right? So it took 5 hours to do that. So we had 5 hours of overtime. That was during between 8 and 4 in the afternoon. So there was overtime right there that would not have been spent if we had a detective. So on the other side of what you're saying, there's We're going to save 5 hours over time.
What about, outfitting, well, what's the next big expense? Do you have enough vehicles for that person?
Yes.
Can you just give us a quick?
You want to get into the vehicle thing now?
Well, maybe at least one more person.
Okay, yes.
Okay, in 500 words or less, why yes?
I think you're holding me to it. I think that's not, if we're opening this up to a public, and we're gonna be transparent. I'm gonna be able to explain what I gotta say here about vehicles. So being with that, with vehicles, I say yes, with the vehicles that I have, and they need to be maintained and properly replaced when they need to be replaced.
So given the fleet's current condition and size, you could accommodate this one more person, but we need to continue to make investments in maintenance. Or we're gonna need to buy an additional, we need to expand the fleet at some point for this person.
We're not, no, we would not need to expand, we need to keep what we have and to continue to replace it.
Fair.
And, yes.
Okay, so then we can talk more about the fleet as we get to.
Yes.
All right, okay. In terms of outfitting this person, would they require additional, we'd have to send them to the academy? Or would we have academy costs?
No.
No academy costs. And then outfitting is just typical as we've done in the past.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's all I have in salary.
And our current detectives already, per their contract, get a stipend for different uniform if needed.
Would if someone promoted to detective require additional training and cost of education?
No, because we're already training, the detectives that we have are going through advanced training.
Okay. How do we avoid the academy and the new hire?
So what we've been doing, I was just lucky, the new officer we just hired, we were able to hire a trained officer. So by chance, it was very lucky for that. Additionally, prior to that, we were using class 2 officers from the shore. They actually shore towns train the officers for a year, and then we get them when they get laid off. And that's when we try to different times of the year is better to pick up the class 2. But that's what we've been doing, and that's what all the police departments do. But when we move forward into the budget, we'll talk about police licensing that just came out and some of the requirements and how much that's going to cost you.
Can I just make one other point too? Is, we have with 3 senior housing developments here, and one of those, takes people who, need assisted living, and I know the police spend an awful lot of time there.
Anything else in salary and wages for?
I have a question about is your education going to change, the education incentive?
It should not necessarily change, but
With the current new hire or a potential new hire?
it could be with a potential new hire for people, but we wouldn't know that until we hired him. But
Current is not qualified.
that's correct, yeah, and it's already figured into the budget already this year with the new hire for proposed budget for 2024. I already figured that into
Based on the contract. Right. Okay.
And that's pretty, again, it's pretty cut and dry with the contract.
So that number that's current is staying.
Yes.
All right, well, I don't have in front of me your projections for 2024, but you generally kind enough to produce those.
Always, I just wanted to make sure that was a shock to let's see what numbers. But as soon as we get done, I'll share that with you and everything with you.
And just so that,
Sure, so
that we're reported, that's simply a multiplication of what's on the contract, and excuse what's on the contract.
that's correct. Yeah, and different people moving different steps, right? So the projected salary increase is to 2.5 for next year, and then we have officers moving in different steps throughout the whole year. Kind of makes it difficult for myself and Sue to figure out the salaries because they're moving in different steps in the middle of the year, and so it's easy to over project it because but it's to get it closer in line. It's just trying to modify to whatever how many months we have left for the new year for anyway in their step. So anyway, just moving on. So for the 11 contracted officers with myself, it was 968,858.81.
Again, please,
$968,858.81.
Okay.
So the way the salary and wages set up, we also have longevity, which is line 101 with the longevity in there. That's per the contract. That's set. That's $19,190.09.
It's not included in the 968 number.
No, it's not. These are all additional, because it's broken down that way on our spreadsheet.
If you could, so just give me the number and the court and what it is, and then we can decide all one list. So 968-85581 is salary,
Correct. Longevity is $19,190.09.
$19,180.
Oh, $19,190.09.
Okay.
And education,
Mhm.
which is line 107, is $7,140.
That one,
Mhm.
that one up.
Yes.
Well, yeah, and I don't know where, I'd have to look at where it went up at, Sue, but it wasn't because of the new officer. We'll have to look at the spreadsheets. And the overtime, keep it at 71, because that's line 102,
Mhm.
is 71,500.
Mhm.
With a subtotal of, I have a subtotal for that. If you can try to check my math on it to be $1,066,688.90.
1 million more time.
66,
Mhm.
688.90.
So this 96.8, does that include the 11th officer?
That's correct, sir. Sue, what you're talking about, why it looked like it went up, but that also includes the corporal stipend and the detective stipend.
Okay.
Because that's all part of, remember, we were gonna break it on that spreadsheet, it's broken down as such. So that's why,
Yeah, it's not, those two stipends are rolled right into. the
right, but
salary.
you wanted to see that on the spreadsheet broken down better, and that's what I did on the
That's
spreadsheet.
the detective.
And the corporal's stipend. That's a total, so we're looking at total numbers here, we're not, so we don't have to go back and adjust. So when you're ready, let me know, go over civilian budgets.
That's the number I'm missing. Thank you. This is the.
I got it for you. All right, so just make sure everybody's caught up. So civilian salaries, we're looking at a total of 124,327.70.
Can you say it again? One.
Sure, 124,327.70.
I do not.
Okay, it's gonna come up at the bottom.
Earlier we talked about Pat Thompson.
I didn't say that, no, I'm gonna go there.
All right.
I hate bringing up numbers because he's so good with numbers, you know, he's,
We still are 0 for overtime.
I know, that's what he's looking at.
Yeah. Burned and drained.
Never.
The hearings.
Zero change.
That's not what you said.
That's not what you said.
We're gonna play back the tape.
We're gonna play back the tape there, we're gonna swear in Michael when he's
What, I'm just doing, oh, man.
going to this budget.
Okay. Those numbers all tie out relatively to what I say
All good?
for what it is, yes, sir.
What did you see that typical politician?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's go on. Thank you.
Okay. So, I don't know if you need to go any more, do you need anything more on that?
Let me just do something real quick. So for the benefit of everyone, you break your numbers down a little more detailed, but my total number for the 101 account now for 2024 is gonna be 1,112,373.6. That's your civilian and your sworn salary plus longevity. 1,112,373.6. That's an increase over the 1.7 from the previous year,
Okay,
$1,007,000.
got it, okay.
Which-
You have the overtime in there as well, right?
No, overtime.
So I have the overtime, that's my total number is 1,191,000.
016.
Yes, because I include the overtime in.
So that's the one for the 101 account, that's the number I just gave you. For the 102 overtime number, you're proposing 71,500.
That's the same as last year.
Yeah, and then in the 107 account, education incentive, we went up from last year's number to at $3,000 more to 7,140.
What's what you just said?
But it includes, I did not go up from last year, it includes,
It should be the same, the education stipend. He has added in the stipend that's given to the corporals and the.
detective, so now,
Each year was up in the 101 account,
Yes.
so we're just breaking it down into the,
Yes.
to the.
So
educational
that
sense,
$3,000, whatever it is, needs to be added to the 101.
Why do we, tell me why we add to the 101? I understand to be comparative to last year, yes. Does it belong in regular earnings? Should not be an educated, why is it not educated?
Is it paid as a stipend or is it paid
No,
as for their weekly salary?
It's added to their weekly salary,
Thank you.
their weekly salary.
So. We're gonna break out this education stipend, which is $4,140.
correct, that's staying the same.
And then there's a $3,000. What do we call it? What is the proper name for that?
Corporal
Corporal and detective stipend,
Detective
that's
stipend.
per the contract,
And that's where the stipends currently for the 2 detectives reside.
correct.
Thank you. Okay, all ties out. Thank you. Let's jump in, OE.
Sure. Are you sure, are you ready for this?
I'm trying. I'm holding on. I lost a little more hair. I'm okay.
All right, let me just move up here. All right, so let's all start off with something easy. Advertising, which is gonna be 221. I would like to decrease that by $400. We'll start off with a good note, okay?
Keep it going.
All right, postage, I know there's been a lot of going back and forth with the postage and delivery charge. We're gonna keep that the same here at the police department. I'm trying to get everything that we're doing is trying to email and scan out. So we're gonna trying to keep that the same.
222 the same, 222.
275.
Yep.
So, here's what my other sheet here. Maintenance of motor vehicles. So, we're looking to keep that the same, 25. With them.
Time to talk about the fleet in your plan.
So kind of, I guess so. We'll, yeah, the maintenance of honestly, the 3/4 or more of the maintenance fees. Went to the 3 oldest vehicles.
Can you just start how many vehicles you have in operation? Just give us those total numbers.
Sure. So if you remember right from last year, we increased the vehicle maintenance, I think by $1,000. And that was a good thing that we did that. So I'm trying to pull out a sheet for that.
Take your time.
But for moving forward with it, we have a Chevy Tahoe that has 142,000.
Can you start from the big numbers first? How big is your active fleet?
We have a total of 5 patrol vehicles.
Okay. And then is there?
We have a marking vehicle
Okay. Mhm.
and 2 unmarked vehicles.
Okay.
So so let's I was going to bring I wanted to get some model cars I should have brought in to show that because sometimes we lose perspective here.
Okay, so I'm trying to get the inventory straight in my head.
Right.
Before we go on. How many cars do you have that are out of service but still in your possession?
Nothing right now.
Okay, so there are only 8 registered vehicles in this police department. Right. Thank you.
So we have 5 patrol vehicles right now, right? So you have, to take off the top here, 2 officers working each shift.
Mhm.
So you have the night shift and you have the day shift. So that takes 4 patrol vehicles right there still. Running 12-hour shifts. You have 2 vehicles that are running 12 hours. And then the other patrol vehicles, 2 vehicles covering a night shift, which is another 12 hours. So right there's 4 vehicles. Then I have an overlap shift that uses that 5th vehicle. So now what do I got? 0 left. So if I take any of these cars out of the fleet, now you're running a car 24 hours. So it's like leaving your car run 24 hours every day. So when we talk about fleets, I think we miss that sometimes when we were talking about this, is that these cars are running 12-hour shifts. And if you go down a car, now we're running a car 24 hours a day. How long do you think that's gonna last?
How do you cover extra duty road job, that kind of thing, with vehicles?
That's with that 5th vehicle.
Okay, that's in the city. Yeah.
Right, so now, yeah, so now I'm running, well, then one of the vehicles are getting run 24 hours a day, because that person's on the road job, then that vehicle will be used at night as well.
Right.
So. Other police departments do not operate like that. Because you're waiting, and we're holding on to our vehicles for 5 to 6 years. How does that happen? I still don't know that, I stay up at night thinking about how do we do that? It's like you sleep at night in your car, run all day long, and all night long, it's not gonna last. And we make them last 5 or 6 years. So, we've always had a vehicle program here, is it the best? No, but do we make it work because we have limited funds? Yes, so we talk about having a 5-year plan, well, we have a 6-year plan for the vehicles. You replace one a year, and that by the time you get to the end, you're replacing, you've got your fleet replaced in at least 5 or 6 years. But the problem it runs into is that when we run into a parking vehicle, that because we usually replace that with one of the oldest police vehicles. But we haven't done that in years, so I got a Crown Vic that you might want to plug your ears here, but I don't have a choice of doing this. I put $2,000 into that Crown Vic when it's not worth $2,000 a couple months ago.
It collects, that's parking.
Yeah, that brings in over 400,000. I don't projected this year, or 350,000. So we spend money sometimes, but we have to spend money sometimes to make money. It's like private business sometimes, right? And we look at that. But anyway, in the bigger picture, in the bigger scheme of things. So anyway, so that's where our vehicles are set up.
So in 2023, refresh me, the 2023 budget, did you authorize to purchase vehicles?
We're gonna move to that next. So to answer your question there. So before we get to that, your question, we had a vehicle was involved in that last year,
Yes.
right? Actually, it was in the last year, so we totaled that, it got totaled out.
Yes. Yes.
Well, this is another vehicle.
Another vehicle.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, and that wasn't the oldest vehicle. Michael, so I'm lucky you not to pick up the phone and call you and say, I need 2 new vehicles this year because I got one approved through the budget. And now I got one that's totaled out. And that wasn't the oldest vehicle. So that had the 82,000 miles. The one that got totaled out.
That would be the newest.
Now it's gonna be the newest vehicle, right?
Yeah, see?
In your plan, it'll be the newest vehicle. So anyway,
6 years on that one. Early, you got it
that's
early.
right. But so now those, yeah, well, anyway, we'll talk about who gets that car now. But anyway, so I still got a Tahoe that has over 142,000 miles on it.
You didn't answer the question.
So it's,
So
so we have not gotten it yet.
Was there one authorized in 23?
Yes,
And has that been ordered yet?
that's been ordered, and
When do you think-
we were supposed to have it October 1st.
Yeah.
But then Ford went on strike. So we have a VIN number for it, but we don't have the vehicle since they just settled their contract a week ago or 2 weeks ago. So I'm hoping to get it by November or December.
How long will it take to outfit?
Won't take long. Everything's on the order. Everything's been ordered from the outfitters, ready to go.
So you think that car will hit the road by 23?
By the end of 23, yes.
Okay. So that replaced the vehicle only in your vehicle replacement plan.
No, that replacing the vehicle that would crash.
Well, the vehicle that was authorized was based on vehicle replacement plan from the
Right.
budget.
We
You had an additional-
reallocated that vehicle.
Then you
to the
had an
vehicle.
additional law, you had a loss. now.
Correct.
So you're suggesting that needs to be replaced, and we want to carry forward the vehicle plan in 2024, so that's 2 in 24,
No, just one.
just one.
I can make it work with just one. I'm not asking for 2 yet.
Does one still keep you at 8?
Huh? It keep-
One's
No, keeps you with the number that we have.
8.
Right, that won't keep you because I'm down one.
Okay.
I'm still one crash. So if I had one that didn't crash, I'd be at the same number that we were at today.
Before that accident, there were 8 vehicles on the road.
Correct,
That one was total.
Right.
Then there was 7.
right.
Your new car comes in, you're down 1 currently.
Mhm.
New car comes in, you'll be back up to 8.
Stay in that number.
Say that now. Okay, I'm with you. So what are we
See,
doing?
we do this every year. This goes through, don't we do this every year? Spend about 15 minutes on this? That's why I wanted to get the model cars to show you here. This is what I got.
Maybe next year. So in 2024, what do you need to do?
Replace one car.
Just one.
Yeah.
Okay. And that'll be a vehicle, that'll be a car or an SUV.
They don't do, the only car they make is a Charger now, so it would be an Explorer.
Okay, Explorer, similar vehicle.
Yeah, so just to give you, and then you probably know from other hearings that you've done, but they went from 3, the basic police model. Police Interceptor, the cheapest you can get is 38,000, that's stripped down. Went to 44,000 this year. This year, so the one that I budgeted for 38,000 because it was from the previous. Normally through state bid, they don't go up that high. However, the vehicles ran out on state bid very, very early. So guess what? Now you have to put out the RFP now because there's no other vehicles on state bid. So now they bump them up to 44,000 or just 44,000 some change for a basic police vehicle. And then you're looking at another 20,000 uplifted.
Okay. All right, so you'll have. Essentially, if we were to do another replacement vehicle in 2024. Then you'll have two vehicles within 12 months that are relatively new. That's helpful to the plan because one got replaced sooner. So.
Right, so now I'm still operating with this car that has 100 and what's it up to now, 130,000 on it. That's being used as my third vehicle for patrol during the day. So I still have an officer using a car that has 130,000 on it. Still in the rotation, which
Would that work? When does that car come out of rotation?
that should have been this year. That would have been this year. However, with the accident, because that vehicle should be moving into the Tahoe spot, which would be for road jobs. However, that didn't happen this year because we don't have anything to replace it with yet. So next year that would be falling into the road job car.
And that's your expensive vehicle.
Yeah. Yeah, the three.
All right, so let's go over to maintenance of vehicles now.
Okay,
So,
so you got the scoop of the maintenance of the vehicles. The top three, the oldest cars is common sense, the most maintenance. And so I'm good with keeping that the same lineup.
20,500. Okay.
So we get back to our line items again. We're in here. Okay, so we're at vehicle, so we're at maintenance of other equipment. I'm good with the 3,500. Okay. Okay, this is the big thing. All right, good thing. All right, so take a deep breath. So what we have going here is that we know that we have a police licensing policy now that was implemented by the governor, right? So with that being said, there's a lot of things that come along with that new police licensing, which is additional training and tracking of the training. And right now, we're kind of old school. It kind of fits in with our scheme of Lambertville, right? Kind of antiques. And so right now, everything's hand done with training. When somebody does a training session, we hand write our training hours down. Well, the Police Training Commission doesn't want to see that anymore. They want to see compared documents signed off on. And it goes back to police agencies that are getting certified and licensed so that's what this new police certification is. They want to see the actual training documentation. And so what we have is Power DMS, it's called. Most agencies in the state, 80 or 90% are using this program to track their training. There's other programs out there to track their training. But and that also covers all your policies. So think about the ordinance books that Cindy has there. Think about that one book that she has. We have 12 of them. So the new hiring, you get hired today, and guess what? You have to read all 12 of those policies books, and then you sign a memo saying that you read them, right? You don't have to physically go through them. But when you do online training now, guess what? You can't move until you actually, they gives you 3 minutes, maybe read a page, or a minute and a half, whatever it might be, whatever depends on your reading, right? And that's what this program does. It forces you to wait that amount of time before you move to the next page. So you're not just signing off on things. So I know in the rest of things of the way, again, what the city has in place just doesn't work for the police department anymore. So we're accountable for that training. So anyway, so at the end of the day is that we need a Power DMS to be able to report all the training that we do, and then especially for any new hirees, so we can present to the Police Training Commission, here we go when it's time for licensing, right? So with that being said, we have it's $5,000 a year licensing fee for the Power DMS. So that's where I'm putting that into, is under the other contractual items. Now, if you remember right from last year, again, with the new equipment that comes out, with the body worn cameras, remember we had a licensing fee with the new body worn cameras and the new car in car camera systems. I said, throw an extra $1,000 in for that, I can cover. it. Well, and we did, but the total is 2021. That's what the total amount is for the licensing for the body worn cameras.
For 2024?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have an increase, we're increasing that line item number 229 to, we're adding $6,073 into that line to incorporate the power DMS and to cover the additional
What's that number for body worn?
is 2021-25.
Okay, and these
And the
are,
power DMS, if you want the exact numbers, because you're exact type of guy with numbers, it's $5,095.
okay, so are these licenses limited to the amount of users?
That's correct. Good question. We are, so for the power DMS, it's for 10 or more officers. So even at today, even if we didn't add it, because I know we were dealing with it, it's like adding this extra guy is gonna cost me. It is not, because we already had 10 officers. And it's not just for the sworn staff, civilian staff will be added into this, because I put out, for personnel orders. All these
I've seen these systems used, and they're very effective. They're the equivalent of a full-time clerk person trunking information.
Yeah, so that's what we're doing, yes.
Archiving.
Actually, yes, and
The
now
fact
I,
that the civilians are involved makes it a good buy.
right, and also, again, the parking officers as well, because we have to, make sure, and same as even just going back to our crossing guard, right? He had training every year we have. So this is all be put into the system and it's part of HR. It's like, but that's what's going on now. As you as well aware. But anyway, there's not much I can do with it. The police licensing, this is all stuff that has to be documented now.
Is it the power DMS only for police?
No, it can be used by, I know prosecutor's office uses
Is
it.
it only for law enforcement?
No, I think EMS is in fire companies use it as well.
What about administrative staff throughout the city? If we had some
Yes.
training program, could we use it
Yes,
to track that as well?
yep, it could be any policy that, yes.
Cybersecurity?
So security training, like everyone checks off that they've read.
Well, like, could I add, so what you're saying is, could we add the rest of the employees into this system? We could for a price. Anything can be done at
You said
cost.
10 plus,
10 plus, it goes to 19,
of 10 to 19.
yes.
Okay,
But you could track, you could add to your thing, cybersecurity, and you could track that piece of it.
You can track anything, yeah, anything you put in there. So it doesn't matter if I put out like, post condition, like I put a post condition out last week for new patrol officer. Everything that I put out to the patrol officers will be covered through Power DMS. Because they sign off on it now. So now I do 2 sheets, right? So now I do a certification sheet and a memo directing my officers to a certain type of patrol this time or whatever it might be. So then they read and sign off on the certification sheet. So now this would eliminate that. That goes in the system, it automatically goes to their email. They have to pull it up, they have to read it, they say they understand it, and check off the box.
what's the numbers on the body worn camera? How many limitations?
That's preset already for the ones that we have. We have 11
We have 11.
body worn cameras.
Mhm.
And we also have 5 in-car systems.
So it's 16 devices?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and one thing is that we've been lucky that we've been replacing the in-car cameras every time we purchase a new car. Good thing we did do that because they're at the end of, the older camera systems are at the end of the year or at the life cycle, and they're moving to cloud-based.
So 16 devices, if there was a new officer, would we need to increase that
No,
license by
I
one?
already had 11 already on there.
11, so it's 11 officers and 5 devices.
Right.
Okay,
So I planned for that. Then the cameras were bought under a grant,
I remember, yeah,
and so was, so,
the free stuff I remember.
right, and the server, but you won't in 5 years, because guess what, who's gonna be replacing the camera in 5 years? For now, 4 years, City of Glenmore. So that's gonna be under, something I've projected, in which or,
Put in the 6-year capital plan,
yes,
man. All right, let's
as
go
long
on.
as,
So just to clarify, you needed $6,100 additional to what you had?
so yeah, so it comes to total for that line item, good point, I'm glad you brought that up. Total line item, in case you need it there, Michael, it's gonna be $13,873.00.
Okay, 13,800.
73.
Thank you.
You got a raise. All right, moving on. Clothing and uniforms, $5,000, keep that the same. If you look at your, we can go look at your sheet, we're over because usually the officers that we hire, I can fit them in what some of the extra equipment that we have. This officer just didn't fit into that category. So, that's why we're over that, but we're able to incorporate that from other line items. So I'm good with that. Just moving forward for the finance, the rest of the finance team. We have sizing actually today at 3 o'clock, two bulletproof vests coming up. That should be incorporated into our grant that we have for them. Moving forward though, we've always been able to, we play with that sometimes, like, we won't say what, like my expiration date on my vest is because they're only supposed to be good for 5 years, but sometimes we don't, I had replaced mine per se, so we've had some extra, we have money in there, but that grant, the body armor grant, isn't totally meant to replace it for each officer. That's to supplement, you're offsetting your cost for that. So moving forward, like I got one, I have an officer next year, it'll come out of that line item, that's why I'm not actually increase it, but like, I know we, body grant again, body armor grant, and I signed off, I guess you did too on that. I haven't got anything back for next year yet. We should be getting something back.
Yeah, we usually get it either late in December, early January. So even if I get it in December, it's too late to do a chapter 159, so it would go in, regardless, it would go in 24 budget.
And that's what I've looked for. I got one officer, I need to get one definitely in January or February. So if we don't get the grant by then, I'll take it out of the uniform.
So with the uniforms and adding one officer, you don't need to increase?
No, I should be good. And again.
Even with the vest and everything?
Yeah, we should be good, yeah. Yeah, so, and other things that come out of there, I know what, Michael probably doesn't want to hear this anyway, but like some of this certainly is something, I didn't have access. I didn't know we had some extra money for OEM and the OEM line budget, so if we moved to that, some of this equipment that we need for CERT came out of that budget as well.
You should receive the body armor grant. We have $3,360 in there.
Right, that's gonna come.
Body armor grant.
Yeah, that's this year's money.
Yeah, but you just did that in July. You said
That
the
was
reserve.
Yeah, but that was, you have to look on the revenue to see when we actually got it.
That was it.
Usually in like January, or probably, might have been actually December or January.
Yeah, it was for 2023.
And we replaced 2 vests this year.
Right, we have, because we were kind of behind on some of the officers, they provide me with their life, for the years they've had it. A couple of them did not provide it, so that's why we're kind of a backlog with it, but the money always stayed there, so we didn't use the money, it stayed in that account, so that's why we were able to replace 4 vests this year, because that money was always there. They didn't go anywhere, we got it. Okay. So we're moving on to 233, books for publications, same. Motor vehicle parts and accessories, good with keeping that the same. Janitorial supplies went over, but I'm looking to keep that the same. We just removed that from a different line item, so I'm good with that still. And we know the cleaning supply, that's what it is, right? And we've changed everybody's probably changed since COVID, so each patrol car gets wipes, hand sanitizer, we're still using all each patrol car has, and keeping, yeah, so some things, the cleaning processes have changed, so that's why you see that uptick with that, but we're still good. I think we can manage that too. Office supplies, I'm still good with that. We're also with the office and computer supplies. I know we try to use technology grants for that. But again, at the end of the day, is that if I slowly replace some of the computers that I have, which I've been able to do. As you stated, I think the last budget hearing that we had, because you like taking vehicles out of the regular budget instead of bonding for stuff, you'd rather do it that way, this way out of the regular budget than actually always bonding for stuff. So anyway, we're trying to make that happen for you. So moving on, education training, another hot topic, right? So for we had $1,500 for education training. How much training do you think you can do with 10 officers for $1,500?
150 each.
That's about an hour worth of training to bring somebody in.
You asked the question.
So. Right, correct. So anyway, so we had some training, I was waiting for the PTC to come out, police training commission to come out, with new police licensing to see what type of training we had. So we didn't spend a lot of money on that. We also had, we had a class that was canceled, that was an arson, investigation class, which was a month for one of our detectives. That was canceled, that was $800. So you'll see there's some extra money that there was money that wasn't used in that budget line item. I'll propose to keep that because actually we're gonna even end up going over that. I'm asking for an increase of 500. I got class 2 officers, my last class 2 that I have. He has to be certified in the next 6 months, meaning starting in January, he's gotta be certified by June, or he loses his full police certification. It was class 2 that we hired this year. That's gonna cost us $1,000 to send it to him. Now the class 2 waiver training, it's called, is a month long instead of a 2-week class. So he's got to be off the road for a month. Yes. But he never, so think about it, if we hired, that's class 2 officer that we have. If we hired, if we had to send him to a North Police Academy, you're looking at 25 weeks without a police officer, and we'd have to pay that salary if we hire him. So we're still getting a bargain for sending him back to the academy for a month, but they're adding, the PTC added, ground, from a week of ground tactics, fighting tactics now, that's what added. There was 2 weeks, they added that. They also added CIT training, crisis intervention training. That's another week. So that's where he added 2 extra weeks, which makes it now a 4-week session. So that's going to cost $1,800 for the arson class, which is hopefully the officer will be able to get into in the beginning of the year. It's run by the department of, you think it would be, the state runs it, DCA or DCJ runs it, you think it would be free, but it's not. So he'll be there, he'll do that. So I'm looking at maybe 200 hours extra for any other training. So we're gonna end up going over that, but I'll pull that from somewhere else if I need to. I want to bring in for de-escalation, a person for de-escalation again. We did that not this year, but the year prior to that. So I think that's one of the good training that we had. It's in-person training and dealing one-on-one with live scenarios. And we bring in somebody from a group in to do that. So
what's your proposed total number for 24?
2,000. So it's an additional 500. Uniform maintenance, same. Uniform maintenance is dry cleaning. That's part of the contract for the officer's contract.
Can we talk about that for a second?
Sure.
So that number, you never really close to getting close to it. Year end, you might count mine. What's your number year to date up?
I just printed that out. Here it is here. Uniform maintenance is at 42%, so it's $1,400. $1,450 right now for the.
That's what's left.
That's what's left. Sorry. You're right. That's on off. What's left?
Okay, 1,400. So you spent. So.
1,050.
That's what I have, 1,050. And how much more do you think you'll spend through the end of the year?
I'd only give us billing up to September.
Right.
So we have October, November, December, 3 more months, and it's averaging 89 to 100 a month.
So we're at 42% of it in the rent. That's what, like you said, September. So,
I think so. The heaviest year on my sheets here is about $1,466. That was in 2020, 2021. When did you have the reduction? When did you lose the officer? What year? For the layoff?
oh, the layoff was in 10 years ago.
Oh, okay.
And we
We were
never.
talking about it like it was this last.
Well, the problem is though, hold on, back there again.
My fault, my fault.
Oh, let's change that. What about, if I hired 2 extra officers right today?
My point
I'm
is,
still
there's no
increasing.
way with what's left in the year, even with an additional person, you'll get close to 20.
Well, I don't care, yeah, I don't know why,
I think it needs to be done.
we don't put that, right, that was always put in there by the previous administrations, because they use that money somewhere else.
I don't know what that policy is, but I'm suggesting.
Well, I'll tell you I'm stating what the policy is for the previous administration, and that's what they was used.
Are you
So,
comfortable with?
Yeah, just so I meet the contractual requirements in the
I
PBA.
think the highest year was 1240, was 14, so let's bet to 1,500. Are you okay with
I'm
reducing?
fine with that, yeah, we can meet the PBA's requirements for the contract, yes.
All right, so for account ending in 243, police uniform maintenance, we'll take it down to 1,500.
Well, he's tough today. Oh, we can.
We're not done yet, don't worry.
We don't have far to go.
Okay.
You can't like, they always do that when it comes to, that's why you
That's
schedule.
why you're last.
That's right.
He said fake Bob Lance, he belongs like,
And I know.
That's good though, we always say, yeah, good deal. And you get something good for services for Lambertville residents, get something good out of it. Okay, professional associations. Keep it at 200, because that's what we use, 200. So,
No other associations you need.
no, we're good for now. Okay, so this is, so here we go again, here's line item 258. What we have here is, what we have here is I just found out an hour ago, 2 hours ago, I had to increase this by $700 because now the PAT system, which I was told the PAT system wasn't going to cost the police anything. Zero amount, now I gotta increase it because now I gotta pay for the paper that comes out of the PAT machine. So, because the courts paid for the ticket, so now we're transferring the courts, cost to the police department. I don't want to put that in my budget, but I'm gonna explain to you what else in that 258 that's in there. Okay, 258 also includes all the meter repairs, meter batteries, everything you can think of about for park. And also ammunition. So this year because of 2 years prior to that, we had a hard time getting ammunition for, so I bulked up, so only purchased, that's why we had some extra money there, because I only bought, I haven't replaced for the end of the year qualifications, I only replaced it for the beginning. So usually we make my bottom line, we make 2 purchases for ammunition, and we haven't done that because we were able to bulk up 2 years prior to that.
So your reserve is lasting you through what year? Your reserve.
This year.
Through 2020.
Right, so I'm just looking to increase the 700 hours that you just put back into my, added to my budget, or you're asking me.
Sounded like when we were having a conversation, you agreed to it.
Listen,
So.
was it either the court's budget or my budget? At the end of the day, it's still the
So can we, let's.
city's money.
If I could
Seven.
just slow this down for a second, I can understand this a little better. In 2022, there was, you can,
22, you want me to?
yeah,
ask?
2022 actual. That was how we made, that was really how we came up with this number for 23. So 22 actual was $6,301. Can we examine what was in the 22 actual, please?
We got it right here.
And let's just make sure that the items still hold true today.
You need a copy of it, or you got it in this sheet? I got my computer too. I got also printed one out for you.
This is the equipment.
I like how Sue says it. There.
You let her do it. It's my budget.
Yeah,
Is it?
in 2022, it was ammo.
How much?
Meter, the first purchase was 896, and then shotgun ammo was 330.
So was that purchased in 22, was it the double purchase in 22 for ammo?
Yeah, we
It's
purchased.
whatever they came in. I don't know, whatever you
We
did.
purchased it, or we paid for it in March, those 2 purchases, and then Eagle Point, we paid again in May.
So I guess the question is, and maybe this is better to Lieutenant, in 22, is that when we made the double purchase?
We ordered back in 21, so I don't, so we had a year wait, so I don't even know at the end of the time, when we received or made payment, we ordered it. But doesn't mean when we're
So
receiving
in
it.
2022,
So at the end,
right, paid $6,301 a total in this line item.
Right.
We have 6,000 budgeted in 2023, but we've not gotten near that. I'm wondering if that's because we purchased double the ammunition in 22. We didn't make that purchase in 23, but in 24, we're gonna purchase a single round of ammunition?
no, we're at the end of the day, what we're gonna purchase twice in every year. After I get done the first qualification,
Mhm.
we make a purchase. And then at the end, so I'm finishing up my end now. Yeah, so I'll finish up my qualifications. Actually, it's gonna be Friday. And then we'll put, if we have to, I end up waiting until January, because we closed out the PO system in order. Put an order in next year. At the end of the day,
Yes, please.
and at the end of the day with here, I know where you're going with this.
Where am I going?
Where I'm going with this is I'm increasing it by $700 because you're asking, or somebody's got to pay for the $700 worth of PATS paper. Add the $700 to it, and if there's more into that at the end of the year, so be it. You can remove it and put it somewhere else. I don't care, but at the end of the day, is that we should have that money in there because we also buy meter supplies with it. I already purchased 50 screens for meters this year to replace. There's another. We have 300 some odd meters that the screens need to be replaced in, meaning that's the little things, the plastic thing you can look through to look at the digital time frame. How many are cloudy you can't see? right? The council president's right there on note.
So I have a
So I'm
question.
good with that amount of money. So I don't need to increase it except for the $700.
So part of the PAT system, we were supposed to save on ordering tickets. Where is that savings in the budget? If we have to spend the 700?
It's coming out of the court.
Yeah.
Court paid for,
Did she end up not ordering something this year?
no, she ordered tickets twice this year. So
Right,
what
so
she's
remember
saying,
when
the
she
last
said-
order,
If she orders and the tickets that she orders will last her for like 6 years.
yes, because there's only 300 and some
So
missing
she
violets.
wouldn't need to order those next year.
Correct.
Right, she should not need tickets for the next couple of years.
That's what she said, she ordered big. All right,
Yeah, back to 2022 real quick, there was a $2,400 charge to this line for meter programming. Because I believe we changed the
That's correct.
cost, so
Because we.
that came
increased
through
the-
that line item,
Plus like this
which
year.
is why we spent $6,000.
so do we have meter programming in 2024? To that extent?
No, like today, like this year,
Might not, we might take a break in 2024.
so this year we spent, I just put a PO in for, a reckon for $700 replacing for meters, replacing the stickers on all the meters because we're changing zones, right? So there could be, like I said, I don't know where you're going with it, but where I'm going with it is that I'm good with the amount that I had in there, looking to reduce it. I'm against that because we're
I
spending.
haven't gotten a word in yet.
No, I'm
Maybe
just
I'm
gonna
trying
make
to
it crystal
raise it
clear.
myself.
I'm just making crystal clear. We spend 300, again, we go back, we're making 300 some odd $1,000 on meters. We should have the money there just in case we need to replace that or
So you're proposing $7,000
Yes,
no, I'm looking at 6,300.
plus the seven,
700.
which would be 7,000.
Yes.
Should we break
So-
out meters? I don't have
I'm
it
sorry,
on
I'm
line.
tired, don't get me wrong, but what's gonna happen is when you get to the bottom of this budget, and the number is gonna be what it's gonna be. And then we're all gonna have to go back again, and the lieutenant is very well organized in his thoughts. And I'd rather have that conversation with everyone's tolerance now while we're all here, than have to go back later.
I totally agree, but I'm just trying to tell you my stand on that line, and I see where you're going, I know where.
But no, you don't, because I haven't got a chance to say it, and I think if I say it, you may appreciate it, that we are spending a lot of money. On meters improvements, which is important, that's for all the reasons you've seen it. Some of these purchases, though. We keep putting into an operating cost for something that could be a little more long-term. So if we're doing this kind of meter work consistently, and these things have a lifespan more than 1 year, maybe 4 or 5 years, and why are we doing it here?
But they don't. These meters are from the 70s and they
Okay.
don't have the lifespan.
So then if they don't, then why are,
We
to the
need-
vehicle program, should we now be looking at? I mean, this number keeps going up, folks. This number was $2,000, back in 2020.
Mhm.
Now we're looking at $7,000.
No, I mean,
Should
we've
we be looking at
actually,
replacing
you're
it?
looking at a piece of it, because there's batteries too. What line does that come out of?
It's that.
This line,
So all the meter stuff, really, we always wanted to separate, which I would be nice to do. I always wanted to separate, like, just a meter, take the ammunition out of it, and then, like, say, now $700 worth of paper.
That's. I know like a lot of towns have it.
Do we have
Yeah,
a
purple.
little,
Okay, yeah.
So,
The $2,400 of it alone was programming in 2022. That we likely won't have in 2024. Right? So could we reduce the programming cost by half and take this down from 2022 how much was that number, Sue? Programming cost.
oh, it was 20, I just closed it.
I'm assuming it's 2,400.
Yeah, it was 24 and some change.
nope, because I didn't replace any of the meter screens that time. So if we didn't do the programming, I need to replace the meter screens.
This line item already has $4,241 spent for the year,
4,000.
out of the 63, yes.
so it seems like every year with these meters, we're replacing a component, whether it's the chute or it's the screen, it's something. And these meters, their lifespan is over.
But you're
And
absolutely
we're
right.
going to get to the point where we're not going to be able to buy the parts anymore.
But that's a point, if it's not reprogramming this year, like, that's why we held off, so we replaced the screens this year, we're replacing the screens, it's not, we replaced 50 this year, we're gonna do another 50 next year, with the shoots, you're right, that's extra, but at the end of the day, we're also, Michael, we're also increasing our meter revenue. So you're saying, yes, this is going up by 2,000, but we're increasing the meter revenue by 30, 40, maybe 50 cents.
And sitting here talking about it in components, that makes good sense, when we talk about the increase, the impact on the increase of the tax rate. It's a different conversation.
It's not, because we're increasing by $50,000.
I get it.
At the end of the day, I'm gonna look at, I can pull up what we've made so far on the meters.
Nobody does better police work than you, but some of the budget stuff, you gotta give it some latitude.
And I have so far, but
So,
that's, I'm against that.
Mayor said 7,000 a number is. I just needed to follow all the way through, so I understood it like you understand. You touch stuff, you deal with this stuff. I need to get conversant. Thank you. All right, the only thing we're gonna have to keep a close eye on is the maintenance of motor vehicles. That's the biggest spread. That number goes all over the place. But
I think we're good. We came in, we're just 700, above the increase rate, Sue. The last printout I did last night before was,
Maintenance of motor.
yeah. Was it,
2.5.
I think the last one I did was like just 700, and that also included, now I had $1,000 deductible for the crash. So we took it from there as well. So we would have been, we're right in the same numbers. I'm not asking for anything more.
In that number, okay.
So I'm not asking for anything more, and I increased it last year because of the vehicle maintenance. So, and I just talked to where you're saying that, I hear where you're saying that, how, guess what, they plan on decreasing the hourly rate, the garages as well. So I compared a couple different comparisons for front brakes I just had done, right? I got front brakes, the hourly rate was $20 cheaper somewhere else in town, but guess what? It's like they charge double the price for the pads. So the one place I used would have been $100 cheaper. We went somewhere else because I'm just per se trying to do something different, trying to save some money. In the long run, we did, because they increased it on the part side, not the hourly rate. And they keep on increasing. Again, when I talk to the shops, they're increasing their hourly rate just because everything is going up as well. So.
All right, do we have any capital to discuss for 2024 only?
We do. So let's move on. We have to replace a broken outdoor light pole fixture. And that's been out for a year now.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Replace a broken outdoor light fixture, it's on a pole line. That's out, and it's just not, thought it was a bulb. We had somebody come out, replace the bulb. It's actually a starter, it's a free vapor light. So changing it to LED, we're looking for a capital of approximately $800. Last one I did was 2 or 3 years ago within the parking lot. They had to do some rewiring because when they renovated the police building and put the police building in, they ran the wiring on top of the ground, and that wasn't good, so they had to put it underground. So anyway, I'm hoping that doesn't have to take place here. Might come in cheaper, but approximate price is $800 to replace that.
That's not a JCP&L, that's ours. Okay.
So we talked about it. I talked about it a little bit last year, but so we have every 2 years, we have the Department of Correction comes in and inspects our headquarters. Because we have inmates or prisoners that we arrest and they come in. We had to file exemptions because we weren't in compliance. We've been doing that for the last, since I think 5 years, the laws, the DOC changed their codes. So we've been filing exemptions. So now I'm gonna file another, our inspection comes up next year, gotta file another exemption for that. Talk to DOC, not sure if we're gonna get it or not. So one of the requirements we were meeting this year was the cameras that were installed. That should be done in 2 weeks. I forgot about that. That was put in for this year's budget. We're taking care of that finally. However, what we're missing out on is the panic alarm that should be placed in the Sally Port, in the processing room, and in the interview room. Also, the interlock system, key fob interlock system for in our processing room and other doors where one door doesn't open until the other door closes. And when I get from DOC, they also have an issue with that because if there's a fire, you need to override to be able to get outside the building because of that. So it's a very costly, I included already, I don't know if you've already looked at those spreadsheets that I included that you asked to be included on.
Survey, yes.
Yeah, survey. To be able to do that, we're looking at $10,000 to be able to do that. What I'm looking to do, and I haven't talked to the mayor about this, this is a discussion that we can have later, is that, to try to file for another exemption to get us through for the next couple of years. And then make the big upgrade. That's, you know, again, that's some of the discussion that we can have. So why I say that is that if they don't accept the exemption, then we'll be in a situation that we might have to do the repairs or eventually, you know, do the upgrades.
Are the three buttons, they're not part of the regular alarm system that you just upgrade? For a few bucks, to upgrade to the alarm system?
Right, so that's what yes, so the panic alarms and the doors are totally separate. The alarms I have totally separate line item here. I haven't got to the alarms, I'm just including that in that. Okay, it's $10,000 for the inner door locks.
Yes.
And that includes the garage door, because you're supposed not to be able to have the garage door, the prisoner will run out, you're supposed to have that closed before you open up the next set of hands.
Controlling hardware, chips, yes.
Expensive, I didn't think it was gonna be that expensive, it is. So what I'm proposing, and after the mayor and I had this discussion, this is what my recommendation to him is gonna be, is that to hold off on those, file for another exemption. However, I want to move forward with this year is putting in the panic alarms. You're right, it should be $2,000 or less for the panic alarms. I'm tying that into our alarm system that we already have at headquarters. You're right, except for remotes, kind of like we had in court here. And they're probably hardwired, because I think the OC is going to want hardwired, not just the remotes that are. So, but anyway, so I'm looking at, I gotta get Holly Kong in, but I'm looking at approximately $2,000 for that, and I'm gonna hold off on the key fob system for another time. We'll see how that goes.
Can you just tell me, so the key fob system, is that $10,000?
Yes, if we include the Sally port, yes, the whole thing is yes. If we're looking at key fob 1 or 2 doors at a time, absolutely not. I think it's 2,400. I think we got a quote for, that was part of the quote that we got for the when we did the camera system. I included, I think it was $2,500 to do like 3 doors for the key fob system. 10,000 was for the whole system, meaning for the Sally port door and all that as well.
So let me ask you a question here, because maybe we could just finish this. Is there any reason why we want to kick the can down the road in terms of, I mean, $10,000 is $10,000, whether it's next year or in 3 years from now, right? So I'm sure that Michael's probably wincing on the inside.
I'm trying to save you money. That's what
I'm.
Feels like a period of usefulness of 5 years or more, then maybe we just add it to a bond that we do next year.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm driving at.
Forever until you have the headquarters. I mean, until you move out of headquarters. Right. I didn't say that.
I mean, are there other things that you're going to need at police headquarters?
I think his list may be more extensive.
No.
I sold it up on this.
No, you got something there. This is a decision for the mayor. I'll move to the next thing is, I know because we had this discussion with the e-tickets for the police officers. And I promised the mayor I would bring this up in the budget, because he asked me why I didn't put in the budget for last year. So I'm gonna bring it up this year's budget. If we want to, I had no, I can hold off on another year for the e-tickets, but I'm telling you, I got a quote for e-tickets for the police officers. This is not for the parking. Parking's totally separate. We've addressed that. This is it's addressed out with the PATs. This is for the police officers, because I was asked for this through the courts and mayor. So eventually we'll have to go to e-tickets for the police officers. It's $5,000 per year for 5 years is the contract for the amount of tickets that we write.
Is that the software?
Software, everything, the software, the printer goes in the car,
Thermal paper.
everything.
Okay.
I think thermal paper is included in this one, for the tickets. Also software that goes in the computer, because it automatically prints out the driver's license registrations on the ticket.
Yeah.
So in the last, that's when we held off. That was I'll say my excuse, but one of the reasons why I didn't want to do the e-tickets this year for the police officers was because I need to upgrade computers in the cars to be able to get to that point. I'm working 2 cars, I have still have Windows 7 in there. Okay, and so we can't do that with that. So
Once you're in an e-ticket system, can you still write paper tickets?
you can, but we just bought 6 years worth of paper. So we can. So that wasn't me. So
Well, you can use them for the next 6 years.
yes,
No, how many, remind me how many tickets you roughly write out a year?
$350 something.
Yeah, but no, I'm already up to 600 for the officers.
You are.
Yes. For parking. Motor vehicle tickets, so for the year, we're up. Actually, for the whole year, we're up to 620 motor vehicle summonses for this year. That's just up to September. So. The e-ticket system is good when you're writing multiple tickets to somebody. Does that happen anymore? No, right? So I'm good holding off on this because again, this adds another $5,000 to the budget because we can't bond for that because it's a licensing fee, right? So if you wanted to do that, Mayor, I mean, this is a conversation we can have later. If you want to include that in the budget, I'm okay too with it and I can make it happen. But
What's the purchase for the capital? No, what is it you're purchasing? in capital? Machines, computers?
oh, well, so no computers, it's the $5,000 a year is for a printer, and the licensing fee because they put.
So it's only 3 years of $5,000 and.
5 years, excuse me, it's five, did I say, it's for 5 years, it's 5 years, every 5 years, or excuse me, every year it's $5,000 for 5 year it's a 5-year contract. So it's $5,000,
After the 5 years, you still have to pay.
correct, yes,
To start over
Yep.
again, I assume,
Mhm.
with a different system.
right. So,
That's what I'm getting is it's in-car printer, to the license.
yep, and it's new software that goes on the computers in the car, because that takes the DMV info and puts it into the format so it can print out on the e-tickets. So they call,
Let's talk about this in greater detail another time. I think there may be some options there, if you don't mind.
no, because all the places through InfoCop, so that's the primary agency that does the
Would
e-tickets
the
now.
court have less input if they came electronically, these tickets as well?
Definitely. However, think about it, we're only writing, you divide that, we're only writing, I can tell you how many we're writing per month. When we do the breakdown, and again, it's not too many a day that you're putting into the system. So,
60 a month and.
yeah,
You slide it.
So you're wondering.
Divide that by-
Yeah, 15, 20 a week, maybe. Not a big lift. Right? In terms of processing.
Yeah,
right.
so it may not even be worth the.
Not right now, no, I mean, moving forward, we're eventually gonna have to, because most departments going with e-tickets. You can't, but again, you can probably hold off.
We can talk about it,
Yep.
I guess I'm in favor of holding off, I'd rather take care of the $10,000 thing next year. To not worry about any tickets for weeks, just,
But you need, if you fix the salary ports and those alarm items, which you still need to apply for an exemption.
No,
Yeah, I just do not see the wisdom in continuing to apply for exemptions for a sum for that sum of money.
Well, and not only that, but it would add additional safety.
Of course,
for your
well, yes, that's the bottom line.
Which is the most important.
Right.
What else you got there?
that's it,
Okay.
taking forever. It wasn't that bad, right?
No, it's fantastic, but very well prepared, as always. Thank you very much. There's no question that's ever left unanswered.
I'm glad that we were able to have this conversation. I think it's good for the public to
It is.
be able to hear what the backside of all the budgets. Going to the council meetings and hearing people asking, they're not being transparent. I think we're very, very transparent by doing this, going by line item. And they can watch it on, if they're not attending today, they can watch it online later. So, yeah.
The other line item that falls under
Mhm.
lieutenant is the OEM.
Thank you, Sue.
I have to bring that up, didn't you?
It's $500. OE.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking to.
So
for changes for it.
you spent $50.
Right, yep, and honestly, I took the other money from my
Right.
budget to offset for the CERT team. And moving forward, we do have to get some jackets for him from insurance, so.
Yeah.
I'm looking to keep that, and, but I'm going to give it back at the end of the year if I don't use it, Michael.
I think state statute, you're.
I do,
Whether you're willing to as well.
only if you put it in the budget.
A good point, good point. All right,
Right, before we sign off, how many people, for the record?
Now we have 6 people, who are signed on, and it looks like 4 of the 6 are employees. And, then we also have Mr. Ellis who joined us.
Okay, thanks for letting us know. It's good information.
So we're signing off?
Lieutenant, thank you very much.
Cindy, I think we're only doing one day today, and we got all our guests today. So thank you very much. Anyone have anything else?
Yeah, I will just say thank you as well to everybody who showed up today, and I think this is a great format, and I appreciate everybody's time, expertise.
And we can't forget, we have one person in the audience.
That's right. Council President,
You
and
made
made
it
it
all
all
the way
record,
through
has
the
made
whole
it all the way through without dosing on.
Okay, so we're ending the recording, right?
Yes.
All right, goodbye for now.